plenary of the day. I would like to introduce Isabella Pratesi from WWF Italy. She will give a short introduction to the plenary. Isabella.
Yes, hello. I hope you slept well as I did. As Federica mentioned, I'm Isabella Pratesi, Conservation Director in WWF Italy. And today, together with Federica, we will moderate this panel on how Earth observation can empower civil society, people, and NGOs. So I start with a very quick comment from my side, and is that when I started my job as a conservation biologist, the best tool we had at that time was a good pair of binoculars. And the best binocular you had, of course, the best job you could do. And now it's amazing to see what we have achieved in terms of technology and Earth observation. And it's really, for someone who deals every day with on-the-ground conservation, to see the potential of all that is amazing. But there is an elephant in the room, a huge elephant, unfortunately, and it's the loss of biodiversity. We are losing biodiversity at an incredible speed. We are losing the soil biodiversity, and we are losing, of course, the fertility of soil. We are hampering the capacity of and ability of ecosystems to stock carbon. And the global size of wildlife population, according to a recent study from the Zoological Society of London and WWF, has shrunk by 73%. Can you imagine that? So we cannot let that happen. And we cannot let that happen despite the incredible knowledge and despite the incredible ability we have now to read what's happening, to monitor, and also to take the right decision. So I hope that this short discussion on how to empower on-the-ground conservation and how to empower civil society to take the right decision and to bring ahead conservation of biodiversity will help us to give some guidance and to find solutions for the future. And having said that, I will ask Federica to introduce you to the incredible team of our panelists. We don't have much time, but they will be very effective in nailing down what are the main barriers and the main issues. Because we really need to connect the dots. We really need to connect science to action, knowledges to action, science to policy making. So I think that it will be a very good start, and hopefully in the future something will happen in the right decision, in the right direction. Thank you. Federica, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Isabella, for the introduction. So I have the pleasure to introduce you to the participants of this panel discussion. First of all, I would like to introduce Grace Nangendo, Director of Conservation Planning and Research at the Wildlife Conservation Society of Uganda. Grace is a landscape ecologist with over 25 years of carrying out ecological and remote sensing assessment. Her work also supports the government of Uganda's natural resources assessment activities and has worked with government institutions to develop several acts and policies and key documents to guide natural resource management and monitoring. Welcome, Grace. Then I would like to introduce Michael Munk. He's with the DHI Earth Observation Center for Excellence and collaborating with a diverse array of stakeholders in marine, coastal, and wetland ecosystems. DHI, that stands for Danish Hydraulic Institute, is a non-for-profit organization with a long-standing expertise in water environments and Earth observation solutions, supporting also NGOs and international organizations. Welcome. Then we have Randall Jimenez, conservation scientist at UCN on the science team. He is currently based in Costa Rica. He's an expert in threatened species conservation, and particularly amphibians, in tropical and temperate regions, as well as special biodiversity modeling. Thank you and welcome, Randall. Then we have Joshua Weiss, head of Geospatial Unit of African Parks, is a conservation NGO that undertakes mandated management of 23 protected areas across Africa. He has a background in landscape-level vegetation shifts and ecosystem accounting. And last but not least, we don't have him here, unfortunately, for unexpected circumstances, but he sent a video message, video recording, Aaron Yemma. Is conservation data strategist at WWF Italy, and is also president of the local WWF delegation in Trentino region. He leads a network of volunteers dedicated to conservation initiatives, embracing multidisciplinary approaches that bridges advanced data science and environmental stewardship. So, welcome everyone. And I would like to start with Grace with her keynote speech.
Okay, thank you very much. My presentation, we talked of NGOs and civil society, but I included government, and you get to understand why. I work with Wildlife Conservation Society, one of the oldest NGOs, and we work globally and focus on species of global importance. And those species dictate where we work. And so, from the global perspective, we are both on water and on land. And for Wildlife Conservation Society, Uganda office, we focus on the Albertine Rift, which is on the western side of Uganda. And we focus on two landscapes, mainly the Greater Virunga landscape and the Murchison-Semliki landscape. The upper part is the Murchison-Semliki, and the lower is the Virunga landscape, the Greater Virunga. We focus on the elephants, lions, the mountain gorillas, and the chimpanzees in these landscapes. And we believe with conserving these, we are conserving the rest that exist in the same setting. So, why government? We support government conservation efforts. And most of the NGOs and civil society have no mandate where they operate. And so we explore areas that are poorly attended to by government, and we are on the ground. We are the foot soldiers, and so we really know what conservation challenges are taking place. We witness the impact of biodiversity loss to society, and also how society really impacts biodiversity. And we use state-of-art conservation technologies and often work as the research arm of government, simply because government is really busy on the day-to-day activities and the day-to-day threats, but have no time to really do the deep search of what's really causing most of these. And so, the first thing we have to think of is what we are doing embedded in the legal framework. And so that's where we always start. And with that, I use this just as an example. We've worked with government to make sure that the mitigation hierarchy, which is really to ensure that there is no net loss to biodiversity, or even ensure a net gain when developments occur in any place. Before, in Uganda, the law ended at restoration there was no issue of offset. And so any institution that impacted any resource, however important it is, it was their will if they really decided to do an offset or if the lending institutions demanded it. And so, but now it's in the law. The new Environment Act has that in the law. And we worked with government to put the right language in the law. And from there, we've also worked with government to enact the law. And that's by helping develop the strategy and also the guidelines for the biodiversity and social offsets. And from here, we are actually working with government to help on how to measure the impacted areas and also the offset areas. And this is where the spatial data now comes in. And we are using the land cover maps, the historical threat, and also looking at the trends. We are also working with frameworks for guiding conservation because of the many pressures that are taking place. We've worked with government to develop the sensitivity atlases for areas which are being affected by development, and also develop the monitoring manuals, which have the plan and the manual, which really define the methodologies for collecting this data, for analyzing this data, for when it should be collected, so that it's used for a variety of actors, not just for whoever goes to collect such data, and also identifying developing the list of threatened species for Uganda. So we also now go deeper now on the planning, the strategic environment assessments, the strategic landscape planning, the regional assessments, and also the specific species plans, for which now they're not just for us, but they're actually for government, and we work with government. And so they will be able to carry out this work. And here we use the key biodiversity areas, which we worked with government to identify. For terrestrial, it's done more or less completely. Aquatic, we are working still with some of the government institutions to identify more. Those are the pink areas, and they're still identifying some more of those. And also we've worked with government to identify which are the threatened habitats. And this really required a lot of spatial data and Earth observation, because we had to look at the trends of land cover changes over the years and looking at the historical maps we had. And so here we really inform what should be focused on in the development and for protecting biodiversity. And so as WCS Uganda, we maximize resources for conservation. Using Earth observation, we can be able to map the areas and focus on the areas that really require conservation. And also, we normally go the full circle. Map the habitats, that's really satellite imagery. Identify defining species, combining the products of Earth observation with on-ground data. Identify species habitat association. Now, these are the animal species habitat associations, and then map out areas with the highest associations of species with habitat. And then also map out where are the people, where they are likely to interact with these areas that are important for conservation. And then finally, zero in, which are the areas that are really important for conservation, which we can focus on and invest resources in. And then looking at which are the threatened species of these habitats, which are their critical habitats. So those are what we call the critical habitat trigger species. And that's where now here is part of what we do. The first map is for really land cover, looking at the habitat, the land cover area, types, looking at the land cover types. Then we go to the next level, combine with species, collected data on the ground to break this into smaller habitats, detailed. We got over 30 habitats in this on a small area, and these are defined by the species that occur in each habitat. And from there, then we can look at the habitats and the critical species. We looked at over 50 species, plants, birds, and mammals, and we are able to map out which are the really important areas for conservation. Unfortunately, most of them are actually in the protected areas, but there are some which are also outside, which need to be focused on. But this helps us now think, if development comes, we are able to tell, here you need this kind of intervention, you don't need to impact this area. And the law then comes in play. And the other two maps, then we looked at species-specific, savanna species, where are their critical habitats, and which are the most important for them. That's the upper map. And then the lower one, we are looking at the forest species, where there are critical habitats. And if you look at it closely, the savanna species and the forest species are actually in opposite habitats. You could see that up here is important, very important for the savanna species, but not really important for the forest species. And vice versa, for the forest species, this is important, but not really very important for the savanna species. And so that helps us, what species are you focusing on? And this requires a lot of Earth observation data to come up to this level. And our habitat is surrounded by many people. And so we think of connectivity. Where are the corridors for these species to connect, to avoid inbreeding? And so in this map, these corridors actually triggered major planning for government, that there was a whole plan developed for this landscape. And now NGOs can focus. Different NGOs have selected areas where to operate, and now feeding into the government plan, and government, we can report properly to government what our effort is really bringing on table for the government. And from there, this area is very important for resources as well. So there is oil resources in this same landscape, and we had to move a bit ahead of the government and think, if at all they are to do pipelines in this area, which would be the main areas which are suitable, considering all that we've done, the corridors, the critical habitats, the habitats that are important. Now, in this mapping here, we're able to identify two routes. If you want to maximize saving money, you would use that red route. If you want to conserve biodiversity, then there is a green line that follows. It comes from up, there is a central processing facility there, and there will be a refinery planned for down here. We see that they somehow align in most places, but where community is here, and also there are many rivers around here, and also there are the corridors for biodiversity. For them, it was an easier way to go through that. But I can tell you that now the government has made the final decision of where the pipeline will pass. And since we worked with them in doing this, they were able to use our information and also use additional information, and the route actually follows more or less the environmental route. So that's how we contribute to government. But we need to think that this is not only just the mapping of land cover and land resources, there is also another side to it, using satellites in telemetry. We monitor lions and elephants in the landscape, and they have been collared since 2006 to date. So our interest is really to look at where are their ranges and where are the potential areas of conflict, and also where do they move to in masses, and when do they move, and what triggers that movement. So that's where we've collared elephants in 2 areas, and now here I show you in the Machon area. In this area, we've collared elephants, and this is the boundary of the protected area. I would wish this to start, but it's not starting. The elephants here, this is the boundary of the protected area, and this is the protected area. This is outside, and you see that they go there quite a lot. And I wanted to show you a bit of a demo over several months of the movement of, we've collared the matriarchs in several herds of elephants, and hope you'll be able to see it. But they dwell a lot in this area, but actually move. The different colors represent different herds, but you will eventually see that they also live here. These months keep changing just to show which month they are in, the data is in, and also looking at the potential conflict here. This used to be a corridor for their movement before the land was really settled in, and now they move in there. First of all, sometimes when the food is ready, like maize, they'll go for it. And sometimes it's just the memory. Since the elephants have good memory, they want to go back and join the other areas where they used to move. So they're likely to, but they are normally repulsed. And the interventions there is working with the communities. They are starting now conservancies to see how the communities can be able to repel the elephants back into the park without being harmed. I think we've seen a bit of this. So, our work approach. To ensure uptake of our products, we work with the technical experts in the different government institutions. We don't just develop these products alone, but we work with them, and so they understand how we've gone about it and also agree on the products we've generated. Then they are able to present them in their own institutions as usable tools. And also we identify and train the enforcers of the uptake of the law. And those are mainly government institutions still, but the departments that are really responsible for that, and explain to them what the products mean, and also equip them to train their fellow colleagues, but also train the developers and also the other like environment assessment practitioners who are likely to be hired to assess for the developers so that they know what they are doing, and also provide the relevant information to advocacy groups. In civil society, we are normally thought of as noisy, and sometimes they think we don't have the right information. But if you're bringing out the right information at the right scale, then they are able to really appreciate what you're giving. And then they are able to listen to you and use your information. And actually, right now, we have a civil society coalition for oil and gas. It's actually consulted at every step, and they receive updates from the oil companies as well, because they know they will be challenged if they do it wrong. And so in conclusion, clear and relevant outputs, be it maps, be it whatever we generate, are louder, and a clearer voice to speak for the voiceless. Biodiversity cannot speak for itself. We have to do something and let it speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. That was so inspiring, and you focus on the strong potential of Earth observation to support conservation on the ground. And I think also that it is important to say that it is a tool to maximize resources. This is also very important, but when you have to do that kind of job, you also have usually a resource limit. So this is very important. It is also a very potential tool for improve the dialogue with governments, with the decision makers. So I'm very happy about that. And I will quickly introduce again Aaron Yemma, who is a researcher on high technologies, and he works for WWF and other NGOs. And his objective is to improve conservation through the use of the best data available. So if we can start the video, it will be a few
Ladies and
minutes.
gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. A quick word before you begin. I think that at WWF, our mission is clear: to protect and restore our planet's life support systems, ensuring that ecosystems and their inhabitants can freely develop their right to thrive. Yet in our rapidly changing world, we face significant challenges. Chief among them, a persistent gap in data that limits our ability to make informed conservation decisions. And you see, without comprehensive integrated data, our capacity to monitor and assess and act is severely hindered as we contend with accelerating biodiversity loss. And despite remarkable advances in Earth observation, much of this data remains fragmented or inaccessible to those on the front lines. We urgently need real-time, high-resolution insights to monitor ecosystems, climate impacts, and habitat degradation. The challenge here lies in integrating satellite observation with localized in situ data, a crucial step toward understanding complex interplay between human activity and the natural world. A holistic view is essential for implementing targeted, scalable solutions that address both local environment issues and global climate feedback mechanisms, ensuring that all elements of nature, from our majestic mammals to our vital river systems, flourish. This is because perspective on Earth has fundamentally shifted. We now see our planet as a dynamic, interconnected whole, where every ecosystem plays a vital role. Yet, translating this understanding into actionable conservation strategies remain a challenge. In fact, even the best data cannot serve our common purpose if one doesn't know how to use them. Although we now have sophisticated EU tools, many NGOs, including WWF, still face barriers related to cost, data formats, and technical complexity. And I think that these tools must not remain the exclusive domain of a selected few. Instead, we need user-friendly, cost-effective platforms tailored to the realities of fieldwork. This also calls for deeper collaboration between the Earth observation and conservation communities, ensuring that the tools developed align with practical on-the-ground needs rather than solely academic research priorities, which in themselves are quite fine. But for example, many practitioners require customizable interfaces that seamlessly integrate satellite data with field observation, presenting the information in clear, actionable format. And I think that accessibility also means translating raw data into educational and outreach materials that resonate with the broader public. Bridging the gap between science and society is key to fostering a kind of understanding of the urgent need for restoration. At WWF, we envision collaborative platforms where conservationists and scientists jointly produce dynamic, publicly accessible reports that highlight areas of concern, restoration successes, and ongoing challenges. These technologies are, in fact, powerful communication tools. Visualizing changes, whether degradation or restoration, can inspire and mobilize public support. By sharing real-time stories of reforestation, carbon sequestration, woodpecker presence, and biodiversity recovery, underpinned by verified data, we can galvanize support for sustainable development and ensure accountability in conservation efforts. This is vital, not just for our future generations, but for the rights of every ecosystem and river on our planet. Looking ahead, we see Earth observation as a cornerstone for future-oriented conservation. Restoration efforts must go hand in hand with proactive planning. EO data can help us identify critical tipping points before they are crossed, guiding preventive measures that safeguard ecosystems and support a nature-positive economy. Decision makers need predictive models that not only reveal current vulnerabilities, but also simulate future scenarios and their various management strategies. These models enable us to prioritize interventions that offer the highest ecological and social returns, protecting the diverse tapestry of life on our planet. We think that together, through dialogue and collaboration, we can harness the full potential of Earth observation to protect and renew our planet. This is not merely a technological or a scientific challenge. It is a moral imperative to ensure that all life, in every form, is given the opportunity to flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to really thank Aaron, even if he's not here, for this walking meditation, really critical points. And I would like also to thank WWF Italy and WCS for their tremendous work they are doing in conserving species and habitats and threatened ecosystems. In situ data is really essential for properly informed Earth observation data. And the work of the NGOs here is essential, as I really liked the expression used by Grace. They are really the foot soldiers, really in touch with what are the real conservation challenges. So maybe I would like to start with the first questions to all of you panelists. And the question is about challenges, in fact, and gaps that we are facing in data for conservation. So in particular, for you, what are the main challenges faced by conservation efforts, and specifically related to the lack of information or data? And what are the current limitations and gaps in both Earth observation and in situ data? And also, how can future Earth observation data can be better tailored to support the on-ground decision-making, and what recent development do you consider most important? The question is to all of you. If someone you would like to start is inspired.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Federica. Everyone. It's a good question. So people here from NGOs, and we've been working a lot with NGOs and entities through the time. So my perspective probably mostly would be from that in-between look, what are some of the challenges? And if we focus on data, I think the harmonization is going to be crucial, both on an EU side, so getting data ready, I mean, not just off the sensors, but having data cubes is an example. So you co-align data, you mask them so they are ready, and you have full time series, you have full stacks. That is the first step, in my opinion. Harmonization on the in-situ data is probably even more important, in my opinion, and that's often the limiting factor. And it's really great to see these years that GTIF and OBIS, and I mean, there's a lot of effort to consolidate all the in-situ data out there, but there's still data silos. I mean, they're for both in marine areas, but I also think in terrestrial areas, there are, for the same area, there's a lot of in-situ data available, which is valuable, but they're not shared easily. And there's a lot of policy in that, but that really hampers a lot of the insight that you could benefit from it. On sort of, so that's the policy side. Do you create this right source of EU data? That's quickly becoming very technical and difficult for organizations to comprehend. But it starts with policy, I think. So I can talk for the marine area. I mean, there's still a waiting game for the policy. So what are the standards? So in terrestrial, I see a lot of movement these years in policy to agree on some standards and some indicators and metrics that you can actually map, monitor, and report on. But there is still, as I see it, a lack in the marine realm. And sort of or very concrete example. So I think we're all looking forward to the expansion missions here under for marine, especially the CHIME and the LSTM. So having hyperspectral in that way and having thermal data in that way is going to be immensely valuable. And I think because right now a lot is asking, I mean, many are asking for operational systems. So, and that's where the Sentinel, the Copernicus system is very good. You can set up operational systems where you can monitor things, but it is difficult when you don't have the hyperspectral, for example. So having the hyperspectral in the operational setup, which is what people ask for, we need this not just for project life. Longevity is a buzzword these years, but I mean, projects often have an ending date, and that's a frustrating part for organization that there's no life after. So operational setups on the data side. I'll stop here to let more.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for this amazing opportunity being in this conference. So, first of all, I want to say that one of the main challenges that in conservation efforts right now is to have good and precise identification of the threats that are in the sites around the globe. So, particularly where all this biodiversity is located, like rich biodiversity places, and even more how intense are the threats to the biodiversity. So here I'm talking about invasive species, pollution, deforestation. I can go on, and as you may see, there's some threats that we can identify with EO, and this is really interesting. So while EO can help track some of these threats, EO standing alone doesn't directly measure the impact that these have to the biodiversity. So that's why we need to tackle these threats in a way that we integrate with on-ground or in-situ data. And this should be integrated particularly with the species monitoring, okay? One of the most exciting developments right now in IUCN, it's a derived product from the red list. I hope you all know about the red list here in this salon. And this is a metric that has been developed in the recent years, and it's called a Species Threat Abatement and Restoration Metric, or STAR. And this is a tool that's supposed to be used to, or we expect that different sectors use it to identify their opportunities to reduce a species extinction risk by abating threats on a specific site or doing restoration actions. And we think that, well, and this threat is built on the red list data, and it's built on the species extinction risk, the area of habitat of the species, and the threats data that comes from a lot of assessments around the globe from many researchers, which is really, really crucial. And we think that we can integrate EO observations, particularly to detect threats to a species, with a metric, so we can have a better way to tackle the threats in different sites around the world, and combining it with, obviously, on-ground data. And we can have better conservation efforts or better actions that we can tackle and mitigate right now. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to maybe tongue-in-cheek say one of the biggest limitations is cloud cover. But more seriously, I think the biggest challenge we face is not so much the lack of data available, but more finding data that is fit for purpose. So we, and I'm sure I speak for other entities that are involved in protected area conservation, operate at a bit of an awkward scale where we're not hyper-local, but we're also not subnational. So we're fitting into a sort of strange strata in terms of that scale. And so at that sort of site level, we require products that have very high granularity of classification, such as what Grace showed in the example in her talk, with 30 habitat types in what is a relatively small protected area, but also very high accuracy, such that it's fit for purpose at a sort of management level. And yeah, unfortunately, it's obviously very costly to acquire a lot of the satellite imagery at that scale and at that resolution that we need. And then also the expertise to be able to process this data is not something that many NGOs have within their ranks. So yeah, whilst we have certainly made progress in various sites that we operate in, scaling this has just been really difficult. We operate across 23 global ecoregions, which is obviously a huge challenge in operationalizing that Earth observation data. And then, yeah, I think sort of as another limitation is really when it comes to classification in different sort of global or regional products. I'm loath to say that there's a sort of northern hemisphere bias, but I think we all realize that you'll often find data sets where you come across several sort of forest land cover types. And then when it comes to savannas, which are incredibly structurally diverse and cover such wide areas across many continents, you find open woodland, closed woodland. And so navigating sort of those very broad classes and trying to get granular sort of outcomes out of that is really difficult. And then on the same sort of area, with classification of imagery, in the context we work, especially outside of the protected areas, there's these very complex mosaics of these savanna areas, as well as subsistence and small-scale agriculture that exists within this mosaic. And often the sort of classifications and the areas, the extent of these areas that we calculate, we're not really able to provide meaningful and accurate statistics in terms of the progress we're making in reducing or limiting sort of agriculture in and around protected areas. So yeah, these are sort of the key limitations that we certainly face.
Okay, thank you. Still following up on that limitation of resolution, granular, we know it's been mapped. Like if I talk of Uganda, the Albertine Rift is a biodiversity hotspot, but we need that detail of telling the government, if they're doing a development, which are the key areas really to avoid, and why should they prioritize biodiversity over other resources? they want to extract or where they want to do a road. So that granular issue is very important to us. And also the temporal over the area. Most of the data collected is actually for different projects, so you may find some data for certain years and other years lack data. So really predictability of changes over areas sometimes becomes very tricky. Sometimes we've looked for data and tried all kinds of institutions, and they tell us, okay, request for a special mission over that area. And that's very expensive. And that makes life hard for us as conservationists. And for the in situ data, methods of data collection, each project comes and collects its data its way. And also the processing of that data, even the Earth observation data, the products are not consistent that you can be able to pick them up and be able to use them as is. And sometimes the owners are not willing to give you the details of how really this data was collected. So those are major issues that we face. So the other bit is being project-based data collection. It's bits here and bits there. We really never get wall-to-wall data for most of the areas we are interested in. And when you try to do the whole area in high resolution, then you get the seasonality issue. And some of them have clouds. Some of them were burnt. And some of them were in the dry season. Some of them were in the wet season. So it's like you may need to classify just a few kilometers at a time. And that's very time-consuming. So that's what we really require, wall-to-wall data.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you, everybody. Actually, we don't have time to comment your inputs, but of course we are gathering them, and then they will be part of a wrap-up of this event. So some of your comments brings me to my second question, which is about access and collaboration on Earth observation data. And this is actually a question that I deem extremely important. And I would like to know your opinion on what are the current obstacles to making EO data more accessible to NGOs, local communities, and conservation practitioners. Some of these obstacles were already mentioned, like precision, scale, cost, and how can EO community collaborate more effectively with the conservation communities, and to ensure that research and development activities and tools meet the needs of conservation practitioners. So some of that has already been mentioned by your comments, but if you could take a deep dive into it, it would be great. Thank you. Shall we start again from you? Okay, excellent.
Be a pleasure. So yeah, obviously, so you mentioned the usual suspects. So there's cost, there's complexity, also sort of getting on the same page. So what can you expect in terms of resolution? I mean, that's normally something that the two sides of the table have different understandings of. But I really think, I mean, local ownership, I think it's been mentioned already in the previous days a lot, so I think that's really key, and I'll come back to that. But one good example, not too long ago, I was actually asked from a person from an NGO an interesting question. So it goes like, so I recently tried this ChatGPT. Can we do something like that for your Earth observation? And I think, I mean, I'm very wary about all the AI, and I know that not enough technical details to know that we're not going to get there soon, but I think it's a good picture of what many would like to have. I mean, they would like to express their local needs. What do we need? What are the specs? And what am I going to use it for? Often reporting or monitoring. So that's something we need to take into consideration when we sit EU experts on one side and ecologists, socioeconomists on the other side. And it is difficult to translate this. But I really think, and one crucial point, and I'm glad to see that it's becoming more a thing, that there is a set-aside budget for the users in projects, because there's always, I mean, sometimes there's a fatigue from the user. I mean, another tool, another steep learning curve, another promise. But what we found most successful is whenever there's, I mean, a real collaboration, not just on the proposal paper, but I mean a real engagement from the beginning, to sit down and try to understand each other and then start small. I know, I mean, even from within our organization, I mean, there are engineers that's been modeling water dynamics for 50 years, and just me trying to explain to them what Earth observation is difficult. So even within different expertises, people get lost in translation. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, so first of all, in terms of obstacles, I will highlight two. Data complexity and technical barriers. We have many NGOs that have good capabilities, but also they're like small NGOs that doesn't have it. And I say this from Costa Rica perspective, where there are small NGOs that just like few people and not have very technical knowledge. So that's one of the obstacles. And also, sometimes there could be like just a minor knowledge on GIS tools, and they have field data, but they have limited capacity for this practical application to involve EO in their work. So this is like obstacles in many of the organizations, in the NGOs. In terms of enhancing or pathways to enhance collaboration, I could highlight some of this. And basically, capacity building and technical training is very important, particularly in these NGOs, which doesn't have it right now. And this could be by maybe workshops, online courses. And I like the thing that you said about following or working constantly with them to continue in improving the work that they do. That's very important. And then maybe developing user-friendly platforms, maybe on a mobile phone, or I think this is already going on, but this is something that many people needs for example, in local communities where they don't have they have a small NGO and they just need to take action fast, but they don't have all these capabilities. And having a mobile phone with an app, an easy app that integrates the AO with their in-situ data, that would be a super good way to work with and enhance collaboration. And then I think multi-stakeholder partnerships, maybe, okay, so what I'm saying with this is strengthening the engagement with governments, funding agencies to ensure that EO or Earth observations are sustainable across time. We all know that many projects sometimes finish and that's it, but we need a way to make the mechanism flow and keep going in a way that we can keep EO observations and being used in conservation strategies with in situ data. So, yeah, I think those are the points that I want to highlight. Thank you.
Yeah, so obviously as an NGO, we have to say funding, but we need to bear in mind that, NGOs need to consider things like community programs, managing human-wildlife conflict, sending teams out into the field for anti-poaching efforts, managing illegal harvesting. So saying funding is really, we're not saying that it's a problem, it's just that trying to make the case for remote sensing and Earth observation technology just becomes a little bit more difficult in the sort of priority of what we're trying to achieve. And then perhaps as NGOs, we also need to figure out how we communicate the need for this data. So, it's easy for us to say, we've got, we're managing amazing species and enormous sort of migrations of species, and how do we make the case for the ecosystems in which these species inhabit, and the fact that Earth observation data is crucial for managing the broader ecosystem. So maybe as NGOs, we need to figure out how we can better communicate that. And then, in terms of collaborations, I wonder if there aren't more opportunities for synergy in involving NGOs in the models and the methodologies that Earth observation providers and the scientists are undertaking. Obviously, we're on the ground. We're involved in the management of these systems. We know these areas well, and I think it would be great if we could get a broader understanding of how complex these systems are, and how best the data would be suited to create effective management. Essentially taking what is sort of global, the fact that global data cannot always answer these sort of local questions, and I believe these will have far-reaching implications for the socio-ecological systems in which we operate. I guess essentially what I'm saying is we sometimes need to take the remote out of remote sensing. Finally, I guess being invited to forums like this, events like this, it also helps a huge amount, just to be involved in the kind of discussions, being on panels like this, which is, without this, it's very challenging from afar to be involved in the conversation, so this is always extremely helpful.
Okay, most of what they have shared is key. My addition is on the products generated. There are many products that are being generated from EO, really by the generators of the EO data. And what we lack is the scale. Most of them are quite coarse for us to use on the ground. And if there could be probably our model, how we can break that output down to a lower, higher precision, that would be better. And then also on the products themselves, sometimes they are not as accurate as they really should be. At certain moments, you look at a product and you're familiar with the landscape and just say, they actually missed this big forest here and managed to map the small forest in the other corner. What happened? What went wrong? So that precision is really necessary. And to get to that level, I get to the second part of the question, partnerships. I don't call it just collaboration, but partnerships. Can we work together? Can we talk? When you're developing these outputs, we have, at least we can leverage with data we have. We have a lot of on-ground data in the country, and we are also very knowledgeable over what our landscapes are like. So if we can work together, if I talk for WCS, we have some of the oldest long-term data in the country, and much of it we've also handed it over to government, working with the National Biodiversity Data Bank, and we are trying to make it available and trying to put it online. But who knows where it is unless you talk to us or to the people really on the ground. So that is very important for us. And the last bit is, as we work together, talk to us to understand what we really need on the ground. Since we are the foot soldiers, we'll be able to give you insight of what you really need to develop, the output that will not just stay as an output generated, but an output being used. I believe you have a way of tracking which outputs are being downloaded. So that would be very important. Thank you.
Thank you all. And I can say that from ESA side, we are fully aligned, fully supporting for a better dialogue with NGOs and conservation practitioners. In fact, ESA in 2022 has started a consultation process with NGOs to gather recommendations on which are the most efficient ways to produce data that is effectively used for conservation purposes. And we also have recently launched our first project. It's a funded project on conservation for NGOs, and don't miss the opportunity to follow the workshop that is this afternoon with the team that is here today. And okay, so since we are a bit short of time, we had a third question that we really would like to ask you, but maybe we can keep it short with a very simple, short example. A real case example, if you could provide it, to highlight which are effectively the challenges and successes related to the use of Earth observation data for conservation.
Yeah, I'll do it very quickly. And sorry, maybe going a bit against that, because I mean, there are many good examples here at the conference, so there are good examples. I probably want to just briefly, so when I've experienced that projects actually succeed and when they don't reach full potential, the difference I've seen in those have been when you start to sit down at the beginning, as has been said many times now, I mean, to really talk. A simple example of that is just converting in situ data protocols. It's not easy. I mean, people tend to think that you can just take a field campaign protocol with the indicators that you get from that, translate it easily into some Earth observation-derived metric, and use that. And then you also have the benefit of having the long time series of the old record and in situ data reports, and then going into Earth observation. Getting that understanding from the start. Starting small, so doing feasibility, both technically, but also in this translation phase, so you agree on what you're going to do, small, so you don't take too big an area or too big a topic, and then follow up with another more large scale, and then you can replicate and you can use those outputs. That's when I've seen it successful. When it's not successful, that's most often when it's too ambitious from either side from the beginning, so basically an encroachment in the professional capabilities. So either the local experts, the ecologists, the conservationists, they try to do Earth observation on their own without guidance, or the other way around, Earth observation specialists trying to do the conservation efforts without knowing what they will do. I always find it interesting in a room with only remote sensing experts, how many have actually been to the areas that they're looking at from the screen. I won't ask it here, but I just find it always very interesting. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to highlight some stuff here. So as I said at the beginning, IUCN is currently working on this metric, the STAR metric, and right now we're moving from a estimated star to a calibrated star, where we go to the ground, detect threats, detect if the species are really there, and we're having some pilot case studies with different sectors, governments, private sector, and local communities with indigenous peoples. And it's interesting how the realities changes in between the different sectors, because we see that with companies or in some governments, they have the skill set, all the skill set and all the information to do a specific analysis with the in situ data and also using some remote sensing data. But there are other cases where they don't have that. And we're working on making maps on paper or trying to detect stuff with different shapefiles or something very limited. But we're trying to do the best as possible. And so we see this kind of a challenge, and we're trying right now to find a way that we can standardize or have a better way that we can use Earth observations across all the different sectors, independently if they had a good skill set or not. And the idea is to, at the end, implement these Earth observations across all the different cases, and regardless of the capacity. So this is something that we're trying to work with, but you see the different skill set across different scenarios. And this is something that we need to tackle.
Yeah, very quickly, just a very real-world example of a challenge. We were involved in a project that was essentially developing a methodology for determining verifiable nature units, and our inability to operationalize the funding required to expand it, and also relying quite heavily on external partners, resulted in a nearby protected area that, from where we are managing, effectively over the years becoming lost and completely functionally lost in terms of what's on the ground, which is obviously very sad. So there's sort of those challenges do sort of hit home a little bit. But yeah, I think to speak to the successes, I think largely they revolve around the partnerships that we do have. We've been able to benefit from, example, very high resolution imagery with planet imagery that helps us monitor and assess illegal activities, illegal mining, transhumance corridors. And also, we here as part of the People Echo project that gives us access to experts and pioneering technology, but also allows us to be part of that collaborative approach in terms of developing these technologies, which is, I think, a real success going forward.
Okay, one challenge, lack of high resolution in specific areas of interest. I've just been mapping the northwestern part of the country, and I basically wrote to almost all vendors, and I would send my shapefile of the area I was interested in, and they would say, we don't have images for that site, until I got someone who could just collect whatever could be found. But it took us a long time to start that mapping, and yet I wanted to do a series of the mapping of that landscape. So I've had a really hard time in mapping that area. And the good side of it, for areas where we have this data, I was able to were able to support government solve a challenge of a fire that had started somewhere, and there was a conflict over an investor complaining that it's the government institution that had started this fire in their estate. But because of the time series and the quick return of the imagery, we're able to map the start of the fire, where it started, and its movement along the way until this facility. And so it was actually used even in court, and the issue was sorted. So that's how good the availability of imagery can be.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the panelists for the insights. Unfortunately, I don't think we have time for some final remarks, but I think your points, all your points came through very clearly, or they are all well received. So thank you.
I just want to share with you a last appeal. In the future, we might be able to scrap CO2 from the sky, but we will never be able to build the species that we are losing. So let's do whatever it takes to work together and be more effective in conserving the biodiversity of our planet. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks to everybody for really great and inspiring sessions. Really great. Thank you. So before we split and go into the different rooms, I would like, maybe if we can, oh, it's me already. I would like to, to present a bit the program of the day. So it's similar to the one we had yesterday. So we'll have the thematic session starting now. You have a bit of margin with the breaks, so we are late, you see. You'll probably not start before 10:15. take a bit of the break in order to cover the whole presentations you have in your sessions. The coffee break is here. So for those who are not aware, you need to come, especially those who are in the Magellan and in those small rooms, you need to come here to get your coffee. So you will not get coffee in the rooms where you'll be. And yeah, maybe what I would like to do, so yeah, the 4 sessions today is ecosystem conservations, marine ecosystems, wetland ecosystem, coastal ecosystems. It's quite aquatic today. But we have a number of demos, so I would like each of the organizer of the demos to come just as we did yesterday, to make a very short presentation of what they are going to do. So the first, BioSpace. So BioSpace will be in the James Cook. James Cook is just next to the Magellan.
Thank you. So it should say BioScape, which was a NASA-funded field and airborne campaign that happened last year in South Africa, and we're going to do a very hands-on notebook, Python, get the data, work with the data, as well as an overview of BioScape from the PIs that are here today. So we're excited to see you. Bring your computer. If you want to just sit and watch, that's great too. So appreciate being here. Thank you.
Great. I'm not sure if I said BioSpace or BioScape.
I think it says BioSpace.
BioScape. No, it's BioScape, I think. Okay, the next one is RES4SCA, which is strongly linked to the workshop we had yesterday on ecosystem accounting. Ferdinando?
Yes, thanks to you. There will be 3 of us demonstrating and showing how to do natural capital accounting using artificial intelligence and web online infrastructure. It will be as hands-on as you want it to be, so you can participate, you can do your own accounts, or you can just watch us do it. The choice is yours. We'll spend 1.5 hours together. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So this one will be in what we call the childcare, so the building 15, room A. Then after the break, we have in James Cook GBIF.
Morning, everyone. So this session is for those of you that are using or would like to use species occurrence data. So we'll be going over an introduction to where that data comes from, some basic good practice on how to use GBIF-mediated data, and including some of the data quality issues that you'll get with the data, and then some features and tools that we've developed. So please come along. And we have stickers. People mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah. Looks like the stickers are important to get people in the room. So we have two other ones. I don't know if there's anybody from the UN Biodiversity Lab. Still not in the room. I don't see anybody. So that one will be in the room A, still in building 15. And then, okay, there's a mistake here. It's room C. Sorry for this. Demo 9 is in room C, so it's still the same building. And that's on landscape connectivity modeling.
So I noticed we should make stickers. I will give a demonstration, but we can make it also hands-on, of the Conscape library, which is a library we developed for connectivity modeling. And yeah, so we can make it as hands-on as we want, and we can have some discussions about how to do this.
Great. So in the afternoon, you don't need to come back here, so you can go straight to the rooms. So we have, quite 5 interesting workshops. One on biodiversity monitoring operationalizations, which is organized by the European Environmental Agency. Then one on ecosystem conservation, essentially organized, as Federica said, by the projects we just started on ecosystem conservations. And then we have one on, the 3 other workshops will be more thematic. One on grasslands and savanna, and that will be in James Cook. The first 2 will be in the big rooms. So the first one on operationalization here in the big hall, and the one on ecosystem conservation in the Magellan. Grassland and savannas will be in the James Cook, next to the Magellan. The marine biodiversity and the wetland biodiversity will be in the building 15, one in room A and one in room C. And another things I need to tell you, yes, you will have, after the workshops, you need to come all back here in this room for half an hour. There will be coffee for you. And then we have this non-hosted dinner. So you should have all a voucher of the yellow card that you have. If you don't have it, there's still a possibility to attend the dinner, but you will need to pay. So for those who have the vouchers, keep the voucher with you. When you enter into, you will see there's a corridor to enter in the, by the way, it's taking place in the same place where you have lunch. Huh? So it's exactly the same place. So when you enter in the Mensa, as we call it here, in the canteen, you will need to hand it over to the team who will be there waiting for you. Those who don't have the vouchers and needs to pay, you will see there is a way to pay straight when you enter into this room. The last point I want to yes, something important. Friday. Yeah, I want to show this. Friday, there is the session summaries and the workshop summaries. So don't forget to prepare a few slides on the outcome of your sessions. Also this one, where the plenary we should try. I know it's a bit difficult because you are fully engaged into the discussions, so you don't have much time to take notes. If we have time, we'll try to make a summary also of the main messages we got from the plenaries, but all the oral sessions and all the workshops, you need to come on Friday and make a presentation of about, I think it's about 5 to 6 minutes. It can be shorter, but we want really to keep capture the key messages from your sessions and from your workshops. If you are not able if anybody from the organizers or from the co-chairs of the sessions are not available on Friday, please make sure that your presentation is available, has been uploaded on the computers, and then one of us will read your summaries. Huh? So no obligation to be there on Friday, but of course we prefer. Last point, I just want to remind you about this book that we are doing with. I think, yeah, I did this announcement already yesterday, but I think there are new people in the room. So we are editing with Roshanak, Janine and Maria Santos, a book on biodiversity insight from space. This is done with Elsevier. We still have a bit of time. It will be a fully open access edition. The structure of the book has been accepted. By structure, I mean the titles that you see here. So there will be one section of the title in orange. Huh? One session on EBV, one on data integration and accessibility, one on the impact of stressors, pressures on vulnerable ecosystem. That's section 3. One on the targets from the targets from the monitoring framework around the GBF, then a few case studies and one section on ecological processes. So we are looking for lead authors of this chapter. The chapters are the one in black, so it's still not fully finalized, so we can change this. We cannot change the structure, but we can change the individual chapters, and we are looking for leaders and contributors. Huh? So during the break today, after the workshop, before we go to the social dinner, we have a poster that explains, well, actually it's exactly what I'm showing this, but in one poster, still in number 15, so it's still there. Roshanak will be there, will explain to you. So if you want to contribute to that book, you're welcome to come and discuss with Roshanak and also with me and Maria Santos. But we will anyway contact you because I think the time is maybe about the time. I think we have 18 months to do the book, and we need to have the final table of content of the book and the list of contributors by October this year. So we have a bit of time. Eh? In terms of the content, it's February next year. So please, I mean, there is a lot of insight, let's say, in this room, so I'm sure that a lot of you will be willing to contribute to this book. Okay, that's what I wanted to tell you, and I think it's time now to move to the next sessions. Thank you. Another announcement, please stay in the room.
Sorry, so you're now all set up for today and for book writing until February 2026. But I have another announcement. If you don't know what to do in summer 2026, there will be the World Biodiversity Forum. We're working hard on the fact that it's becoming more important than the World Economic Forum in Davos. So it will be from 14 to 18 of June in 2026. We are currently working on setting up the program. There will be a call for session in May, June this year, and then a call for abstracts in fall 25. So if you want to know more about the forum, please go to the website, or please also let me know or write to us if you have good suggestions for workshops, for sessions, and so on. If you have great new ideas how we can change this world in terms of biodiversity, please reach out. It's a conference really reaching from the arts to remote sensing to the financial sector, so we would be very happy to welcome you up in Davos. Thank you very much.
And it's a great place, a really great place, and a really great event. It's the third edition, I think. Fourth editions. Going fast.
want to say something?
Testing. Oh, yeah.
Bong, bong, bong. We'll be starting in 2 minutes.
Okay, could the main hall start to quiet down, and could our first speaker approach the podium, please?
And feel free to come further forward if you like. Okay, we're going to make a start. I'm David Coombs, this is Kyla Darlin, and welcome to the Ecosystem Conservation Session, just in case you're wondering where you are. So our first talk is Mona Nerslund. Quite good, thank you very much. Oh, I should say we've got one talk has been cancelled, so we've got a little bit of extra time, but we'll try and do our best to keep to the schedule. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and hello everyone. I hope you got a chance to get some coffee. I will make this presentation on behalf of my fellow Biodiversa Plus partners that has kindly helped me to prepare this presentation. And I know that many of them would have loved to be here, but it just wasn't room for all of us because we are quite a big partnership that is co-funded by the European Union. And one of our main aims are to establish a network of transnational long-term biodiversity monitoring schemes. And the pilot I will present here today is a really important part of that. But we also look into how to establish coordination models to continue this network and to demonstrate the benefits of it, like the comparability and scalability, resource optimization, policy alignments, and cross-border solutions, and to identify alternative funding mechanisms. And to date, we are 83 partners from 41 countries. And for this habitat pilots, we are 11 countries cooperating together with the aim to evaluate the capacity of remote sensing methods to map and monitor grasslands and wetland habitats. Also to assess the current remote sensing methods and support development of harmonized monitoring protocols for the EU. And it's all about capacity building also. For people like myself that comes from an environmental protection agency and just a year ago didn't know very much about these methods. So I will show you some of the things we are doing when looking at the usability of remote sensing tools in various conditions. One of the things we have done is to establish contact with the EU Grassland Watch. That is a project that is looking at land cover components, both mapping and indicators for grasslands. And we are providing test beds and validation sites for this project. So we validate their output in Natura 2000 areas, which is the focus of this project. With high-resolution data sets from our partners, like vegetation maps and management data. And we also compare these outputs with other classification and quality indicator workflows in this pilot. And we assess the added value for current quality monitoring workflows, and where data allows, we validate temporal changes in showcases. We also, for capacity building, try this out ourselves when test the product from Sentinel-2 and 1 together with our in situ data and like polygons, and we also use digital elevation models and area orthophotos. And we're doing this mainly to begin with, for grasslands as well. And here we use this existing GIS data to first exclude the non-focal areas, and we collect training and validation points from the GIS data and process it and build data cubes to extract value points. And then we build random forest classification models for feature selection, predictions, and to assess model performance and feature importance. We're also testing a new tool called NaturaSat that are using Sentinel, UAV, and orthophoto data and machine learning with the same objectives as for the other methods to map and monitor both grasslands and wetlands. So the input data are Sentinel-2 data, but also UAV data, orthophotos, or historical maps, whatever is available in the partner countries. And the results expected are exact maps with pixel accuracy, relevancy maps of habitat to detect changes for habitat quality and extent, and to identification of wetland water regime, identification of historical river branches, diversity hotspots, etc. And we look at the constraint in the data and how large the training sets can be, and how we might have to transform like historical map to make them fit for this tool. And we also look at indicator, something that I really need for my policy. And for example, we look at wetland hydrology, and we develop approaches for monitoring hydrological conditions in wetlands, with the goal to find a set of hydrology indicators from open Sentinel data. Considering the dynamic nature of wetland hydrology and the challenges of satellite data, like resolution limits in small-sized wetlands, for example, and the applicability of methods in multiple wetland types in different regions. So the similar metrics can be used for various water-dependent habitat types around Europe, but we have to create habitat-specific indicators and thresholds depending on where you are. And it's all about capacity building as the whole of this pilot. And here we are training how to utilize Copernicus cloud computing services to produce statistical time series of moisture and water cover extent for habitat polygons. And we're validating various water cover classification algorithms in different permanently or seasonally inundated wetland types around Europe. But we are also looking at developing EU tools for fine resolution habitat structures with drone analysis. The aim is to look at habitat conditions assessment from vegetation height and cover, and this is done in cooperation with a project called Mambu. And the method we use is UAV-borne LiDAR and machine learning or deep learning. And the output is a raster of vegetation height and covers in 20 to 100 centimeter resolution that can be used for everyday practical management to track structural changes and assess habitat conditions, for example. And the advantage is it's a very high quality data with high precision. So, and this is my last slide, and I was asked to give some recommendations for the future and for our last day. And I would really recommend to facilitate these long-term networks and cross-sectorial cooperation, because it's been really valuable, the work we've been done here in this habitat pilot. And products fit for policy and appropriate scales. I think this was mentioned in the session before here. and also transnational co-design of in situ remote sensing operational networks, because this in situ data is immensely valuable for us. Thank you.
Great. And are there any questions for Mona? I'm not sure if we have a microphone. But... Any questions?
Well, please come up to me afterwards if you want to cooperate with our network.
And I have a quick question for you. I was curious about, have you started to think about harmonizing older maps of habitats as well as all the new cool stuff?
That is something that we could do, but this pilot is running for 2 years, and we are in the 2nd year. So, but in the network, that is something that definitely could be thought of. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, and our next speaker is Roland Kramer, and he'll be talking about satellite remote sensing as a key technology for effective nature conservation.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you for having us on such a high-level event, actually. I'm from the National Monitoring Center for Biodiversity in Germany, which is hosted by the Federal Agency for Nature Conservation. And I'm presenting also on behalf of my colleagues from the Federal Agency, which you can see on the first slide. I need to press this one, right? So, well, first, we all know more or less about the benefits remote sensing can bring for biodiversity monitoring and nature conservation, which is what you can see on the slide is some essentials of monitoring in the field. And when we talk about how remote sensing can support us, it's things like filling or at least bridging spatial and temporal gaps, which we have in traditional monitoring schemes, potentially increase efficiency of monitoring, and essentially by reducing costs, being more flexible, available in the short term, and this is mainly due to automated data flows remote sensing can provide, and of course also allowing for new insights into facets of biodiversity. And beside this baseline biodiversity monitoring, Earth observation can be valuable for our task of a national nature conservation authority, like we are, which are planning for nature conservation, but also landscape and urban planning, reporting, which is one of our duties as a national authority, but also from municipalities, so reporting from the local up to the EU level. The law, the nature conservation enforcement. And then we have research for policy advice, so basically research we need to inform ourselves and to inform our government. And on this slide, we just compiled a few research and development projects of the recent years with focus on remote sensing. And you can see that most projects are actually addressing more than one topic or task we have as a national authority. So like enforcement, monitoring, planning, reporting, and research. And so it's not straightforward to put a single project in one of these tasks. And I just want to show you some examples where obviously plenty of projects where Earth observation is used for monitoring, and one of them was also presented yesterday on a poster by my colleague Merlin Schäfer. And another example is using aerial images and machine learning, image recognition to monitor marine vertebrates in the Baltic Sea. On this image, you can see seabirds detected by machine learning algorithm. And equally important, I want to emphasize also here for understanding biodiversity change is monitoring its drivers, and such as nicely done by the colleagues from the Thun Institute in Germany, who produced annual maps of agricultural land use, which was already presented yesterday. And one last example how remote sensing can help authorities is monitoring change in urban green and urban tree cover for reporting also within the EU nature restoration law. And in this study within the Urban Green Eye project, the Copernicus high-resolution layer tree cover density was used and enhanced by using national soil temperature data. And the project then mapped tree cover loss and derived maps for replanting potentials. And this is not only helpful for reporting, but also obviously for urban planning and the authorities responsible for the cities. And in our project, I think the EO for INK, which is also meant to support planning and reporting, will be presented later in this session. On my last slides, I would like to present some important requirements and challenges related to Earth observation from our perspective as a national agency, and particularly for biodiversity monitoring. And one key requirement is repeated long-term assessments of products, which we obviously need for monitoring, for trend assessments. And that can be achieved, for instance, by continuation of projects, or at least the outcomes of projects. We need ready-to-use products with biodiversity metrics or easily reproducible workflows, or both. The applicability of products is quite important on the national and regional level. We often find that, for instance, transnational EU products need to be adjusted, or at least, we need some improvements to be relevant for the regional level. The methods need to be standardized to ensure reliability and comparability over time and space, which is not often the case if we think about Earth observation products. And we have the organizational, structural, and legal prerequisites of authorities must be taken into account, like we have in our agency. And last, I want to talk about highlight some challenges we face when applying Earth observation. First of all, it's the lack of coordination and standardization among EU Earth observation projects and applications. I liked to bring the example of we have at least three forest monitoring products for Germany with different workflows and slightly different patterns. And the result is that none of them is really used by authority because there's no standard agreement on one product. We often lack legal prerequisites for remote sensing being used as a reliable method. This is also the case for our technologies. Shortage of specialists, as in our aspects as well. We often face a lack of confidence, or at least high hurdles to introduce new methods or routines such as remote sensing from the national to the federal states level to the municipality level. Data infrastructures or data management is often not ready for data-intensive tasks. And last but not less important, whereas this trade-off and the challenge to agree on the transfer between broad indicators and the original biodiversity measures. So the trade-off between indicators on the ecosystem level and raw data on the biodiversity level, where's several benefits, but and remote sensing can help to achieve this transfer, but it's also not easy to agree on one level on this bar. And I want to close this nice figure recently published by the International Tree Mortality Network, which can be perfectly also adopted for biodiversity monitoring. And what is nicely shown here is what we need to further strengthen and invest in ground-based data collection as the backbone data also for remote sensing. We need comparable protocols, standardized metrics, and in the longer future to be ready for integrated data models. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have some questions? Thank you. You might have to speak very loudly. I don't think we've got a microphone unless you can see one. Thank you.
Effective to monitor via Earth observation and what kind of variables cannot be measured. So I noticed you are in the urban and the main agriculture domain rather than the semi-natural landscapes, whereas Mona was working on the semi-natural landscapes and she was combining different types of data because in our view, our Earth observation products at the EA are certainly not ready to identify semi-natural grasslands, for example. So that is something that we need to develop to then be better able to describe what kind of investment is needed. Because without resources beyond ever-improving satellites, we are not going to be able to utilize them. So it's a message that I think is worth repeating as often as possible. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. I'm asked to repeat the question. Well, I think, we are in our position, try our best to communicate to the EU authorities, of course, but we also have to try to find best solutions, also to ask our ministries to strengthen our capacity and so on. So that's basically, and we are, maybe can mention, we also, we are the coordinating Institute for Biodiversity Plus in Germany, so we are also part of 2 pilots, and not only in the urban and agricultural domains, so we're trying to really integrate the whole landscape in Germany. What's basically why we are established, so the monitoring center. So, thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Louise Wilman. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning. Indeed, my name is Louise Wieteke-Willemen, and I'm here on behalf of the People Echo project, and that's us. So maybe people in the room, if you're part of this, maybe give a little wave so we know that you're here. So it's quite a nice group. All right, so I'm going to talk about actually one of the projects that Federica already mentioned this morning, and it's the project funded by ESA that is specifically targeting the uptake of EO tools by NGOs and CSOs. Oh, this one. All right, but let me first start up. Just why do we have this project? And these are a couple of questions that you might have in the room, like how effective is my restoration effort? Are my ecosystems actually improving? What are high priority sites for new conservation actions? Or how can I contribute to reaching that 30% under conservation very soon? And these are questions that you might recognize from all our global agreements, governments talking about this. But it's not just governments that have these questions. And that's the point here. So we're also like the practitioners that are on the ground. So the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations, and the civil organizations, they are crucial for what's actually happening in areas that are under conservation. Crucial to get to these, to meet those goals. And we also know that we have Earth observation. Yay, we have pretty satellites that actually are super important to keep track of what's happening on the ground. But of course, the reason why we have BioSpace this week is that these things are not yet well connected. And this is what our project aims to do. We're trying to enhance ecosystem conservation through our Earth observation solutions, tool, approaches, you name it, through capacity development and co-design. And specifically, we're trying to do this for monitoring conservation action, to understand the effectiveness of our actions, and to prioritize areas that also need to be protected very soon. For those who are wondering, oh, the echo is when you play a bit with those words, you get to the word echo, and people is actually like the program from ESA that is pioneering Earth observation applications for the environment, and we believe that's a very nice acronym to use because it's such a people-centric project. But who are we? You just saw a couple of hands going up into the air. First of all, we are a group, or we're working with a group of conservation, or NGOs and CSOs involved in conservation actions. These are the African parks, the Bulgarian Society for the Protection of the Birds, IUCN Vietnam, the Lebanon Reforestation Initiative, Prince Edward Watershed Alliance, and the Reef Check Malaysia. 6 NGOs, CSOs that are currently like involved in restoration action, but have an interest in like, hey, what can EO do for us? These are really site experts. They know a lot about conservation. Then there is another part of the team, and those are the more techie people, maybe. So 52 North, specialized in open software development, Hatfield, geospatial solutions for conservation, DHI, you also heard them already this morning in the panel, geospatial solutions for aquatic areas, and then the University of Twente, ITC, specialized in research, but also in training topics on geospatial research. So this is what's happening. Then, of course, we have a beautiful advisory board with people from WWF Italy, from Grace this morning, the Wildlife Conservation Society, and IUCN, and the Finnish Institute. So, and they are just making sure that we keep grounded, so that we have that conversation, that we keep talking with, like, okay, what is actually happening on the ground, what do we know, and how can we help one another? What we're doing within the project, we're organizing a number of moments when we are coming together. One of them is actually happening this week, like the living labs, talking between, like with the different partners in the consortium, making sure that capacity is built, that we're not like, that the barrier of skills that was mentioned this morning, that at least will be reduced, and then we're actually gonna do the thing. So we're gonna work in these areas where those NGOs and CSOs are active. Very briefly, like how this whole thing is structured. So there's a whole set of activities that is really like user-focused. So what are the requirements? What is the current capacity? How can we work together to build a tool that is fit for purpose, or at least better fit for purpose than what we have at the moment? Can we test them? Can we validate them with the approaches that we already have in the ground? And there's this element on like working on, okay, so what kind of algorithms are out there that could help to address these conservation questions? How can we build a software tool that facilitates the implementation of those algorithms? Can we apply it to larger areas? And this, and I put a big arrow there, we continuously want to do a reality check. what the conservation community is asking, does that actually match what we can do technically? But also the other way around, the technical solutions, how do they match like what the conservation groups need? So what we have done so far, we kicked off in October last year, so there's not a lot of things to be shared at the moment, but I can share that we are now currently focusing on this, what is needed and what kind of skills do we need for that. For that, we had some interviews already with all of these partners in the team. We did an online survey, and we're here at BioSpace with our ears and eyes open. What is important that we want to get out of it is that we understand practices better, like how are organizations currently working? Are there cloud facilities? Do people know how to use the software? Do they love Excel spreadsheets, or do they love something else? What about licensing? Just to get really to like what's out there, and make that clear to one another. And when we're talking about the more technical approaches, we really aim to work with the OpenEO product developed also by ESA. We would love to go to a cloud type of solution and really working with the data that's available in the public domain in combination with site-specific data. Good. Just to give you an overview of like, wait, what and where are you going to do it? Because we are going to develop the tools and we are going to apply them. So these are the current sites that the NGOs, the CSOs are currently working. So this is our starting point. So we will work with them to create the tools that will help them, but of course with a wider view in mind. So whatever we make for them, hopefully will really be representable and adjustable to locations elsewhere. And hopefully some of you will be able to use the outcomes of this project in the near future. Maybe one more thing to close this presentation is co-design, talking with one another is a key element of this project. We will continue the conversation this afternoon. You're very welcome to join us at 3 o'clock in the big room over there, where we would like to hear from people that have done co-design in the past and would like to share their lessons learned. Hey, this worked and this didn't work. Or like how to get two solutions together that fit the purpose of multiple groups. So that will be the topic of the workshop. And also, when I put a QR code here, there is also like a lot of training material that is going to be developed in parallel with the tool development. So you can also provide your input on that. So what is the true like materials that are needed? And you can scan this and get notification, but you can also provide that input this afternoon of what is really needed. And also, of course, we are the People Echo project, so please connect with us, stay in touch with us. There's the LinkedIn account, there's a project website, and there's actually people in the room. So you can also talk with us, and we're very happy to talk with you there. So that's it. Wish list from ESA, so that was a starting point. But also our own wish list. So for us, we wanted to have the early adopters that were active in both the aquatic and the terrestrial systems, but also early adopters from ESA countries, European countries, and Canada, and but also Global South. So to have really like a widespread of biomes, but also maybe the challenges related to data accessibility and tools and skills in the team. So having that gradient was what we aimed for. Of course, it's not a representation of all NGOs across the world, but this is our starting point, and I think we have quite a diverse bunch of groups here.
Very cool. Well, thank you. All right, and up next we have Boris Inoho talking about innovative collaboration tools for habitat monitoring.
Okay, hello, thank you everyone. I'm here on behalf of the Nature First project, that is an Horizon Europe project with many partners, as you can see here in this slide. I'm going to focus my presentation in some developments of this project related to remote sensing. But first, I would like to contextualize some introduction, this EU main legal framework for biodiversity monitoring. The main one is the Habitats Directive and the Birds Directive. We have this network of protected areas, the Natura 2000 network, and the species and habitats that we need to protect based on these regulations. So for this, we need to establish, well, the member states need to establish the site-specific conservation objectives and monitoring them, and also the conservation measures for them and monitoring them, and also to assess the conservation status of these protected species and habitats and monitoring them. Even though we have this Habitats Directive from 1992, we're struggling to have good quality of data in this assessment on conservation status of the habitats and species that we need to preserve regarding this. And this is a complex issue. We need a lot of resources to do this in a proper way. It's a complex thing to monitor biodiversity and these species and habitats. And sometimes it's in some lack of interest that it could be because of the member state, but all the people that can lead to improve our biodiversity and the monitoring of it. But we have more legal framework for biodiversity monitoring, like the Water Framework Directive for assessing the ecological condition on inland water bodies. And also we have now the EU Restoration Law, that is a very ambitious regulation, and we need also to monitor this, if we are achieving these ambitions in the restoring our ecosystem. So I think this is a lot of monitoring. There are more regulations regarding this biodiversity monitoring, and we have also the ecosystem accounts of the essential biodiversity variables. And for that, I think we are all embracing the satellite remote sensing because this is, I think, a key issue, a key technology and key data that we can use in order to facilitate this biodiversity monitoring. We are thinking about that in our Nature First project, and we are using the satellite remote sensing for habitat mapping. But we are aware that is not enough, like we are talking in these meetings, because we need the ground truth, we need the training areas in order to train our fancy artificial intelligence algorithms and our machine learning and deep learning. And even with these training areas that we need to collect in the field, we also need to have this habitat map in a proper way, so all of the spatial data and information that we can gather. There is a lot of information there that we can use. Sometimes it's difficult to obtain and sometimes it's easier. And we need to incorporate that in order to facilitate and to correct some errors that the artificial intelligence and all the automatic mapping that we can provide with these technologies can give us. And also we need the local knowledge. We are dealing with habitats, we are dealing with ecological process, and we are trying to map using the UNIS habitat classification and then the habitats of community interest, the protected habitats, and this is like a difficult task because we are still today trying to deal with some interpretation of these habitats. So for that we need this local knowledge in order to have this habitats map. And we have also the need of integration of official data that the administration, the public administration have. And if we are to provide to them some habitat maps, we need also to integrate this official data because they are working with that, and this is an issue for them if there is no coherence between the products that they have already with the habitat map that we are producing, and this is also something relevant. And in Nature First, we are like proposing an habitat mapping model, and we are like creating more than a map, and try to integrate all of these things that I said before. Like, first of all, is like a classificator using artificial intelligence and the training areas with the satellite data that we can get, make this automatic classification to identify the habitats through this process. But we have another module that is introducing this official and coherence data that needs to be in this habitat map, like roads, infrastructure, rivers that we have mapped before, and these need to be there as they are. So this is a model that we are also integrating in this habitat mapping model. And then we are integrating with these specific rules for habitats, all of the knowledge, all of the information, spatial data that we can gather that help us to correct the automatic classification that we obtain, or to integrate some insight that is impossible to integrate using satellite artificial intelligence classification. And then the last one, it will be like generate the map in a good-looking way, integrating this UNIX classification, the UNIX habitats, and also the link with the habitats of community interest, the direct link with every polygon that you are finally adding to this map of these protected habitats that we have. So we are creating this habitat mapping model per cell of 10 by 10 kilometers in case we are using Sentinel data, high-resolution image. But we have very high-resolution images, like in this case from Worldview 3. We are using, creating a habitat mapping model per cell of 2 by 2 kilometers. And it's by this way we are creating this habitat mapping model by cell. So we are creating, I think, good results in habitat mapping. So they can be used at management level to decide about permits, about where the habitats are, so we can find some objectives about them, the conservation measures, identifying the things that we need to work to assess the conservation status for the habitats. And we have difference in we are using high resolution or very high resolution. With very high resolution is, I think, better for direct management of protected areas, and it's also good for reporting, because with this data you have very accurate data. But depending on the purpose and the resources that you have, we can map with another process or other. The approach is the same. This is a collaborative effort. We cannot map habitats in one region where we are not knowing about the habitats. So in this case, in Nature First, we are working with WWF Romania and the University of BioSpace25 in Romania to create this habitat mapping model, in this case in Valle Tusnat. So the working flow for doing this is like establish the area of interest and then analyze all the data resources that are available there, and then generate the training areas in the field or in the office to collect these training areas to train the model, and then define one first version of this habitat mapping model per cells of the 10 by 10 kilometers, in this case with Sentinel data. And then after this, we are looking if we have some errors and we can collect or we can obtain some new insight from local knowledge or from some data in order to improve and make this second version of the habitat mapping model and generate this habitat map. And but at the end, we have this model created, and it's not so difficult to generate. We are reducing the cost of producing that, and the updating is very easy. If you are able to maintain the training areas, you can work very easy to update the map without a lot of cost for that. Well, I think this allowing this management to establish these objectives, the actions and the measures, and the monitoring of all of this that is needed to work and to make some actionable things in the field. And we are demonstrating this in the project in other field sites that we have in Ukraine, also with WWF Ukraine, in Spain, this is our case in 3D data, in Romania and Bulgaria with the Bulgarian Academy of Science. But the thing is, for this, we have the funds of the Horizon Europe project. The test will be if someone is willing to pay for this approach, for creating this more than a map. In this case, we have success in selling this habitat mapping model, in this case in northwest Spain for the regional government. We are mapping, using this approach, some coastal protected areas. And also we are also doing this in Zambia with this NGO, by Life Connected, to mapping, in this case, not UNIX habitats and habitats of community interest, but in this case, land cover classes, in order for them to, with the people there in the land, manage the area and provide some targets and monitoring these targets if they are accomplished or not during time. And for that, you need to know where are your classes appropriate. Of course, we have a module for habitat change detection because we need to monitor the habitats, and we know where they are. We can try to address and assess the conservation status of them. We have this habitat change detection, the confirmation and reconfirmation if we want to be sure that we have this. And in the Nature First project, we have also another developments linked to ecosystem maps. We have this mapping risk, human-wildlife conflict risk between brown bears and people. And regarding this, we are also going this way with Sensing Clues, going further with generation a digital twin on brown bears for in real time detect if we have some probability of human-wildlife conflicts regarding brown bears and the people there with actual recordings of the brown bear in real time. And this is work with University of Wageningen with Sensing Clues. And we have under all of this knowledge, biodiversity knowledge graph that is working. Yes, finally, for the future, we want to assess conservation status of habitats, integrating in situ data and satellite data using framework of standardized national methodologies, and we want to continue to deliver services. And the recommendations here will be working with the users, spending time with the users because they're going to need overcome some barriers. This is, I think, very relevant, and you always need to spend more time than you think, and then orientate your technology for affordable to real-world cases and these cases. And the last one, since I think we have some EA and DJ environment people here, I will ask to raise the bar on environmental data quality for member states, because I think this will be encourage a wider adoption of satellite remote sensing solutions. Thank you. I will invite you to this final event in June in Netherlands. And we will have also the speakers, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Boris. I'm afraid I think we've run out of time for questions on your talk, but lots of really interesting...
I will be here, so
please do see Boris afterwards. Next, we've got Bram von Morter. Probably mispronounced your surname, apologies.
Right. I'm Bram from the Norwegian Institute for Nature Research, and I will present to you the framework we're working with on functional habitat and connectivity to support cumulative impact assessment and spatial planning. This is, of course, as most work here, the work of a team, but a special shout out to Manuela, who prepared most of the slides I will be using here. So the first question, and actually the presentation from Grace this morning already set quite a stage for what I will be talking about, is what is the cumulative impact on biodiversity? From the different sources of disturbance based on their type, the amount, and also their location. Particularly here, I guess, the Earth observation plays an important role. What is their effect on habitat loss and degradation, but also, very importantly, what is the effect on habitat fragmentation? Due to the effect that these disturbances have on movement and connectivity. And the integration of all these different processes, that is what leads to their cumulative impact. And understanding these cumulative impacts is crucial for guiding sustainable land planning. We have been working with this framework within the context of wild reindeer in Norway, which is a fantastic model species due to its high sensitivity for human disturbance, but also its high sensitivity for fragmentation due to its large spatial requirements. And due to its high conservation status, a lot of data have been collected over the years. Reindeer in the previous century, they used to move over large undisturbed areas. However, with the Industrial Revolution, those areas have shrunk. First, hydropower has flooded large swaths of reindeer habitat. But not only that, roads and tourist infrastructure, such as tourist resorts, trails, and private cabins, have further affected the landscape. The question is, what is the cumulative effect of all these infrastructures? And importantly, what is the habitat that is still available, that is still functioning for reindeer? And we are working with a two-step approach to try to operationalize that. First, in the first step, we'll look at each spatial unit, and we usually use pixels of a hectare, 100 by 100. And we look at the habitat loss due to those infrastructures and the zone of influence of these infrastructures, highlighted here by the black area, and the dark green is still suitable habitat. But we also look at the barriers to movement, so the permeability of, or on the flip side, the permeability of the habitat. In the second step, we look at it from a bird's-eye view from the landscape, and we look at what is the functioning habitat, meaning the habitat that is of good quality, but also well connected, here indicated in bright green. And this functioning habitat allows us to also quantify the cumulative impact of new infrastructures in the terms of the loss of functioning habitat, or the effective restoration actions, where we remove infrastructures and look at the increase in functioning habitat. In practice, we build this on two models, habitat models. One is a resource selection function, which is a species distribution model essentially, where we look at the effect of the different land uses on the reindeer habitat. And in addition, we have a movement model, a step selection function to be precise, where we look at the permeability of the landscape as it is affected by all the land uses or land covers. And then in the second step, we integrate this within a network model, which is supported by this library that we developed, Conscape. And this allows us to then have these metrics in a landscape a network context, like habitat quality or suitable habitat becomes functional habitat as habitat that is suitable but also well connected. And the permeability becomes the corridors, which is now looking at the network again, supporting this, the functioning habitat. And then we have a third step, which actually develops the toolbox from this modeling framework. The toolbox that supports cumulative impact assessment, scenario analysis, and the spatial prioritization or identification of priority areas for conservation, mitigation, and restoration. So what I'm presenting here is a coherent theoretical and statistical approach that provides a toolbox with different maps, stats, and tools to guide sustainable land planning. And I will now go a little bit, have a look at that toolbox. So first, we have our habitat model consists of many different land covers, from natural land features to anthropogenic land features, and different anthropogenic land features, which allows us to develop this dashboard, which we made for the Norwegian management, to, on the one hand, at the population level, see which are the populations that have been mostly affected by anthropogenic habitat loss, but also what were the main drivers of that habitat loss in terms of, is it tourism, is it hydropower development, or has it been transport and buildings? This we did not only at the level of each individual subpopulation, but also spatially explicit at the level of every single pixel, which can, of course, guide restoration actions. Then we can take a bird's eye view on this and look on it as kind of the ecological network and the bottlenecks. And this zooming out, looking at it from above, allows us to get a better understanding of the problem, which is a prerequisite for finding and identifying efficient solutions. And that is where then the scenario analysis come in, where we can assess or forecast the effects of some of those solutions in terms of mitigating actions or further developments of the landscape. Here is an example where we have a cabin with a trail system associated to it, and where we can then forecast the effect of removing that. For instance, in this case, we see that we have about 15 square kilometers of habitat gained. In addition to the assessment of specific actions, we can also do a more generalized screening of the landscape through sensitivity analysis, which allows us to identify broadly on the landscape which are the most vulnerable areas for the ecological network of these reindeer, which are then the areas that can be prioritized for conservation, or if they're deteriorated, they can be prioritized for restoration. This is under active development at the moment, this part. You may ask, can this approach be generalized? Because we have now done this for reindeer where we have fantastic data, but can this also be done for species where you don't have GPS tracking data? And can this be done at a larger scale than at the scale of reindeer population? And that's what we're working with at the moment as well, that we're developing a set of maps for Norway, so at 100-meter resolution, to highlight the ecological network for a wide range of species, such as these solitary bees, where we have used citizen science data to develop the habitat model. Or we're also exploring the option to use species-agnostic approaches based on the structural properties of the habitat, such as forest age and human infrastructure, which can then provide like a connectivity or a network indicator of the biodiversity associated to old-growth forests. So what I've presented here is a framework based on the integration of habitat and network models, which then provides a toolbox to support sustainable land planning, containing the assessment of cumulative impacts, the spatial prioritization through mapping of priority areas and identify priority actions for conservation, restoration, and mitigation, but also the ability to forecast effects of certain land use changes, mitigation actions, or developments, which is supported by this computational tool to allow this large-scale computation, because it's not trivial from a computational perspective to look at the landscape through the lens of a network. So I invite those interested for the demonstration afterwards. And thank you for your attention. And we have several websites where we showcase the maps that we developed, but also for further information, both for the wild reindeer, but also for the maps that we have been making for other biodiversity components. And there we have also a dedicated website to the software. A lot of this work is still in active development, but please reach out for discussion over the coffee or during the demo.
Thank you, Bram. Are there any questions? We got one. And do you want to? Thank you. Sorry.
Thanks. Is it on? Yeah. I'm curious about how you set the permeability of the different habitat types and how sensitive the outcomes are to those settings.
So we have, for the wild reindeer, we have GPS tracking data, which allowed us to look at the movement of the animals. So there are modeling framework step selection functions, which allow us to kind of estimate what is the likelihood of a reindeer actually crossing the habitat features. Regarding the sensitivity, I don't think we have done full sensitivity analysis yet. There's one of the issues with these models is there's so many pieces to develop. And that's one of the nice things, actually, that these are model-based. So in principle, we have confidence intervals on all our estimates. And we could, once we get there, propagate that uncertainty through the workflow and actually assess the sensitivity with respect to all those models. But that's quite a job. We're working on that, but maybe in the future I will be able to report on that. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, and our last speaker today is Lilian Pintea, who will be talking about expanding decision support systems to inform conservation actions.
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you how the Jane Goodall Institute, in partnership with local communities in Tanzania, Uganda, with our colleagues in Tanzania, Uganda, and also with our partners in private sectors such as Blue Raster and Planet, have been converting satellite data into action and impact. Just a few words about our institute. When our founder, Jane Goodall, arrived in Gombe in the 1960s, the only tool she had was a pair of old binoculars and an old book. And that was enough for her to connect to chimpanzees and open new windows, not only into chimpanzees, but into ourselves, redefining what does it mean to be human. So today, the Jane Goodall Institute is a global conservation organization. We are in more than 30 countries, including in Italy. And the work continues, the longest ongoing study on non-human apes in the world, in Gombe. And we have been expanding that to cover the chimpanzee conservation needs across the range since 1986, focusing on individual chimpanzee welfare since 1992 is the largest sanctuary in Congo, inspiring the future generation of conservationists since 91. This program now it's in more than 70 countries. And since 94, developing this community-led conservation approach, which is TACARE, which the TACARE principles kind of bring this all together, defining our approach. And this year is going to be 25 years since we have been applying geospatial technologies and satellite imagery in supporting these programs in different way. Now, most of the world biodiversity is under the care of local people. And as a conservation NGO, we are focused on empowering them to not only be engaged or collaborate, but truly own and drive decisions on their land in collaboration and partnership with local governments. This is really key and very simple to see in Tanzania, for example, where before we start working with local communities in 94, only 9% of chimpanzee habitats were some sort of protection in national parks. And now, thanks to TACARE process, engaging more than 100 villages, working with 4 district governments, 2 regional governments, we have now a network of protected areas of village, district, and national levels, which are supporting more than 50% of chimpanzee habitats. Of course, this is just the beginning. We are in the middle of building the capacity to enforce and implement these plans, and we have now evidence that when properly implemented, the TACARE process could facilitate local communities to leverage spatial data, including satellite imagery, to do better spatial plans and land use plans, which then converts landscapes degraded like this, with degraded watersheds and streams and land erosions, into landscapes which you can see reforestation, you can see biodiversity coming back, you can see ecosystem functions restoring watersheds actually happening. The TACARE approach, again, it's a process which focuses on local ownership. And geography is kind of connecting and bringing it all together. It helps connect the people livelihoods with the ecosystem function and structure and with the conservation needs. Now, if you want to learn more about TACARE, you can look at the story map. There is a book which we have. I have a copy here if you want to check it out. But TACARE, again, is the fundamental principles which guide our work, how we unlock the power of satellite data. Now, if you look at the our closest cousins, chimpanzees, you can see that they're in trouble. They're in crisis. We've been part of a recent study which predicted that by 2050, probably, most likely, up to 94% of chimpanzee current range will just be lost. And the drivers are many. The threats from conversion to agriculture, to logging, bushmeat hunting, unregulated mining, all driven, of course, by challenges with insecurity, with law protection, with what I call last mile challenges in terms of capacity. So we're using conservation standards, it's an open standards for conservation of biodiversity, to work with the governments, with the local stakeholders, other NGOs, to understand what are the chimpanzee needs, what are the priority threats, in defining strategies, action, and conservation success. It's really complex. But in order to be effective, these strategies need to be threat-specific and region-specific. So obviously, spatial data are essential, such as this one. Those are chimpanzee habitat suitability models using Landsat data, estimated annually. And we're using this type of products to convert them into the habitat and threat models. Most importantly, using conservation standards, then converting them into viability and threat and health indicators, and then dashboards, which can be shared to support decisions. What is critical here is that even though the data, the satellite data, are global, informing these maps, the thresholds were set up by the stakeholders and the government decision makers themselves. In this case, done by the stakeholders of the National Chimpanzee Conservation Action Plan, facilitated by the Minister of Natural Resources and Tanzanian Wildlife Research Institute. So these thresholds then allowed you to compare, all right, we agreed that in 2018, that was the health of the chimps populations, and you can see that in 2023, we have specific problems very quickly without looking into statistics. Key challenges, when it comes to data as a conservation NGO, we are struggling with having data coming from too many sources. Every day, we use bioacoustics, we use camera traps, we have smartphones, data collection, citizen science, community engagements, we have, eDNA projects now. All this data have to be managed, organized, positioned. Meanwhile, we're dealing with the reality that while a lot of the world focuses on improving the pixel, the quality, and all these other characteristics, the decisions are done at the management polygons. So how you convert those pixels into management polygons, what works, what doesn't make a difference to go with higher resolution or not for decision making, again, it comes on our shoulders. And of course, engaging with the stakeholders on the ground. And of course, we're dealing with last mile challenges such as lack of access, infrastructure, challenges with resources and capacities. So our solution was to leverage existing integrated platforms such as ArcGIS solutions. As a conservation NGO, we have free access to this powerful infrastructure and data. It allows us to engage a lot of different tools. And that allows our team and our private partners very quickly not to develop, but just customize and deploy tools which enables decision makers to convert these pixels into polygons. So in this case, you can do it with satellite data. In this case, you can do it with forest monitoring data collected with smartphones, which is happening in Tanzania since 2009. So again, as an institution, it helps us bring all of this data into one data set and then generate multiple views and applications to support those various end users at different scale. And that allows us to still be community-centered in terms of our technology adoption, but at the same time being able to scale and cover the entire chimp range. Now, one of the requests has been alerts. We need, annual statistics is great, we really need near real-time alerts. We really would like to have quarterly updates. So we looked at the existing alert systems and again, deploying something with existing tools and leveraging, like for example, WhatsApp. Everybody has WhatsApp, including local communities, enabled us to deploy such a system. So we're looking forward to connect the system now with the latest NASA Opera alerts and bring the latest Planet Project Sentinella variables to this equation. So we are very excited to be one of the first groups of organizations which were enabled to have access to the full data set of the imagery and derived variables, planet variables. And that is very powerful because we can start bringing this higher resolution, spatial resolution, temporal resolution data sets, specific data sets, and start comparing if it makes a difference or not into this decision-making workflows which have been set up. And for example, in some cases, maybe we're still in the process of understanding how this impacting, for example, the habitat viability at those scales. But clearly that as you start understanding conservation action and strategies, you really need high resolution. So one challenge, for example, in Bugoma Forest Reserve has been that it has been degazetted and given to the sugarcane company to be deforested and converted into sugarcane plantation. Very quickly, we realized and start monitoring this, how they enforcing this plan, and realized that they're actually breaking the law. And the Maxar imagery enabled us to actually put it in a picture. So when these pictures have been reached to different government officials, something has to happen. And an unprecedented move, the NEMA ordered for this to stop and actually to restore the habitats. What a great success, except that deforestation now continues outside the area allowed for deforestation. So we have a challenge again, and this imagery are continuously informing these efforts on the ground. My last slides, recommendations. We need to focus on converting pixels of data into meaningful management information and actionable information meaningful for decision makers. High resolution, it's really important, even if it's not classified, but it tells a story. And when we talk, my last recommendation is that in conservation community for the last 30 years, we have been talking about research gaps. In reality, I think now we're all learning, and I see more people talking about that actually science is a social process, part of the society. We need to think about creating more spaces of collaboration and partnership where actually we have a chance to interact, listen, develop trust, and only then I think we'll be able to unlock this incredible power of satellite data to support conservation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great to end on a presentation from Africa. In Europe, we have lots of data. We might always want a bit more, but it's really interesting to see how modern methods are being used and translated in this way. Are there any questions? There's one towards the towards the back for our jogger. Thank you.
Hi, this was a really nice example of a conservation effort using, like relatively recent remote sensing data sets. And I was wondering, I mean, you made a recommendation for high resolution, and your presentation will have a focus on land cover change. But I was wondering if you could ask the remote sensing here in the room for the habitat characteristics that we like to see in your hands to make decisions about the habitats of the chimpanzees. What will be those kind of 3 to 5 maps that you like to have?
Right. Again, this is, even chimpanzees live across a variety of habitats, from dense, tropical moist forests in Congo Basin to savanna woodland environments in Tanzania and dry, savanna environments in Mali. So the needs of habitat needs are very different, need to be specific. I can tell you that in Western Tanzania, our challenge has been always to map miombo woodlands and deciduous forests. You will often see global products on steep slopes being classified as evergreen forests, and there is a huge difference between evergreen forest and miombo woodlands for chimpanzee because 86% of the chimpanzee habitat is miombo forest and only 2% is riverine forest, but you'll not find chimpanzee without riverine forest. So those 2% are critical for chimpanzee habitat quality. So when we do conservation standards, we have 3 viability indicators. The first one is size, the one which I just showed you. Another one is the quality, and this is where we focus just on riverine forests. And then the third is a landscape context, which is connectivity and so on. So again, it's an example where better mapping riverine forest in this case will make a big difference. And that could be done with a higher resolution. And this is where maybe a planet higher resolution model can make a difference in places like Mali or in dry savanna woodland environments, which we are underestimating the chimpanzee habitat quality.
Thank you.
I've got a question. So you can do that as chair, that's good. And it's quite a broad one, and it's you're working with an iconic animal which, there couldn't be many people on the planet who really want to lose the chimpanzee, a sort of close relative, and et cetera, et cetera. And clearly you've had some success, resonance with the public about that. I was just wondering, because quite a lot of the conference has been talking about ecosystem services and sort of monetizing or gaining socioeconomic values for landscapes, and whether that's played into what you're doing at all, or whether you're just selling what you're doing based on an iconic animal.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, Jane often talks on behalf of pangolins. She's very passionate about elephants. Her message is global, and our science tools are global too, because some of the systems and tools which I shared, we're applying them now not only in Africa, but it can be useful across globally as well. This said, again, it's all about specific decision-making processes. We have situations, for example, if according to Tanzanian law, they need to have species conservation plans. So in this case, it makes sense to support the government to develop a well-informed a chimpanzee management plan at the national scale. Now, when we developed a conservation action plan with other partners like Frankfurt Zoological Society, ATNCs, and others in Western Tanzania, we had 6 targets, sorry. We had elephants, we have riverine species, we have endemic mountain ecosystems. So again, the conservation standards enable you to prioritize, because in reality, you cannot cover everything. So you can prioritize what we actually try to achieve, what are the best indicators of that biodiversity, and of course, what should be focused to maximize our conservation output from our investments.
Thank
you. All right, well, that wraps up the session. I think we have a break now, and there should be more coffee. So let's thank all of our speakers, and thank you all for being here.
Yeah, we have been working with this for the last 5 years. Yeah, we're trying to get it slowly started to get it out. Because it does integrate some of the previous pages or sort of a bit scattered. For stickers. Everybody was mentioning them. Wondering whether I have something to write. Yeah, because if you just write down my name and choose dots in place of the spaces. It's the same. The whole name? Yeah. With no dots in it. was the other day when I arrived, I was talking to somebody from St. Andrews University, and he was talking about they're working with that. I know, but I think the names that he was knowing are sort of, and I thought even that is sort of super close to what I'm working with. I've had contacts with some of the colleagues who are working on green infrastructure. That was quite inspirational, I think, for the region.
That was a great want to double check so I can understand next. So I saw the lady from Kenya.
since last year, this level of security was unimaginable. You could enter, go around without people escorting you. This is very new. It's not the usual way of doing things. So it was more risk going. It seems that even escort that's the difference. So,
good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining this session. This is the Freshwater and Inland Wetland Ecosystem session. And we're starting immediately with our first speaker, who is Christelle. Christelle is going to talk to us about prototyping a policy-driven Earth observation service for mentoring critical wetland habitats in Natura 2000 sites. Thank you, Christelle. Over to you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So I'm presenting a collaborative initiative between the Knowledge Center on Earth Observation, so the KCO at Jersey, and the DG Environment and the European Environment Agency. So this is about prototyping a policy-driven Earth observation service for monitoring critical wetland habitats in Natura 2000 sites. Oops. Okay, so at the KCO, so we work at the interface between science, policy, and implementation of the Copernicus services. And our core mission consists of assessing and promoting the use of Earth observation in EU policy. So one of our key mechanisms is the deep dive assessments, where we analyze how well existing Earth observation products align with specific policy needs and obligations. So we have conducted 3 deep dive assessments so far with 7 policy DGs. So 1 deep dive on biodiversity, 1 on climate adaptation in urban areas, and 1 on compliance assurance that is still ongoing. And another mechanism is the survey we are just finalizing on collecting policy needs and use of Earth observation, so through 15 relevant policy DGs. This pilot study on wetland monitoring followed a deep dive assessment on biodiversity, which highlighted some gaps in wetland mapping and monitoring capabilities. And in response, so we decided to support DG Environment colleagues in charge of the implementation of the Habitat Directive to go further in the identification of Earth observation proxies and in the prototyping of a dedicated monitoring system. So this study specifically addresses the needs of the Habitat Directive, which mandates protection of 232 habitat types across Europe. And regarding humid habitats, so 10 measure groups have been identified by DGM colleagues, which are presented here. So under the directive, there are 3 key monitoring and reporting obligations. First, the member states must identify habitats to protect and protect sufficient habitat areas within Natura 2000 sites. They must prevent habitat degradation within these sites. And every 6 years, they must report on conservation status, so across the entire territory, so not only the Natura sites. And this monitoring and reporting currently relies heavily on field surveys. And so Earth observation is highly needed to alleviate the burden. So far, Earth observation use is limited to enforcement at specific sites. However, DG ENV is promoting now broader use of Earth observation, particularly through this new initiative, this Grassland Watch project for monitoring grasslands in Natura 2000 sites, which is under development. And of course, through also this new initiative on wetlands monitoring. So there are important synergies with other legislations that have similar requirements, such as the Nature Restoration Law, which is essential for wetland restoration. So based on the Habitat Directive's needs, we have identified the following monitoring requirements for Earth observation outputs and analysis. So first, a full territorial coverage is needed with priority focus on natural sites, using high-resolution imagery for capturing local changes, but this should be supplemented by medium-resolution data for broader regional analysis. The monitoring should ideally go back to 1992, and from there, we should analyze trends and conduct annual monitoring to track early signs of degradation and also assess unusual environmental conditions. The key elements to monitor include the protected site boundaries, habitat extent and conditions, any signs of degradations and causes, and it has also to account for the natural wetland variability. The system should combine Earth observation with in situ data and models, and we should also incorporate local context and expert knowledge, such as national infraction registries or information on restoration projects. And finally, we will need user-friendly web application enabling the local experts to extract policy-relevant information. So based on these requirements, we are now exploring Earth observation solutions to be prototyped in selected study areas. So we consider 3 major steps before implementation. First, we will characterize the ecological functioning of wetland habitats and identify key pressures and threats leading to degradation. And this ecological analysis, we think it's really crucial to ensure, our monitoring focus on the most relevant indicators and accounts for this variability, wetland variability. So the second step involves identifying and analyzing relevant Earth observation proxies at reference sites and for selected habitats. So priority will be given to the wetland types that are both highly degraded and with high biodiversity value. So finally, we will work on designing dedicated spatial and temporal analysis tools for policymakers. And regarding the ecological characterization, so we have the support of the JRC Science Service for Biodiversity, so through the BioAgora Consortium, who will conduct this analysis, and this should be finalized by the end of the year. And we also would like to organize a workshop to gather ecologists and Earth observation experts on this topic in parallel. And we also rely on the official reporting from the member states and on another study ongoing at DGM on monitoring and assessing the condition of various habitat types. So for the second step, so some general Earth observation proxy parameters have already been identified, but those need to be refined and detailed with the ecological analysis. For each parameter, we are also conducting a fitness for purpose analysis to determine if the existing products meet the initial requirements. And the next step will be the prototyping phase. So I go to the conclusion because it's time. So some key challenges have already been identified. So the data gap analysis conducted so far demonstrate the need to improve spatial resolution for various parameters on land cover, soil moisture, and water quality, to enhance consistency for temporal analysis, and also to develop wetland-specific methods for analyzing changes. Another challenge is that, we lack detailed habitat outlines, which are essential for aggregating the information for monitoring. We also need for addressing data accuracy and uncertainty issues due to insufficient in situ reference data. And as mentioned, we should better establish connection between ecological habitat characteristics and Earth observation signals. And we need for integrating different data sources, this is particularly important for wetlands, considering the variability of habitat types and related threats and pressure. And finally, we have to ensure this user-friendly access to the outputs by policymakers, enabling analysis at local and regional scale, which is often missing. Thank you. thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Christelle. We have time for a very, very short question from the ground. Here it is.
I forgot to mention that most of my colleagues, so from KCO, DGM, and EA, are also attending the workshop, so we will be happy also to discuss further this initiative and possible collaboration, during the coffee break or during dedicated sessions this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Just a very quick question on the work. All the member states of the European Union are contracting parties to the Convention on Wetlands. And so, of course, this work obviously immediately enables parties to deliver on their obligations under that convention. But have you actually looked at the extent to which those habitats you're considering align with the ones under the convention? And could there be scope for expanding it so that beyond the restoration law, for example, and other union instruments, it also speaks to the global obligations under the global convention?
Yeah, this is also another challenge, is that we have to link also this classification of the Habitat Directive with other classification and other conventions using different classification systems, such as Ramsar, UNIS. So far we will focus mainly on the monitoring part and really finding the appropriate indicators, but in parallel we have also to understand how we will link at the end the different classifications. But our needs are really the Habitat Directive, and we really start from that, and then we make the link, of course, with other conventions and needs.
Many thanks again, Christelle.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jennifer Hurd, and she is going to share with us the harnessing of open access Earth observation data and artificial intelligence for large-scale wetland habitat mapping. Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for coming today. So I lead the Earth Observation Insights team at the Alberta Biodiversity Monitoring Institute. So the Alberta Biodiversity Monitoring Institute, or ABMI as we call it for short, we were established in 2007, and we're a nonprofit, arm's-length, non-regulatory organization. And just to give you some context for our location, there's a map there of Canada North America, and Alberta, Canada is highlighted there. And in terms of the size of Alberta, it's similar in size to France or Texas. So we have quite a bit of ground to cover when we're looking at biodiversity across Alberta. So at the ABMI, our vision is advancing biodiversity monitoring to inform responsible resource management and land stewardship for now and for future generations. And our mission is tracking changes in wildlife and habitats across Alberta, working very collaboratively in the province to provide ongoing, relevant, scientifically credible information. So our strategic plan, a couple of our priorities in that strategic plan are high-quality scientific data that's supporting that environmental monitoring and management, as well as advancing the science of biodiversity and monitoring and implementing operational programming based on new knowledge that's improving the relevance and driving our efficiencies. So developing new updated, scalable, and repeatable wetland mapping approaches and products is one of the ways in which we're meeting these priorities. And wetlands, as I'm sure many of you know, are very important biodiversity hotspots and play really key roles in mammal, bird, amphibian, and other organism life cycles. And in Alberta, over 20% of our landscape is covered by wetlands, and these are being regularly impacted by both human-induced and natural stressors, just as they are everywhere else. So in 2021, we released an Alberta-wide wetland inventory map. This is the first time that someone's released a full province-wide map, so it was really exciting to be able to do that. It uses the Canadian and Alberta wetland classification systems, which align at the class level here. These are our major classes: bog, fen, marsh, swamp, open water, and then non-wetland. And that's been done at a 10-meter resolution, largely with Sentinel data. And we did this in 3 stages or project areas because each of these areas, Alberta is quite diverse in its topography and its latitude and its elevations. So we tackled this in 3 different areas. So the first was the boreal region, where we have large peatland complexes of bogs and fens. And then the prairie pothole region in the south, this is where there's a lot of agriculture, and we have those small depressional wetlands that can be very seasonal. It's a very different environment. And then the Rocky Mountain region, where we've largely seen wetlands in the bottoms of valleys. So we did use slightly different methods with each of these regions, but altogether they each used Earth observation data, terrain data, brought together in Google Earth Engine, as well as machine learning applications, things like random forest gradient boosting, neural networks, those sorts of things. And our overall accuracies ranged from just under 85% to about 90%. So this was a really promising product that we've put together. Now we've also been doing some recent work collaborating with Ducks Unlimited Canada, and we've brought in some better training data through them, some more input variables and more refined approaches to map wetlands at a greater thematic detail, so down to types of bogs and fens, et cetera. And this was done in a pilot area in northeastern Alberta. This is around where the Alberta oil sands are located. So it's an area of high environmental pressure and development going on. So this is where the pilot was, and as I said, we collaborated with Ducks Unlimited. The work was funded by the Alberta Oil Sands Monitoring Program. And we were really excited to be able to map down to these different thematic detail levels that we haven't done before. This is preliminary work, and we weren't able to bring in LiDAR. We didn't have full coverage yet, so we're waiting on that, and we're hoping that as we bring that in, our accuracies will continue to increase. Now, just briefly here, a little bit of work that we're doing that's outside of the scope of wetland inventories, but wetland mapping, but is very related. One project that we've started lately we've called it Hydro Patterns, but it's capturing the open surface water dynamics over space and time. So these are also critical biodiversity hotspots. They change as climate changes, and they support accurate wetland mapping, especially in those prairie pothole regions with the seasonal mapping. Some of you may know this is already done globally with Landsat data. In Alberta, we're bringing in Sentinel-based products to be able to map this at a smaller, a finer spatial resolution, a finer detail, and really capture more of those small prairie pothole wetlands. We are doing it, though, also in the boreal region as well as the prairies in some pilot areas, so that eventually we can have province-wide hydro patterns data sets. And this work was supported by the Alberta Environment and Protected Areas. And then another last piece I want to mention is using those wetland inventories, we've been able to do some preliminary mapping of groundwater-dependent ecosystems. So ecosystems that depend on groundwater, either partially or fully for their functioning. And these are really impacted by water quantity and quality in the area and changes in those. So they're an important indicator for assessing the impacts of energy and other human development, as well as natural environmental changes on the landscape. So we've been doing this in collaboration with an organization called Initech Alberta. It's again funded by the Alberta Oil Sands Monitoring Program, and this is just a view of our initial map probabilities of groundwater-dependent ecosystems in the oil sands area, and this work has been promising. So in terms of future work in this sphere, we want to continue supporting the Global Biodiversity Framework and Canada's nature strategy. Alberta is also putting together a nature strategy, and so we plan to be supporting that as well. So we're going to be continuing to improve and update wetland inventories. We'd like to be able to make a province-wide map of detailed types of wetlands. We want to be able to create a province-wide hydro patterns data set that's regularly updated so that we can look at changes and trends over time. and expand that groundwater-dependent ecosystem mapping over a larger area. Those areas can't be monitored if we don't know where they are. So recommendations that I had for conference organizers was a lot of continuing what's being done, building those open access data archives. We, as a nonprofit, rely on those to be able to cover an area that's such as Alberta. And we're hoping that we can further support work in international connections and collaborations, and we'd really like to see more opportunities for international collaborations and funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And we have time for one question, if there is, from the ground. There is one in the back. Can you please come in front? Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting work, and my question is about the groundwater data. So how feasible is that for upscaling? Is that something easy to include? Because that's exactly what is important to add to how we map wetlands, the part that we see. But the underground water is still, I think, a challenge, and the upscaling is a bit my question. How feasible is that?
Yeah, that's going to be a challenge. We picked this particular area because the oil sands monitoring program has ground data, has water quality data, isotope data, other types of information that we could use to go into modeling and to validate our models. And that's a challenge that we're going to have to figure out when we expand the work, finding sources of data or creating data if we can get the funding to go out and collect that data. So that's a challenge that we have yet to figure out, but we'll have to.
Thanks again, Jennifer.
Thank you.
We are going directly to the third presentation, which will be from Heidi herself. And the title is an overview of the use of ESA Sentinel-1 radar and 2 optical images for mapping and monitoring wetland biodiversity in South Africa.
Thanks very much, everyone, for this opportunity to present to you what we've been working on for probably more than a decade in South Africa. And I just want to acknowledge my co-presenters, who's not here, Dr. Leven Naidu and Dr. Christel Hansen. So South Africa has been doing for almost 2 decades national biodiversity assessments, the first one published in 2004. And wetlands have been included in the last 2 that's been published, 2011 and 2018, whereas 2025 is underway. On the right-hand side, you can see that we use different realms. So it includes the major realms such as terrestrial, rivers, wetlands, marine, estuarine, coastal, and which is like a cross-realm one, as well as the sub-Antarctic. We assess it for ecosystems as well as species with 2 headline indicators related to the threat status and the protection levels. And I've included some websites and slides for you to go and have a look at that. For freshwater ecosystems specifically, we have a lot of inland water monitoring for the river systems, and therefore these are relatively well typed in terms of their ecosystem types and monitored in terms of their ecological condition and protection levels, whereas for inland wetlands, we don't even know if we've represented everything. We use a hydrogeomorphic unit approach, and this was the update for the 2018 Atlas, but it's continuously being improved and expanded. An initial assessment done approximately 5 years ago showed that with MODIS data, that predominantly most of these systems, 55% of the extent, are palestrine or vegetated in nature, whereas because the country is covered, around about 72% of the extent of the country is arid to semi-arid, we still don't understand our arid systems very well and how to monitor these. Whereas our lacustrine open water systems are 11% in extent and therefore really only monitored by the global wetland atlases or data sets that's been produced and reported to SDG 6. So when we look at the targets 1, 2, 3 that I also mentioned yesterday, this is where we want to see how can remote sensing and the use of our spaceborne data can contribute to understanding what is changing, how fast it is changing, and where do we need to prioritize intervention. Secondly, evaluate that extent of degraded ecosystems, and then assess whether 30% of each type is then under conservation. So this is a summary presentation of quite a lot of work that's been done, where the first one focuses on what we have been working on using remote sensing for lacustrine systems. Second one, how are we tracking and mapping changes in vegetated or palestrine systems? A little bit of the importance also for river ecosystems of Africa. And then lastly, what we are pursuing in terms of EBV, with a focus primarily on above ground biomass, and also taking in the essential climate variable of soil moisture, which I think is really crucial for our palestrine systems. So here, just an assessment of data that's been derived from Sentinel-1 and 2 data at a monthly interval, showing the open water bodies of South Africa. It shows that you can now classify them into the 3 hydroperiod biodiversity types: ephemeral, seasonal, and permanent, and how that actually changes the contribution over time. But closer looks showed that actually there's quite a lot of influence of vegetation moisture for this product that's generated by a private company, Mzansi Amanzi, and sold to government. So future improvements of, say, for instance, using the SWI index of Sentinel-1 only needs to be compared in seeing which one excludes that vegetation, soil moisture, and only reports on the lacustrine systems. Then a very quick study that we started with was looking in the Gauteng province. It's the smallest province with a capital included in the country. How does the hydrological regime looks like derived from this Mzansi Amanzi data? And you can see it's quite a regular pattern, but you can start looking at deviations from very wet and dry years. So rainfall in South Africa is extremely variable. It has for many years been, since the 1900 records. And therefore, it was quite interesting to see the almost stability of the Gauteng province, with the start of season in March, end of season in October, and June, the peak of the season, with a duration approximately 7 months for permanent systems, whereas the seasonal were very regular and the same. But we do expect changes of this across the country, and so we're pursuing tertiary catchment level assessments as opposed to provincial ones. This was really good work that was done by Ms. Nkosi Ngizwele Ndlovu. I struggle with the Zulu. She did the assessment using both Landsat and Sentinel changes for the Maputo coastal plain. This is the southern part of the Mozambican coastal plain on the eastern coast of Africa. And she did it for different sizes of wetlands. We found no regular pattern because this is predominantly a groundwater-driven system. So this will be very challenging to actually map and monitor with climate change, because you can't use the metrics of time series analysis to track changes in these systems. Another study, so we're heading now towards the vegetation studies that we've done. We did a comparison between the Sentinel-2 optical data with the worldview data in mapping different wetland vegetation communities in the grassland biome of South Africa. So you can group all of this together as marshland, which is one of the 2 categories of the global ecosystem types that will be used for global biodiversity reporting in 2030. And you can see we will be missing all the biodiversity that we have in the grassland if you just group it by marshland. For one area, we managed to map 11 types, and another one 13 types, and we did not manage even to pick up very narrow vegetation. So how would we track the changes of any pressures such as climate change if we can't track these properly? One of the big improvements were definitely that the worldview improves on the user accuracy of these. At a 2-meter spatial resolution, it picks up slightly better the delineation of the sites. But at the same time, it's not free for us as Africans. So we would have to consider how well can we actually pick up this representation with the Sentinel data. Another wonderful study that was done by Mr. Pilani Ableni on the southern part again of the coastal plain, groundwater-driven systems, looking at how we can actually distinguish with the combination of Sentinel-1 and 2 and Landsat changes in these ecosystem types. So you can see it's already a refinement of level 3 of the EFGs, where we are bringing in permanent and seasonal marshes. We add large macrophytes, which are the systems between 1.5 to 5 meters high, Phragmites, Typha, Cypress papyrus. There's quite a number more. 1 minute left. Okay, I'll go faster. Our estuaries, this is the strangest paper where I had to publish and say that both Landsat and Sentinel-1 and 2 is not good enough for our estuaries. They're over-predicting because it's very narrow. And so the PlanetScope data is a massive improvement for the estuaries as part of the NASA BioScape project. Fantastic that we had land cover data for the whole of Africa, sadly only for one date in assessing the transformation of river ecosystem types. I know it looks very red on the left, but on the right-hand side, but on the left you can see that very few of the systems are actually transformed. And then here's also an example of how we quantified above-ground biomass by Sisipu and Gebe for differences in the summer and the winter. We found significant differences also in soil moisture across terrestrial and wetland systems in the grassland biome, and we're very excited to say for the next 3 years, we've got funding to start comparing airborne drone and Sentinel sensors for soil moisture. These are the probes that we had in for 2 years, some of the first time series analysis from that, and they survived the fire through a little bit of concrete that we've added around these probes. My key recommendations are, firstly, it's very challenging. I hear from the audience as well in the first part of this conference, in situ data monitoring and in situ validation is critical for us and very challenging, especially in wetlands where you have hippos, crocodiles, and buffalo, etc. Citizen science, please, can we have an app where if anybody enters into a wetland that they can please map it, not just INAT, not just GBF, please, and we need to start mapping the microplastic that way, and a hybrid attendance and presentation of African freshwater members, please. Okay.
Thank you, Heidi, especially for the last advice. Oh, please, maybe you will have questions. Is there some question from the audience? Okay, then I have one, so we make it among chairs. And what is, in your opinion, because you presented a wide range of application of remote sensing data on wetlands, what is, if you have to pick one, the most challenging issue to be solved for enhancing the products, one of the products that you showed?
Yeah, I think my pick will definitely be the soil moisture, especially in vegetated systems. Soil moisture in the arid systems may be very useful for hydrological patterns, but in the moment you get to the vegetation, you have to do your BRDF to remove the influence of the vegetation reflecting moisture so that you can quantify, and then secondly, the depth. So we've only assessed at 5 centimeters. I see in Saudi Arabia they talk about 24 centimeters, but the definition of wetlands are 50 centimeters. And so our probes are measuring at 10 centimeter intervals, but we still have to analyze that through a PhD student that will see how deep will we able to predict the soil moisture and monitor it. Yeah.
Thank you again.
Our next speaker is Eleanor, and she's going to talk to us about echo patterns towards the standardized methodology to assess peatland condition remotely. Thank you, Eleanor.
Great, thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Eleanor, and I work for a startup called Gentian. And today I'm excited to be presenting our project, Eco Patterns, which aims to produce a standardized methodology to assess peatland condition remotely. So, first of all, Gentian, who are we? So we are a UK-based startup of about 20 people now, and we're partially funded by ESA. And we use high-resolution satellite and aerial imagery combined with deep learning models to produce what we call precision monitoring for biodiversity. So obviously, you can't improve what you can't measure. And we work with established habitat classifications like UKHAB and UNIS to do some kind of general habitat mapping and biodiversity mapping. But within this field, we have 3 target or specialized habitats where biodiversity has maybe traditionally suffered, but where there's quite a global interest in restoration or improving biodiversity in these areas. So today I'm going to be focusing on peatlands. Here at Gentian, we first dipped our toe into peatlands last year. So we were approached by an energy company in Scotland who had some peatland restoration obligations. And they asked us if we could map Sitka spruce across their sites. So Sitka spruce is a plantation species. It's originally from North America, and unsurprisingly, it's escaped from the plantations in Scotland and seeded itself across the peatland areas, where it's become invasive because it sucks up too much water and dries out the peatland around it. And this energy company were finding that national tree maps weren't picking up the Sitka spruce very well, probably because it's a conifer and it doesn't quite look like your traditional tree. So we developed our own model to map Sitka spruce so they could use this for prioritizing management interventions. And as there are still commercially active plantations around these sites, this is probably going to be an ongoing data need of theirs. And we were also able to compare different methods of Sitka spruce removal, so ground smoothing and wave damming. And as you can see, we found that wave damming was much more effective at removing Sitka spruce. And this is basically flooding an area. So this probably kills the seeds. So even after 8 years after treatment, there's still very little Sitka spruce regeneration, whereas ground smoothing just involves removing the tree trunks. So probably after 8 years, the seeds in the ground have just sprouted again. So we were able to advise on their management strategies as well. So then, building on this momentum, we realized there was quite a lot of interest in remote sensing of peatlands. So we submitted a grant to Innovate UK, along with the University of East London, to look at developing a standardized method for remote mapping of peatland condition. And actually, it's not just peatlands. We have 2 habitat types in this grant. We have peatlands and open mosaic habitat, which if you don't know what open mosaic habitat is, this is kind of post-industrial sites, so deserted brownfield sites where vegetation has regenerated. And at a first glance, you might ask, what do these 2 habitats have in common? But apart from both being very biodiverse in the UK and further afield, what links both of these habitats is that they are both areas whereby the structure and the features present in these areas are equally, if not more important, at determining their condition and characterizing them as the species and the species assemblages that are present. And as ecologists, we have a long history of describing species and community assemblages, but we have a much poorer defined vocabulary for describing features and habitat structure. Even though in these areas, the structure and the features determine the ecosystem functioning or lack of functioning, and therefore condition, maybe more than the species that are present, or equally as much as the species that are present. And fortunately for us, these patterns, as we call them, or textures, are very easily viewed from above. So they lend themselves really well to remote sensing techniques. So here you can see the far left, a kind of very good peatland with this sort of semi-zone between the terrestrial and the aquatic system with pools and hollows. Then you can see in the middle maybe a drier, drained peatland with these dried out tussocks. And then on the far right here, you can even see some peat cuttings, so some very anthropogenic intrusion here. And so you can see how these give rise to very different patterns or textures across a landscape. And the idea of remote sensing is that you could basically map peatland condition across the whole landscape and then underpin market initiatives such as the peatland code by mapping and monitoring the condition. So we've been working with a peatland specialist at the University of East London, Richard Lindsay, who has developed an on-the-ground method to assess peatland condition using structural methods, which we are attempting to automate. So his method is, first of all, he spectrally adjusts the area to try and bring out contrast in different parts of the peatland. So then he can draw some of these macrotope boundaries. So the idea is that each of these areas are probably characterized by a very similar condition, so it's very similar microstructures or microtopes. And then within each macrotope, he just randomly assigns 5 points. He sends an ecologist there, and they fill out one of these peatland condition metrics. So from left to right, you can see your traditional sort of species assemblages, indicator species like moss, which suggests maybe good condition peatland. But crucially, from top to bottom, you also have this sort of pattern or texture gradient as well, from erosional features to those pools and hollows that we looked at earlier. So obviously, you want your peatland to be here, and you don't want your peatland to be here. And in the end, you can provide something like this. So it's a very easy to understand peatland condition map, which you can give to managers or end users to build their management plan off of. So with all remote sensing studies, you need good ground truth data. So we have sites across Wales, Scotland, and the Pennines, which we can use to build our models. And we're also very fortunate to work with a lot of project partners here who have very kindly agreed to help us with our validation of our models and refining of our peatland condition assessment. And lastly, just to conclude, so we're currently training and validating our models. We're going to start validation with project partners during this summer. And recommendations in the future are to consider both vegetation and microtopes in peatland condition assessment, prioritize these spatial patterns in mapping peatland condition, and also we want to develop this for areas outside the UK and connect this assessment to both biodiversity assessments and storage of carbon in order to underpin emerging markets. That is the end. Any questions?
Thank you, Eleanor, for keeping on time. We have questions. We have time for maybe also a couple of questions, but let's start with one. Heidi, here on the left.
Oh, on the left, sorry.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. I was wondering, in the first slide that you show, you were able to detect an invasive species. And I was quite astonished that you could do that at the species level. So I wanted to ask you, how confident are you in saying that this is actually this invasive species, and what did you do to check that?
Yeah, well, we're quite fortunate with Sitka spruce because it's really the only tree around. So if you find a tree, it's probably Sitka spruce. And so that was the brief we were given, is that basically the vast majority of the trees in this area is Sitka spruce, so can you just find where they are and their density in an area. So that was helpful for that task. And we have worked with the energy company, and they have some sites where they've sent ecologists out where they know the density, and they compared it to our maps, and it was quite similar. So they were quite happy with that. Yeah.
Well, a very short question. We have time.
Thanks very much for the interesting work. One challenge in particular in upland peatlands in the UK is also overgrazing, leading to change to acid grassland, etc. Can you detect that? Have you tried that?
With the with the grazing, we haven't, but actually the site that I showed is quite degraded because it used to be grazed. And what's interesting here is that actually you have a split, because if you were to just look at the vegetation assemblages, they're actually quite good, in inverted commas, because of the fertilization from the sheep. But if you look at the structures, they're very degraded because of the hooves of the sheep, degraded and eroded the peatland. So here you actually kind of have a divergence between what the vegetation's saying and what the structure's saying. And that's the kind of dichotomy that we're hoping to pick up with this kind of methodology.
Many thanks again, Eleanor.
Our next speaker is Petra Philipson. She's going to share with us on Biomondo towards Earth observation supporting monitoring of freshwater biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So today I'm presenting a Biomondo project on behalf of all the project team. And Biomondo recently ended, so this will be an overview of the work and results that we did within the project. Biomondo is one of the so-called ESA biodiversity precursors, so you might have heard of them earlier this week. There is one, let me see what. There was one for terrestrial, one for the coastal, and one for the open ocean, and this presentation is about the freshwater precursor called Biomondo. So the scope of the precursors was to identify knowledge gaps and challenges in biodiversity monitoring for each of the realms, and to develop solutions or pilots, that we call them, that integrate Earth observation products, biodiversity modeling, and in situ data. So these three components. And what you see in the background here is the data that we have been using for the developments. This is what we call our freshwater laboratory. It's a data cube with data that we collected and developed and used for the project. So on the left side here, we have the Earth observation data, standard products and own processing. We have modeled data, so using the Earth observation and then also putting it back into the data cube. And we have in situ data. And most important, we also developed data interfaces so that the researchers and policy experts that were involved in the project could access the data, view the data, and work with the data if they wanted to. So what did we do? In Biomondo, we started from the drivers of change, and we developed 3 pilots assessing eutrophication, climate change, and habitat change. So these 3 pilots, and I will give you just a bit more information of each of these pilots. So if we start with the eutrophication, what you see here on the top is the Earth observation data that we used. In the middle is the model data and the in situ data that we're using. So in this case, we used ESA Lake CCI data, gap-filled, for lake surface water temperature. We used this data, we replaced in situ data in the model and used Earth observation data instead to drive the DELF 3D model by Deltares. And we could then derive chlorophyll, primary production, and biomass of several different species. We also compared it to Earth observation-based chlorophyll and turbidity, for example, and did validations. So this is just one example what it could look like. This is for Lake Marken. So on the top here you see chlorophyll A, and the red and orange is the EO-forced chlorophyll result, so we're using that in the model. And on the bottom you see in situ forced chlorophyll A, so we're using that temperature instead. And the in situ one came from one station, one weather station, while of course the Earth observation data then could be added for each pixel. And in the bottom, we see a time series. So this is 1 year for one cyanobacteria, Aphanizomenon. Again, the yellow and red is the EO forest, and blue and green is the in situ forest. So we can see that there are different levels and spatial patterns and temporal trends occurring, which could be further analyzed and validated. So for the second one, it's about heat waves. So how much stress can fish cope with? So in this case, again, we used the ESA Lake CCI data also chlorophyll and cyanobacteria abundance from Earth observation. We developed a heat tolerance model. So for each species existing in a lake, there is a heat, so much heat that this species can cope with. And if you compare that to the actual temperature, you can derive something called warming tolerance. And when the warming tolerance approaches 0, it becomes mortal for this species of fish. So we did it for several lakes where we have the list of fish species, and for some lakes we also had measured fish abundance to compare to. And this is also using ESA Lake CCI, so we could see that looking at the full time period, there were 2 cold water species. This is from one lake in Sweden that was closer to 0 during this period. But with the Earth observation data, we can also look at all the years and all the months. And we can see that there are some months where we are really close to 0. So 0 is mortal, but getting closer there could also affect the ecosystem. And for example, 2018 was a really hot summer, and it also affected this lake a lot with fish kills. So we could see that the abundance of young fish went down after this summer. And the last one is then on the connectivity or fragmentation of rivers, looking at the Mekong Delta in this case. So we have 2 parallel lines of information. First, using EU-based land cover and looking at the connectivity index. So what happens when dam constructions are added or being removed? How does it change the habitat? And also producing water quality information. So total suspended solids and color information to see how it affects the waters in this region. And we see here one example from the Sentinel-2 color. So on the top is before the dam construction, and in the bottom you see after, so you see the dam here. And this is a scheme showing you for all the Sentinel-2 years and months how the water is shifting from very turbid, brown, to much clearer after the dam construction was implemented. So the habitats, of course, the surrounding habitats are significantly affected, and also the sediment transport going to the downstream, very biodiverse delta is seriously affected. So as a part of Biomondo, there was also a task to develop a 5-year research and development roadmap. And we identified 23 knowledge gaps that Earth observation could support for freshwaters. So they are listed in this roadmap. They were all sorted under these 4 lines of research. So the first one being modeling and mapping biodiversity variables, direct, and then also the environmental variables, and to classify different habitat types and ecosystem condition and states is the third one. And the fourth one, impact assessments, attribution, and forecasting. And in the end, of course, this is what we are aiming for when we completely understand the system and what is affecting it. But in our roadmap, we try then also to look at all these knowledge gaps and say what is reasonable to do this year, next year, and number 4 is probably not in close reach. We probably have to focus on 1 and 2 first, and then going for the other 4, because this really needs the information from the other 3, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. Questions?
Hi there, thank you for that great talk. I'm Andy Shaw from Assimila in the UK, and I chair the AquaWatch UK-Australia project. We've seen AquaWatch presented already this week. So I'm looking forward to reading the results of your work here and the roadmap, because I think those guys are going to be very interested in what you've done. And we're trying to make the case for better, more integrated water quality monitoring and prediction systems in the UK. My particular question was about cyanobacteria, because my understanding is that we don't have the remote sensing data to monitor that yet. So AquaWatch is looking specifically at the bands for cyanobacteria. How did you come up with your estimate of cyanobacteria in your system?
Do you mean the specific one with the cyanobacteria, the Aphrodisomenon? So that came from the model.
It's modeled, okay.
Yeah, so we used the forcing of the model to improve the results to become more realistic than if...
And that's in the Delta 3D model, is it?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, perfect, thank you. Yes. I'll look at that.
Well, thanks again, Petra.
Our next speaker is Clara Backens and she's going to present to us on seasons of lakes deriving phytoplankton phenology using Earth observation data. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Imagine we could derive information about biodiversity change by having a method that utilizes information across a whole water body. Well, it's not that easy, but we are taking tiny steps in that direction. So I'm going to present you a method that derives freshwater phenology with remote sensing data as one of the many goals of the EU Horizon project Obsession. At first for one specific pilot site, but with the aim to scale up and apply this to many more lakes. So what I will present you here is what I did in my master's thesis, which is almost finished. So this is just the beginning. So when the lakes are going through seasons becomes visual when looking at phytoplankton dynamics. Yes, the lakes are going through seasons becomes visual and going phytoplankton dynamics. Phytoplankton is highly responsive to external influences like weather conditions and nutrient availability, and it is therefore prone to changes and shifts in its seasonal patterns. And as phytoplankton are the primary producers of the aquatic food web, changes in their seasonal patterns can have a high influence on the entire ecosystem. So it is therefore a tangible variable that we can use as a puzzle piece to gain more information about the state of biodiversity in these ecosystems. Okay, so freshwater phenology can be described by, to a degree, by the dynamics of phytoplankton biomass. And we can get this information from remote sensing data because a proxy for that is chlorophyll A concentration to some degree. And we can derive this information with a set of established remote sensing methods. So in the next few minutes, I want to briefly show you how we are utilizing Sentinel-3 algae data and time series analysis to derive information like the start of a bloom or the length or intensity, and show you how results would look like when applying this method to the global CCLX data set. So just briefly, the method. So we are utilizing chlorophyll A concentration, and after excluding outlier factors, we're aggregating over a whole water body to extract time series like you can see here for the year 2021 for our pilot site. To exclude even more outliers and to prepare it for bloom detection, we are utilizing smoothing algorithms and then to the bloom detection. So it's important to say that there's no broad scientific agreement about the start and end points of blooms, and that we're not the first ones who are doing this. So after detecting valid peaks in the time series, we are using a threshold method that is used in phenology detection in the terrestrial realm, as well as in the marine and freshwater spaces. And we are calculating a yearly median from the chlorophyll A curve plus 5%. But we are also adding a rising threshold at the edges of each yearly time series to compensate for missing data, especially in the colder months for our pilot site. Next, we're going to implement quality measures on a spatial as well as on a temporal scale. This is important because our results can only be as good as the data foundation itself. But now to the results. So this is our pilot site, Lake Mälaren in central Sweden. It's the third largest lake of the country, and due to its complex structure, it can be divided into more than 30 different water bodies with different biological conditions. And trophic status ranges from mesotrophic to eutrophic, with regular appearances of cyanobacteria in some of them. So when applying the method to the highlighted water body in the west of the map of the lake that you can see here, the results would look like this. So we see the years from 2016 to 2024. We can recognize again the smoothed curves that we saw 2 slides ago, and we see the detected blooms with their starting endpoints visualized by these vertical lines. But we can also see these gray shaded areas. These are visualizing temporal data gaps that are larger than 10 days. We see them mainly in the colder months, which is logical, but also in, for some years in the summer, for example. So this is information that we have to keep in mind when doing the interpretation of the results. In general, you can see different seasonal patterns. We see years with 2 blooms, one in spring, one in autumn, but also years with a plateau-like structure, no concise peaks. So we can take this information and now do spatial comparisons. So here we are visualizing the start of the first bloom for the year 2024. And comparing between the different water bodies. And we can see start dates in March, but also some in August. For example, the water body right in the center, this is the deepest and the clearest water body of them all. Here only 1 bloom in August was detected, therefore the late start. As I said in the beginning, the aim is to scale up and apply this method to other lakes. So we did a trial with a lake CCI dataset, and this is a global dataset that holds more than 2,000 lakes worldwide, and the climate essential variables, as well as information about chlorophyll, and therefore we could apply this method to this dataset. So on the map, we see the 2,000 lakes grouped by their surface area. And then we took the largest bloom of the year, by that we mean the longest, and see how, when we look on top, we see how it changes over the years. With this information, we can also calculate trends. We can see at the bottom, you see here, and it becomes visual that we have positive trends for all these groups, but the highest trend for the group with the smallest surface area of up to 0.4 days per year. So this was the broad method and how we could apply it to other lakes and maybe what information we could get. The future work will be derive freshwater phenology on a European scale within the Obsession project. And as further recommendations is the continued development of the method to refine the detection of different features and adjust to different locations and water types, of course. And then the support to estimate freshwater phenology on a regional but also on a global scale. And at last, of course, develop more EBV workflows in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. Is there some question? Roberto. It looks like you. No, I have one. Sorry. My question, let's say, is more on the data gaps. You highlighted the fact that in certain years and in certain periods, you don't have useful data from Sentinel-3 OLC. Did you thought about some strategy or some way to cope with this issue? Other sensors or data gaps filling with the synthetic data?
I think that is more a question of the future. So right now we are mainly focusing on developing these quality measures to really understand our gaps on a temporal and spatial scale. But yeah, I guess so the next step with my colleagues together would be to discuss what sensors to take as well. Yeah, but that's something I cannot have a concise answer for.
It's an open issue. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Matilda Joffre, who's going to speak to us about assessing the assessment of eutrophication dynamics of lakes at a large scale by coupling Sentinel-2 remote sensing machine learning and field observations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, hello. So today I will talk to you about small lakes. So this was part of a study during a space climate observatory project where we tried to really understand eutrophication dynamics in lakes from 1 hectare using Sentinel-2. So our study area is the Adour-Garonne Basin. It's in the south of France. And this basin is mainly agricultural, so we have many lakes used for water storage, so especially agricultural irrigation as well as low flow maintenance. And unfortunately, this basin is also one of the French basins which will be the most impacted by climate change. So we really expect to see some increases in drought frequency duration, as well as decreases in low flow discharges. So this will, of course, impact water uses, water quality, and biodiversity. And one of the phenomena that we expect to see increasing is eutrophication. So just for everyone, eutrophication is this increase in algal biomass linked mainly to nutrient concentrations such as nitrate and phosphorus in freshwater environment. And we expect to see this increasing because of the high temperature, but also because of the high water residence time. Thus, we wanted to monitor these lakes because I didn't say, but in Adour-Garonne, most of the lakes are small, so from 1 hectare, and they are unmonitored, so we don't know what is happening for these lakes. So we really wanted to create a framework to monitor these lakes and to monitor eutrophication, state, evolution, but also driving factors. So I will try to present to you the methods. This is still ongoing work for now. So to start with water quality monitoring, for these small lakes, we had to rely on Sentinel-2 data. So we used MSI Sentinel-2 to detect the lake, but also to detect chlorophyll and turbidity parameters. So after classic atmospheric correction, water detection, we had to apply a lot of filtering steps because the lakes are so small that we have a lot of adjacency effect from the vegetation surrounding. So we applied a lot of filtering steps for these pixels, and then we applied literature-based algorithm, so based on optical water type framework and inversion algorithm. We validated the data against field data from the local water agency and also from some field work that we've done in the past. And the accuracy was quite good. So we applied this method to all the lakes that we could detect in the area, totaling 2,500 lakes. This is an example. So we have a 20-meter resolution with Sentinel-2. However, as we wanted to really study the lake at the basin scale, we decided to aggregate the data to the median values of the lake and also to perform some monthly aggregation. Why? It was because we had so many gaps in the data, especially linked to cloud, but also to these
high filtering process. So we had many lakes that we can see in red, for which we had not a lot of data to include them in the analysis. And for the other lakes, for which we have some gaps, we decided to reconstruct the missing data using machine learning algorithm. So we chose a random forest-based algorithm, MISForest, that we applied at a lake scale using some auxiliary predictors extracted at the draining area scale. So we first delineated the draining areas and then extracted these variables, which were both meteorological variables from current and cumulative past months, but also yearly land uses. And applying this data, we could reconstruct more than 2,000 time series of chlorophyll A and turbidity from July 2018 to 2023. So we could already use this data to understand eutrophication, especially chlorophyll A, as it is a proxy for phytoplankton biomass. But we also wanted to provide an indicator, maybe easier to understand. So we chose a well-known trophic state indicator by Carlson that we calculated based on field data using chlorophyll A, Secchi depth, and also nutrient concentration that we don't know for the lake and that we couldn't really retrieve by satellite. So using total phosphorus, and we also added total nitrogen, as we are in freshwater environments. And then we created a simple model relating this index and Sentinel-2 chlorophyll A and turbidity quality data that we applied to our underground lakes, allowing us to see for the first time an indication of the trophic state. So this is interannual results. And we also, as we reconstruct the time series, wanted to see the evolution. Even if it's a short time period, we wanted to see trajectories, we wanted to analyze the time series. So we did a lot of analysis. Here is an example. So we performed some trend decomposition using Bayesian algorithm. So this allowed us to have a kind of uncertainty analysis. And we did some clustering to cluster together the lakes, presenting the same trajectories, so from 2018 to 2023. And here in this configuration, you can clearly see that we have one cluster, which is the first one, with lake presenting increases in trophic state index. So finally, for the last part, we really wanted to understand that. How can we explain these differences? So we're currently doing the driving factors analysis, so unfortunately I cannot present you results now, but what we'll expect to observe and to obtain with these machine learning models is that we want to improve first the time series prediction, the time series reconstruction, because we're limited to monthly analysis, so we would like to increase the temporal resolution to daily analysis. And we also want to perform driving factor analysis. So what we're doing, in fact, is that we're building models, including environmental variables that we extracted at the draining areas lake, and also at the lake scale, and we want to apply driving factor analysis. And last thing about eutrophication, as I said, is linked to nutrient concentrations, and we do not know the nutrient pressures on this lake, so we're also adding an intermediate model for nutrient inflows to the lake, so we can better understand the process. So if I can conclude now, we developed a framework for the first time in this region to assess eutrophication of lakes, and we really decreases the limits, the size limits for chlorophyll A and turbidity monitoring at that scale. Of course, this comes with a lot of limits, including image processing limits. We have to do a lot of filtering. We have some uncertainties on models, also on traffic set interpretation. So we're currently working on kind of uncertainty indicators that we can provide with the results so we can interpret them accordingly. And for the future work, we want to improve the data from Sentinel-2 using new correction algorithm. We want to extend the time series to at least 2017. For the modeling part, we're currently doing it, and it's showing great, like preliminary results. But we also want to add some physical process-based models so we can maybe increase the certainty. And all of these results will be open source and available publicly by mid-25. And we also want to test the method on other basins. So that's all for me. Thank you so much for your attention, and feel free to reach.
Thank you, Mathilde. Any questions from the floor?
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Just a quick one about the atmospheric correction. You are using Maya, which is kind of a land surface tuned atmospheric correction, which is great. And you mentioned that you want to work in the future using a different atmospheric correction mechanism. I guess that you've seen that using Maya or some other atmospheric correction scheme, it has some impact in the retrieval of your variables. How big is that impact?
Yeah, so we are currently using GRS, so we will be using GRS second version, which is coming now. And for this, so we tested it. In fact, we went to field and we take some radiometric measurements. So this atmospheric correction was okay for some of the bands. The problem we have are for like near infrared bands. And this is linked to adjacency effect because we see it mainly on these small lakes. So unfortunately for now, we do not have some easy answer to this problem besides just filtering the pixels. But we really expect to see maybe more like increases in the quality of the data with a new algorithm. But I'm not sure we plan to use other algorithms than GRS for now.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Mathilde. Our last speaker for this session is Romy Lotiere, remote sensing based detection of resilience loss in the terrestrial water cycle. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, everyone. Thanks also for staying until the very end of this session. My name is Romy Lotris. I'm a PhD student at the Stockholm Resilience Center, based at Stockholm University. And I'll be presenting some ongoing work that we've been working on with the collaborators on the screen. Remote sensing-based detection of resilience loss in the terrestrial water cycle. Let's see, yes. Yeah, so water availability is a primary determinant of ecosystem type and of ecosystem health. And globally, ecosystems have evolved within specific hydrological niches, for example, expecting a certain amount of rain within a certain amount of time. I'm sure I don't need to talk to you about biodiversity loss, but projections kind of indicate that our current climate warming trajectory and also the associated hydrological changes are likely to have catastrophic impacts on species and ecosystems. Now, human pressures are altering the water cycle at vast spatial scales, so both through kind of climatic changes, but also more locally or regionally through land use change, agriculture, and irrigation. So understanding the kind of these hydrological changes and the effect that they have on these ecological niches is important to understand the ecological response that biodiversity and species will have. Now, a resilient system is a system that is able to absorb and recover from environmental perturbations and come back to its equilibrium state. In the water cycle, resilient and stable patterns of soil moisture, precipitation, and transpiration are critical for maintaining this kind of hydroecological niche that ecosystems have evolved to function within. A set of early warning signals, or EWS, have been used broadly to detect resilience loss in terrestrial ecosystems, particularly, kind of using indicators like gross marine productivity, leaf area index, vegetation optical depth, or NDVI. And these assessments indicate that around 30 to 60% of terrestrial vegetation is showing signs of water resilience loss, depending on the method in the paper. But here in these assessments, water is generally included as a kind of static driving variable. But we know that water is dynamic. It contains its own kind of system, feedbacks, information, vulnerabilities, and these static assessments don't necessarily account for resilience loss in the water cycle itself, potential changes to these key variables. So in this paper, what we want to understand is whether the terrestrial water cycle itself is showing signs of water resilience loss. And we're focusing on green water variables. So you can see in the kind of little picture that we're looking at precipitation, soil moisture, and transpiration. And that's because of these variables' close coupling to and control on terrestrial vegetation. We then define resilience loss as, or rather the resilience of these green water variables as their ability to kind of remain in their expected parcels or windows of variability after deviations from their equilibrium state. In other words, how well do water cycle functions return to their equilibrium after a given perturbation or disturbance? And then more specifically, we want to look at what the spatial patterns of resilience loss are in transpiration, soil moisture, and precipitation, and also what environmental conditions might explain these patterns of change. So to do this, we use a time series of 3 green water variables, transpiration, soil moisture, and precipitation, and then do some pre-processing to make sure the time series are stationary, and assess changes to 5 statistical indicators of the time series, looking at autocorrelation, variance, skewness, kurtosis, and also the fractal dimension of the time series. And then conduct a driver analysis using both static location variables, but also climatic variables and anthropogenic variables. And then do some assessments on model interpretability. Looking at this method in a little bit more detail, we start with these green water variables, and like I said, we do some pre-processing and then calculate the changes to these 5 statistical indicators over a rolling window of 5 years. What we then end up with is time series of the changes to each of those 5 indicators. And then we then calculate the time-ordered maximum and minimum of that indicator for all the indicators for all the pixels. The pixel level differences are then compared to or put in the context of the biome level distribution of these changes, where pixels at the 5th and 95th percentiles of the distribution are flagged as significant. And then when we combine all of these indicators, pixels showing more than 3 indicators with significant change are flagged to provide a global insight into which regions are showing signs of water resilience loss. So far, it's still a work in progress, but we've inferred a fairly heterogeneous spatial pattern of resilience loss. But overall results show that all variable or all biomes are showing signs of water resilience loss. And then when combining the 3 variables, we see that this resilience loss has been detected in 10 to 15% of land area, but it differs quite significantly per biome. We also see some kind of overlapping signals of water resilience loss for all 3 variables in water-dependent regions like the Sahel and Australia. In general, we've identified global climatic variables as important drivers of water resilience loss, rather than more local anthropogenic modifications like land use change, agriculture, or irrigation, like I mentioned previously. For soil moisture, the pixel scale variability of climatic variables are generally better predictors of resilience loss than the mean state. For transpiration, biogeographical variables and ecosystem state variables, like tree cover and gross primary productivity, are generally important predictors. And for precipitation, resilience loss was best predicted by climatic variables, where regions with kind of low mean precipitation were more likely to indicate water resilience loss, and also regions with more variable precipitation. So then, to kind of sum up, with this we are kind of starting to present an Earth observation-based assessment of water resilience loss in these 3 kind of functional indicators of the terrestrial water cycle. And all biomes are showing some sign of water resilience loss, but tundra, drylands, boreal forests, tropical and subtropical savannas show some of the highest indicators of water resilience loss. Climatic variables are generally more important predictors for resilience loss in the terrestrial water cycle, particularly for precipitation, but transpiration and, to a degree, soil moisture was also more closely related to ecosystem state, which also demonstrates the kind of close coupling between water cycle function and ecosystem state and health. So resilience loss, as we measured here, kind of signals that the water cycle is increasingly showing a tendency to depart from perhaps this kind of ecological or eco-hydrological niche in which it's previously been functioning. And also, this kind of resilience loss assessment might indicate that we could expect more kind of unexpected or irreversible changes to the water cycle. And these kind of unexpected, potentially nonlinear changes are also kind of important to understand and how they affect biodiversity. And then with that, just my last slide for some recommendations. As has kind of been mentioned throughout this conference, a cross-mission integration for long-term and also temporally consistent time series, particularly of transpiration, is difficult, but it would be really nice. And also these kind of multi-instrument merged time series should account for potential or kind of the effects of sensor changes in the higher statistical moments of the time series. So not just kind of the mean and the variance, but also looking at kind of the things that we measure here for long-term analyses of water resilience. Thank you.
Thanks, Romy. Is there a last question?
Everyone's hungry, I think.
I'll ask you a question. What are the refinements that's necessary to pick up those local changes that you mentioned?
Yeah, I think, so like I mentioned, it's still a work in progress, and right now we've included the kind of land use change, land cover type, as just kind of features in our random forest model, but I think it would be really interesting to look at that a bit more explicitly and look at the overlap between pixels where we detect water resilience loss, and, for example, different crop types, or looking at overlap with peatlands, and doing kind of a more explicit assessment of like where, because it's a global scale analysis, and I'm not an expert in all these places, but I think it would be nice to kind of dive a bit more deeper into the kind of the region showing anthropogenic change and whether or not we detect signals there.
Many thanks. I have, wait. I have a last announcement. As you know from the program, there is a workshop right on the topic of wetlands this afternoon at 3 o'clock in room C, B15 building, which I am going to look for because I don't know where it is, but after lunch. So you are all invited to attend. Thank you for attending the session. It was, in our opinion, I think very nice. And you are free to move to lunch to the other building.
Hello? Does this work? No. Hello? Ah, yes, it's working. Hi. So, hi everyone. May I ask all of you to take seat? We want to start just on time, so we respect people who are on the streaming, and also because we like to be punctual. Good. So, hello everyone. Thank you for joining this workshop on the the difficult word. Operationalization of biodiversity monitoring. So some of you might know me, some of you might not. My name is Ushua Donezar. I work for the European Environment Agency in Copenhagen, and I am the project lead for Copernicus at the EEA. The EEA has been entrusted to implement the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service within the borders of Europe. Actually, it's EEA 38 plus UK, and also with the cross-cutting coordination of access to in situ data by Copernicus services. And as such, I have been given the honor to chair or co-chair this workshop, where I will be accompanied by different experts on different fields, and I really hope you will enjoy it. So I guess just to set a little bit the scene of this workshop, I guess everyone in this audience knows or is aware of the challenges that satellite-based biodiversity monitoring entails. As responsible for the land service, I am aware of those challenges as well, and I think that this is why I am considering this today's workshop to be especially interesting, at least for me, so a bit from a selfish point of view. Because we are going to be having experts in different fields, having together experts from different backgrounds on different fields to help us shape what remote sensing and in situ data could do or could offer on biodiversity monitoring. That is why I'm personally seeing these two sessions that will follow some sort of stakeholder engagement from our side, from the side of the Copernicus program. I will introduce each session. The first one is on Earth observation to support ecosystem monitoring, and then after the coffee break, on developing a better in situ data foundation for successful Earth observation-based monitoring. I hope you will find it interesting. I know that talking just after lunch is always a bit challenging, so I hope that we will keep the interest of everyone here. Certainly, you will have my interest. For the presenters, please let me ask you to keep the timing you have been assigned. And to finish, I would like to encourage everyone in the room. So after the presentations, we will have these panel discussions, and I would like to encourage everyone in the room to ask questions during this panel discussion. I think that that's the best way we can make the most out of this workshop. We, of course, have some prepared questions for our panelists, but still, I would like to just reflect on it, and please feel free to intervene. And now, without entering into further details, I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Jan-Erik Petersen, who will present the context of the workshop first, followed by a presentation on behalf of Bruno Combal from DGM, who could unfortunately not be here because he's actually presenting EU Grassland Watch in a parallel session. Jan-Erik has worked at the European Environment Agency since 2001, starting as project manager responsible for the area of agriculture and environment. He has worked in the coordination of the conceptual framework and implementation of integrated assessments at the EEA, on the development of the European ecosystem accounts and ecosystem assessment, and on the coordination of studies on policy coherence. Over the last 5 years, he has been contributing to EU processes on the development of biodiversity and ecosystem monitoring, which covers all kinds of data, satellite data, statistical sources, citizen science, as well as other innovative methods. And with this, I give you the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Ursula, and welcome from my side. I'm glad I can be here. Today is now it's a bit of a Eurocentric session. Apologies for that. I found it very interesting to hear how much Earth observation can contribute to biodiversity monitoring on other continents. We also, of course, use Earth observation data, but we have somewhat more sophisticated goals, and we have existing systems that challenge us to go to tackle more complex questions than maybe are the priority in other places. So that informs also what I'm going to talk about. My initial task is really to attempt to define what is operational. And we think operational monitoring needs to deliver against specific monitoring needs as spelled out by policy targets or scientists in a regular and reliable fashion. So regular for us is you have a repeated survey that is comparable to the time point before or after, and this continues ideally over a few decades or a century. Now, that's longer than the EU exists, but that's the target for biodiversity. It shall exist forever, and so we need to have long time series. And here I list a number of criteria that I think are implicit in this top-level definition, and we have different components that link from the methodology to the data sources that one would want to use, to the processing of the data, and to synthesize and communicate results. And each of these steps, they are part of an integrated production chain, and they all need to be resourced properly. And so that's something also I will speak to. One can also look at operational and in relation to monitoring needs. I mean, there is phenomena that are more difficult to monitor than others, and there are research questions or monitoring questions that require different accuracies. Under point 1, I listed different sort of analytical orientations, whether it's a research paper or input to modeling, site-oriented observation of conservation status. Point 2 relates to the scale. The scale is also brings with it its own challenges and different needs for accuracy, for example. We have the question whether we want to capture an overall phenomenon or whether we have a very specific monitoring need that may relate to one species, whether it's a plant or an insect or a fish. And then also the question is, do we want to know whether things are more or less the same, improving or degrading, or whether we really want to use our data for targeting policy measures and following the success of policy measures in a nature reserve, in a community where maybe chimpanzees live, or if we have specific sites that we need to target. So there's many different dimensions that one can look at if we think about operationalization. I shouldn't have invented that word. But we will just look a bit more at the big picture now, because obviously we can't go through all details that would be needed today. So I'm now moving into the second presentation where we had input from Bruno Combal of DG Environment. I thank him for that. He has a parallel workshop, so he can't be here with us. But we obviously, as European Environment Agency, support the European Commission closely in monitoring environmental trends in Europe, and we provide input to also their tracking of policy targets. And I have two presentations, two further components. The first one really is a general overview that links to this question of how do we make satellite observations operational for biodiversity monitoring. And then part C goes a bit more in detail, but also stays at the surface, really. So if we try to understand what are the components that help us to be successful in using satellite and similar techniques for ecosystem monitoring, then obviously the hardware needs to be in place, the satellites with the sufficiently high spatial detail and suitable specifications, whether that's radar or optical. We need to have ecosystem in situ data that allow us to calibrate and validate what the satellites transmit to us. These need to match the specifications of the satellites, and they become ever more sophisticated and detailed, and our in situ data are not there at the moment. On the production and use side, we need to have the capacity to exploit the satellite data. This came up also several times in this workshop, obviously. Sufficient staff, in a way also sufficient processing capacity, combination of expertise. And we need to have the infrastructure and processing and analytical tools to go with it. Those are all elements that are under massive development. I also seen that here in this conference, but can we deploy them? And what is the investment needed to deploy them? So this is now really a big picture view, this slide and the next slide. It's my attempt to structure this. Of course, I've been in the system for 24 years. I've worked with DG Agriculture, VGO, JRC, Environment, Klima, Eurostat, etc. I have an understanding of how different components come together, but it's my perspective with some input from helpful colleagues at the European Space Agency, etc. And I break down the production chain similar to what we saw on the previous slides with the bubbles. Satellite hardware, in situ data, research investment, which we have seen a lot here. And we have then, if we move through the top line, we move to the output. And what, of course, space agencies, for example, provide is the non-processed satellite data. But for end users, for example, for ecosystem accounting or for monitoring in a national park, we need application-ready data sets. And a suggestion from Bruno Combal was last-mile user tools, which he envisages to be apps that people can use on-site to actually extract information, to understand what should be here, to then check what they see on the ground. And in my mind, we haven't tried to compile the numbers. Most of the investment, obviously, goes into the satellite hardware. We need the ground infrastructure, but also the satellites themselves. We have little specific investment on situ data. I think this is overrepresented. We have a lot of research investment. Research budgets are big. Organizations like the European Space Agency also contribute to development. So I think also a lot of investment goes into making the satellite data available, providing infrastructure for that, etc. And then I think the last component that is very important for the end users also is not well resourced. I mean, that's my experience at the European Environment Agency. And I think if we look at the resource distribution, it would be more profitable, I think, to balance the relative resource investment out for really a successful use of satellite data. And I think, again, because of the long words on the right-hand side, the application-ready data sets and last-mile tools probably actually have a much smaller share of the pie than is shown here. And another big question that I personally ask myself, so what I'm showing is not an European Environment Agency position, it's my reflection. Again, informed by conversations that I've had. We can look at how do we achieve then investment in the components that we need, that need to be balanced out in resources. And then we can look at who does what in the overall institutional landscape. And certain roles are very clear. I mean, it's the European Space Agency and national space agencies that are responsible for satellite hardware. Research investment, it's the European Horizon program managed by DG RTD, national research budgets, but also investment by space agencies that really deliver that. I think it's also fairly clear where who is taking care of the satellite, non-processed satellite data. Again, it's in the space agency domain. But when it comes to the pieces that I thought were under-resourced, which is the in situ data in green and the application-ready data sets or last-mile tools on the right, the picture is much more complex. And I am not aware of any investment specifically targeted to generate in situ data for the purpose of matching satellite data sets and to prepare for the use of the ever more sophisticated satellites missions that are coming. We rely on the outcome of research projects that in the past did a lot of botanic monitoring, for example. We rely on citizen science. There's various internet platforms where you can upload your data. We, of course, invest also in the Copernicus program to harvest certain data. And there is some Europe-wide platforms like the European Vegetation Archive, the CORDA system maintained by the EA, or the Global Biodiversity Information Facility where data are hosted. But these data are not really representative. They have their own spatial and other biases. They're often outdated. And so I argue there is no targeted generation of the data sets to match sophisticated satellite technology. And on the right-hand side, the challenge we have is that satellite investment by the European Union is seen as an investment in our economic base, in understanding, of course, the environment, but the way that DG DEFIS, which is responsible for defense and space, defense industry and space sees it, is an industrial platform. And so we are at the EA also constrained by what we can invest in terms of making data sets as user-friendly as possible. And I think that's a question that we need to tackle at EU level. I know this is not for today, but we need to start presenting this picture to then generate appropriate discussions. So that's this part of this presentation, some big picture points. There's a lot to consider in optimizing the satellite-based knowledge system. I wonder whether you have any immediate reactions or questions. Gone. All right, let's move on. I will go a bit faster now. We have some general points to consider when we look at how we describe the monitoring needs in relation to EU policy targets. We would like to have an overall integrated biodiversity monitoring approach. There's a wide range of legislative targets that all need to be supported. And then I'll discuss a little bit priorities that also Bruno Combal looks after in terms of specific habitats, threatened habitats under Annex 1 of the Habitats Directive. So I want to start with the perspective of what does integrated monitoring mean? It means inter alia that we need to look at what are satellite techniques and other monitoring techniques best suited for. And we already heard about the essential biodiversity variables that have been proposed by the EU Europa-Bond projects, 84 of them for the European Union. And they have, in a very interesting effort, looked at what are the data streams that would support these essential biodiversity variables. These are conceptual proposals mostly. Some of them are reality, but most of them would need to be developed. But if you know what you want to monitor, you also have an understanding what kind of data could support them. And it's around 20% that the interdisciplinary team of Europa-Bond thought could be produced on the basis of satellite data as primary data source. So we need to understand we have a contribution, an important contribution from satellites to monitoring, but we also need to integrate it with other approaches, as we have heard also in some other sessions. And we have a wide range of legislation. I will not spell it out here, but the question is, when we have so many pieces of legislation, directives, regulations that cover aspects of the environment that are overlapping, many of these, nearly all of these, have a relationship to biodiversity. How can we serve as many of these different legislative pieces with one data set or one system? Just for efficiency reasons, for the fact that we haven't got an endless budget. One element is, one element that Bruno Combal has put forward is that we need to develop an EU-level infrastructure for sharing expert-generated but also other data sets. He is launching a Horizon project, which is called Biodiversity Meets Data, which will look at how to use the data cube concepts that many organizations have developed or are using for efficient compilation and accessibility of the data that have been gathered together. And the vision is that this would be developed into a common database for EU purposes, which the EA could potentially host, apologies. And obviously there is substantial benefit to combining different types of data. We've heard that earlier too. And we believe also on the basis of research that Sander Mucha has presented that we should use each method for what it can do most effectively. And if there are certain habitat types that can be monitored well by satellite technology, that's for the satellite technology. And maybe those that are difficult could be covered by ground service. So we have far less investment in ground service. This slide is something we have presented in a EU debate on how all the different kind of basic input data sets can be brought together in one geospatial database. It's a concept that I'm sure nearly everyone is familiar with, but we still need to invest in actually making it a reality at EU level. And so if we have investment in a good coordinated data foundation, we can use it for many different purposes, and we can feed many different policy uses. So then I come to the final slides, which is just a reflection of really also the responsibilities of Bruno Combal. He's part of the nature team looking after the implementation of the Habitats Directive inter alia, and there is a substantial set of habitats that have been identified as priority habitats because they're particularly threatened. There is, of course, the protected area system of the European Union, Natura 2000, and here on this slide he specifies some of the sort of legal reporting requirements that exist under this directive. And I don't want to discuss that in detail, but I've put together, on the basis of my understanding, where I think we are with using different tools for tracking grassland habitats in particular. They are more difficult to monitor than others. And I've just provide my own personal assessment that I'm happy to correct if you give me additional information on what can be done with different methods. And as you can see on the left, I look at different factors that are relevant and that sort of increase in terms of difficulty of detection from the top to the bottom. So presence of grassland, well, we know there's a high resolution data layer on grassland. I think this is fairly straightforward. Habitat type, there's around 50 different habitat types, in particular the semi-natural habitats, which are the grassland habitats under Annex 1, they, apologies, they are often only differentiable for informed, experienced botanists. They have often a very similar optical signal, and so, to my very best knowledge, it's not feasible at this stage to differentiate them by optical sensors, and I don't think drones or LiDAR at that stage either. Grasslands are largely created in Europe through extensive agriculture practices if they are on Annex 1 of the Habitats Directive, and so they need to be mown or grazed. So it's important to understand the management. Mowing is, I think, something that sensors can increasingly do. However, if you mow a grassland very late for conservation reasons, when it's already quite brown, I'm not sure it's actually feasible. But most mowing events can be detected. Grazing, to my understanding, it's not feasible. I spoke to people working in the Dutch agriculture system, and they thought grazing is a really difficult challenge even in the Dutch systems. And certainly for conservation grazing, where you don't want to have too much impact on the vegetation, where you might manage your nature reserve just with winter grazing, you don't have a signal, no optical signal. So again, I think a ground survey can do that. I can go to a site, I know whether it's sheep or cattle that grazed. I can also detect was it overgrazed or undergrazed, just because this is what I've looked at for 40 years. I come from a farm. I've run nature conservation grazing projects. So, but it's quite feasible to do it. Then there are other factors that, again, I think are difficult. We want to understand abandonment early so we can intervene. But if you can only observe shrub encroachment with optical signals, and the shrub encroachment is very slow because the site is of low productivity or low rainfall, then maybe you detect it too late. So this is also something to consider. However, that doesn't mean we wouldn't want to exploit satellite data. I just say we are at the stage where in the EU perspective, we need to consider where we put our investment, and we need to reinforce the different components that support effective biodiversity monitoring. And so with that, thank you for your attention. I look forward to any comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Jan-Erik. Just on time, very good. Maybe if we still have a couple of minutes for a question or two, maybe. I don't know if you have any. I see. First comes first, and then second. Okay. I don't know if there's a micro.
Thank you so much for your nice presentation. This is David Albrecht from Spain. And my question comes maybe for the first part of your presentation regarding whether so low investments in the final pipeline of the users, the final users. Is it maybe because there is no a final way to really apply, or there is, or what do you think it might be the final question or answer to this? You mentioned at the end of your presentation that maybe there are some gaps that need to be fulfilled, and maybe final users like companies need more robust products or some investments to be done in this regard. Thank you.
Yes, so what I wanted to say here is that the production, the curation of these tools, they have not been identified as the role of any EU-level institution or actor. So within the EU budget, it's kind of considered that somehow these elements will come into place. So obviously there is development of tools that also the European Space Agency supports, but there is no capacity, for example, at the European Environment Agency to really support targeted monitoring of grassland habitats. That's why DG Environment has invested in sort of a temporary project that is called Grassland Watch. And so what we need is, in addition to the research investment, the tool development, we need the people to run it. And whether that's done by private industry or by public bodies, I'm totally open. But as long as we don't identify that as an area for public investment, ultimately, because monitoring serves public policies, then it will not happen to the degree we need it to happen.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm afraid we will not have time for your question because we need to move on. So I'm sorry, but you can still do it afterwards during the panel discussion. So now I would like to give the floor to Ludwig Forslund. We will now have a session that, titled Review of Data Foundation for Ecosystem and Biodiversity Monitoring. Ludwig Forslund will present first on an overview of Copernicus products. So Ludwig is an expert in Earth observation for vegetation monitoring. He has been our colleague of us in the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service for years. Now he's leaving us for some reason. Maybe you can also ask him that. Here and now is the perfect moment. Since 2017, he was working in the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. He has been a very valued colleague, by the way. The past 3 years was the product owner of all vegetation monitoring products, except for one, but actually for most of them. So the vegetated land cover characteristics and the high resolution phenology and productivity. And now he's moving more to being our stakeholder. So with that, please, Ludwig, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ursula. Indeed, I'm not leaving. I'm moving to another floor with data analytics, using Earth observation data for biodiversity monitoring and so on. So this conference and session is right on time for me personally, at least. So I'm going to start a small session here together with my colleague Pavel. So I will start just briefly explaining a bit on the Copernicus products that are interesting for this use case, and then Pavel will continue with the application for ecosystem accounting and so on. And so I want to start a bit chronologically here with the Korean land cover. I think this product, it's longer than the Copernicus program itself. And it's also been an early initiative from the European Environment Agency for gathering a complete kind of land cover mapping of Europe. It's using a traditional method, in quotation marks I would say, with the visual photo interpretation of satellite imagery. And it's a major coordination effort together with the IONET member countries, 38 currently, but UK is still in this collaboration on the CLC. What it's also worth mentioning here is that these membership countries is also what the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service has inherited. The pan-European part of it has inherited as its area of interest. So all the products that are produced under the CLMS pan-European are covering this extended area, in terms of larger than only the EU countries. As said, it's the longest time series that we have from 1990 with a 6-year frequency, and the next one coming up now in production in the different member states is the 2024 iteration. And what's unique with this data set in comparison to the others I will come to today is, of course, with this traditional method, we automatically get important ancillary and in situ information from local knowledge, making it quite very accurate in terms of land use for certain classes and variables. And as we can see, it's already been referenced several times here today. It's still used, in an extensive way. Then, as a continuation for the Korean, we have the CLC Plus backbone, and as its name implies, it is the backbone land cover mapping for this, supporting the CLC Plus database and instances. Compared to CLC, we here instead move into a more automatic approach, more as we would call a modern automatic remote sensing approach and methods, with which implies less classes and nomenclature, and it's a purely land cover type of map. It's fully Sentinel-2 based with 10-meter resolution, and the main product is a raster which is updated every 2 years with the 11 land cover classes that are also visualized on the slide here. And then there's a vector product, which was a one-off mapping done for the first instance of the CLC Plus backbone. And it's aiming, due to the nature of this product, it's intending to create meaningful landscape objects, and by that it's also combining, of course, certain land cover, so it expands a bit into an extended amount of classes. Yes. Then I want to move into the high resolution layers and the vegetated part of them. I think people who are aware or have used CLMS data are aware of the high resolution layers, and here in the vegetated part of the data set is the tree cover and forest, the grasslands, and the new addition of croplands. So I will go through these just briefly, and I think the longest running one of the vegetated parts of the HRLs is the tree cover and forest. It's running from 2012 with a 3-year frequency, but now from 2018 it's being updated on an annual frequency, at least for the primary products of tree cover density and dominant leaf type, which we can see here. Tree cover density mapping 0 to 10% canopy density, and the dominant leaf type is doing a classification for the same pixels into coniferous and broad-leaved. Again, it's on 10-meter resolution. It's offering a very high accuracy and change layers. Also with this, we have deriving the forest type, which is following the FAO definition. It's based on both the tree cover density and dominant leaf type. And it's also using filtering techniques to filter out low density woody vegetation, and also using the HRL imperviousness, a sister product in the non-vegetated, and the CLC traditional to get the land use information for filtering out, for example, agricultural trees. And then just a visualization of the increased temporal resolution here. When we move to annual, we can really follow this type of severe disturbance events that is visualized here. We have a satellite image from 2018 and 2021. It's a severe spruce bark beetle infestation. And of course, with the annual output, we can really follow how this is impacting the vegetation, and of course also follow in the type of vegetation that is being attacked. Then we move onwards onto the HRL grasslands. It's remaining similar as it's been derived in the past from 2015 with the grassland status, mapping the permanent herbaceous and the 3 yearly change layers. But similar to the tree cover and forest products, this also moves into an annual update cycle. And also new for the new annual cycle is that we also provide the herbaceous cover, which is more or less an intermediate product combining both the temporary and permanent. And it's used for deriving the grassland status together with the plowing indicator, where we are recording the number of years since the last plowing event for each pixel in the herbaceous class. So together with the plowing and herbaceous, we can then derive the grassland status, and which is also what we're offering. And then what is new as well for this annual time series that we're publishing is the grassland mowing, where we are mapping the dates of the first, the second, the third, and the fourth mowing. So that's the number of mowings that we try to identify. Providing the dates for each mowing event, and also then able to calculate the number of mowing events that has taken place for each pixel in its own product. And finally, for the vegetated land cover in the HRL here, we have the new product of crop types. It too is a full high-resolution Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-1 based product. And here we see, so the product family is called the HRL croplands. Here we see the main product of crop types. It's mapping 17 classes, both arable and 4 permanent crop types for every year. And this time series is starting in 2017 and go onward. As I said, it's a product family, so I don't want to dive deep into, but I just want to mention here, because I think it's interesting for the use case of that we also derive these 12 parameters. We call them cropping patterns, and they're mapping the agricultural practices. So this can be, for example, emergence dates, harvest dates, bare soil duration, fallow land duration, cropping season for cropping rotation applications. And here I'm just visualizing an example of this. We see the main crop harvest dates in comparison to the crop types on the left. Yes, and finally, I also want to mention, because I know it's a product that is useful in and interesting in the use case of biodiversity in nature and restoration, is the HRVPP, the High Resolution Vegetation Phenology and Productivity. It too is providing several parameters on describing the phenological state and measuring or estimating the productivity throughout the vegetation season, 2 vegetation seasons actually. It too also based on Sentinel-2, 10-meter resolution, and what's interesting here is that we're currently in a ramp-up phase where we are revamping the methodology of the product. We're ingesting methodology to expand the productivity estimations into biomass productivity, such as gross and net primary productivity. And we're also adding tree cover disturbances system to it. For detecting anomalies in forests. That was it, and I think I'm on time, roughly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ludwig. Unfortunately, no time for questions, but as I said earlier, please reflect upon them. I will now give the floor to my other colleague, Pavel Milenov, on data for ecosystem extent accounts. Pavel is an expert in environmental data and information management at the EA. He's specialized in satellite-based solutions for monitoring land use, habitat mapping, and ecosystem accounting. He has worked for many years in the Joint Research Center, developing geospatial methods for the implementation of EU Common Agricultural Policy, including Copernicus-based monitoring and quality assurance frameworks. And with this, I will give you the floor, Pavel.
Yeah. Thank you, Ursula. Good afternoon. I will start with a short apology. I have problems with the nose and the ear, and I cannot speak well, neither I can hear well, so the 2 factors for a good speech are already gone, so apologies. I will try to do my best. So, quickly, what is the special data that relates to extent accounts? I think we had already some very interesting and thoughtful sessions today and yesterday about that. But basically, we could sum it up as a representation of the ecosystems present on surface in two-dimensional space. So we are coming from the ecosystems to spatial units, either polygons or grid cells, where each grid cell is labeled with a specific ecosystem type. So you have a thematic data set, which allows you to calculate the area of each ecosystem type and to populate the so-called accounting tables, where the share of the different ecosystems for a given area are given. And if you have the time series of the ecosystem extent, you could calculate the changes between the ecosystem types in terms of additions and reductions. And this is a central part for the ecosystem accounts in general to calculate the monetary flow, the physical flow, etc. And at EU level, we have now a very well spelled specifications and information needs and requirements for such product, which are given in the new ecosystem accounting model that is part of the EU regulation on environmental accounts. And we, EA, together with Eurostat, we came up with, and of course partners like DINK supplementary projects and GRC as well, we came up with a data set specifications in terms of minimum mappable unit, type of features, frequency, because some of them are also laid down in the regulation itself. And the ecosystems has to be mapped based on EU ecosystem typology, which has its roots in the MICE approach, the mapping of the ecosystem and the services, which is rooted in the coordinated land cover approach as one of the best approximations of what the ecosystems are, because it combines a lot of aspects of land cover, land use, and the associated environmental aspect. And it has to be wall-to-wall and updated every 3 years. And there are 3 levels of ecosystem typology, and there must be a principle. It's called mutually exclusive and collectively exclusive approach, which has to guarantee that any area is assigned to only one ecosystem type at a given level, and this ecosystem type corresponds to the appropriate parent class at upper level in order that we have consistent classification and thematic typology. And this regulation should enter into force in 2026 with the first reporting of the reference year 2024. And EU countries, not only EU countries, actually the EFTA countries as well, have to report based on geographic specific data on the ecosystem extent based on the EU typology at level 1 at least as mandatory. And there are 2 approaches. The right one based on their national data sets, where they have to, in many cases, combine different products collected at different time with different update cycle, different specifications. So it's a little bit tricky. It's completely possible, but there are some challenges there. Or on the left side, they could go to and use a dedicated account-ready data set. And fortunately, in Europe, we have such kind of data sets. These are the so-called coordinated land cover accounting dataset time series, which are based on the CLC data, but they further on are adjusted in order to preserve and to maintain temporal coherence and consistency, and of course remove any noise that is introduced from any change in the methodology. And now, as Ludwig said, we have two basic products. The classical one, based on the CLC, which is mostly driven based on local knowledge using satellite data, but to manual photo interpretation based on a common methodology. And on the left side, the more automated approach, which provide data at better spatial resolution and more frequent. However, it provides in a different layers, different material properties, different biotic characteristics, which it will be difficult to know how to combine it into the functional unit that the ecosystem represents, which was far more easier using the human knowledge and the local experience. And this is just an example of such a problem that is very well evidenced in the urban ecosystems, because the urban ecosystems are usually areas where we have an intrinsic combination of artificial and natural features, buildings, trees are part of the urban green space, open areas, small water bodies. And of course, the CLC backbone could reveal all these features independently for each pixel, but we don't know from the data set how to combine it and where the boundary of one type of urban ecosystem starts and when other ends. While for the CLC accounting data set, even though it looks more coarse, actually this is what we need. The outline of the individual urban ecosystem at specific level of granularity, which not necessarily mean to be at 10 by 10 pixel. So soon and recently, actually, we have worked together with Eurostat to work on how to bridge both CLC and the new more Earth observation mapping approach. So how to speed the CLC while maintaining its logic. We saw that the products that Ludwig presented, the so-called vegetated land cover characteristics, since they are based not only on Earth observation data, but on the local context, and they are trained based on in situ data on what crop means in the local context, what forest mean in local context, we're able to refine what we have had initially from the backbone for the so-called working version of the 2021 ecosystem extent account, which is a product toward our learning, part of our learning process toward a more mature, optimized or speed up CLC product. So we understood the value and the power of the in situ data. And this is what will allow us to valorize and to exploit at maximum the capacity of the Earth observation data. And we have a lot of technical questions to ask in order to come to the proper understanding what we need. But we should, and this is something that came in my mind from the session on the ARIAS platform. When we talk about in situ, it's probably not only about data. It's about knowledge, because we have to gather the data and to collect data together with the knowledge of the local expert, what they mean by the things and the land phenomenon that they are collecting and how they understand it. And this somehow resonate with the introductory presentation of my colleague Jan-Erik. So I will stop here, and yeah, there will be time for discussing all these aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pavel. Just when my alarm was starting to sound, so thank you very much for keeping the time. Okay, now it's time for the panel discussion. So I will actually leave this place so we can have the people who should be in the panel up here, and I will stay there. I would like to call to the table, apart from Jan-Erik, who you are already here, Ludwig and Pavel. I would like also to call Federica Marando and Grégoire Dubois. Okay, first of all, I would like to apologize to Grégoire because I'm sure I did not pronounce well your surname. I'm really sorry. You know that as Spanish people, we seem to have a problem with that. But I would like to introduce you. Of course, Grégoire, you are a senior expert of the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, managing the Knowledge Center for Biodiversity of the European Commission. He's also the EU representative at the Informal Ad Hoc Group for Technical and Scientific Cooperation of the CBD. A zoologist by formation with a PhD in geostatistics, who has worked for 20 years developing environmental web services in support to policymaking, and since 2020 focusing his efforts on strengthening the European and global science policy interfaces for biodiversity. Thank you very much for being here. And finally, last but not least, Federica. Federica Marando is biodiversity application scientist at the European Space Agency, where you are overseeing the research and development of projects focused on advancing Earth observation applications for biodiversity science and policy. An ecologist by formation and with a PhD in environmental biology, with expertise in ecosystem condition and services. Okay, and with this, I will start, as I said before, I will start with some questions we have already prepared for our panelists. And after that, I would really encourage you to ask any other questions. I will be taking the mic and going around. First, for Federica. As a staff of a space agency, what kind of development of in situ data would you like to see happening? And do you see any role of ESA for that?
Do you have to? Question. Thank you. Seems a simple question, but it's not. So there is a lot to discuss about in situ data. First of all, I have to say that I'm perfectly aligned with what Jan-Erik and Pavel were saying. It's something quite complex. So first of all, if we are talking about the integration of in situ data with Earth observation data and model, it's really key that this data is designed, the surveys are designed in a way to be usable, to be used for calibrating and validating the data. But at the moment, we are assisting to a proliferation of studies, of researches, where there is a lack of standardization, there is a lack of harmonization, and data is often scattered and it cannot be properly used to be integrated for data that we are talking about operationalization, we are talking about implementation on policies. So on this end, I feel like there is a bit of lack of communication between what are the needs of the policy and the efforts that are performed from the bottom. So I think that the key here would be to have, first of all, a better communication between the end users and the policy priorities. Because at the moment we have a bit of patchy data, especially. So the data should be fit for purpose. We have actually plenty of data, but it's not really usable, and the purpose depending on the purpose, the data is also in situ data that is collected. It can also be different. So we have much information for especially terrestrial ecosystems, but for instance, not so much at the moment for marine and wetland ecosystems. Of course, this is also a matter of resources, financial resources, and barriers such as accessibility to sites that are often very high in biodiversity, so there is a disparity. All the maps on biodiversity that we see are really biased in terms of sampling. We had a huge sampling efforts in more, let's say, developed part of the world, and on the other hand, the parts that are more rich in biodiversity, more rich in ecosystem service are neglected. So we really need to reframe this a bit. So standardization and harmonization are two key points in my opinion, and also data that is tailored to the different domain of applications. Mm-hmm. Data that is tailored for restoration might not be suitable for conservation, for instance. I think we have much to learn, for instance, from the climate community, all the monitoring stations that are available worldwide. And we need something similar perhaps for biodiversity and ecosystems as well. But of course, the complexity is higher, especially when we are talking about, and here I'm expanding a bit more than the EU context. Of course, we have priorities for regulation, like we have the nature restoration regulation, the accounting regulation, but we also have the global biodiversity framework. We have many indicators that are depending on Earth observation data. And we have the usual suspects in terms of barriers for collecting this kind of information, especially related to in situ data, which is resource intensive when we are talking, for instance, about genetic indicators, habitat distribution, species distribution. I agree what Jan-Erik was saying. This is perhaps the most critical part. It's quite difficult to integrate Earth observation in this area because, yeah, oftentimes the spectral signal is quite similar between species, and of course it's not so easy also to collect information on species on the ground. But I can say that we will assist to some quite interesting development in the future with the new, for instance, Sentinel expansion missions. We have CHIME, which is a hyperspectral sensor, and this would be really useful in helping collecting information on species. So also critical habitats in need of restoration. These are all information that really needs a more comprehensive sampling. Before you mentioned in the slide, there was perhaps I can mention others as well, standardized surveys for ground data, EMBAL. I can mention Lucas, EU POMS for the pollinators, and also Biodiversity Plus. We have the task on performing transnational harmonized monitoring of in situ data. So I think we have much to learn from these exercises. But ESA, on the other hand, what we can do, I can say that we are primarily an R&D agency. So we do R&D projects with the industry, with academia, and we are really in close connection with the end users. So I think we can really collaborating more closely together, we can bring the perspective of an end user in connection with the policy perspective. And yeah, these R&D activities are really tailored for specific application. We have two main blocks, let's say, of type of projects. We have the, let's say, so-called people projects that are more pioneer, so the kind of application that can be useful, for instance, in detecting more effectively species or EBVs. And on the other hand, we have the World Series projects that are more operational and can be used, can be uptaken for policy applications. So I think that on this, with a more close dialogue, we can understand better what is really needed and how to achieve it.
Okay, thank you very much, Federica. So because you mentioned him several times, and also because the question is related, I would like now to ask Jan-Erik, what ongoing EU initiatives or projects are you aware, or are you aware of, that address issues such as accessibility and sustainable supply of in situ data? And what kind of investment would you like to see?
All right. Well, Federica already mentioned some of the projects that are being rolled out by DG Environment. MBAL is one. There's pollinator monitoring that is also getting a lot of support from DG Environment. The issue there is, are they targeting the components that we need to really fine-tune satellite data products for specific habitat questions, for example? The other is that if you run surveys like MBAL, and you work on private land, you have data security issues, so we need to resolve that. What I mentioned myself, and which has been used massively, is of course the European Vegetation Archive. This is the outcome of decades, nearly 100-year-long efforts of botanists going out in a research perspective, but also as a private conservation-orientated botanist to record vegetation types that link to, for example, also the threatened habitat types of the Habitats Directive. There we come to the problem that I spelled out earlier, that this is a byproduct of an activity for something else. It is has more records in more densely populated regions of Europe, and the geometric accuracy is not necessarily targeted for current satellite products. So unless we invest and help that community to improve its the recording of the in situ data, they are not suitable for what we can achieve in the future with increasing technology. So I want to give a recognition to the researchers, but also to citizen scientists that compile other records, but we need to reinforce that. And I think it's a public policy responsibility to actually also observe what's happening in biodiversity, and it is an excellent investment to get more out of our satellite multi-billion euro investments so that they can support the full range of environmental monitoring that this technology is capable of. So there is some efforts ongoing, but we need to make sure they get reinforced, and we need to develop them in a targeted manner to get them ready for better technology.
So if I'm understanding you well, what you would propose is something coordinated at European level, but then where do you see the different countries entering?
Well, at this stage, biodiversity monitoring is really mainly responsibility of the countries because they are implementing policy. However, as some know, another crazy idea of mine was to propose a Linnaeus program in addition to a Copernicus program. And the Linnaeus program would do ground truth biodiversity monitoring and could take care of in situ data. Now, Linnaeus is also an old white man, rather old white man. I would be happy to call it a Jane Goodall program or some other thing, some other attractive name that really captures attention, but we need to have a targeted effort, and we cannot rely, I think, on scattered individual activities that don't provide a comprehensive, representative, and modern in situ data set.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. Now I will move more to the questions related to satellite data. The first one is for Gregoire. In the context of the EU Knowledge Center on Biodiversity, what is your biggest challenge in making use of satellite datasets? And how would you define the application-ready data? What is for you a data that's ready for application? Because you know that, well, at least for Copernicus, until now, we were tasked to create products that were fit for different purposes. So in that sense, we were missing these last mile applications that Jan-Erik was mentioning before. So, but according to you, I would also like to know your opinion.
Okay, it's a complicated question. I had similar discussions over lunchtime with the colleagues dealing with the global data sets. Who are the referees in all these data sets that we are going to use to report progress towards the targets? And we have the same problem, of course, within the European Union. But I'm going to do a step back. Just for those who have missed the first day, to understand what the Knowledge Center for Biodiversity is about, we are cited in the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, the European Commission's in-house science service. The EA is part of this Knowledge Center for Biodiversity. We are there really, first of all, we are mandated by the Commission to help it monitor progress towards the biodiversity targets, the 17 targets, and remote sensing has a role to play in that. But to get from the data to the indicators, there is quite a complicated process. And we are there to help with this process to make sure that everyone agrees about the way we report towards the targets. And this is something I stressed from the very first day. It's not, you can have the most beautiful product, the most beautiful data sets coming from remote sensing. There's absolutely no guarantee that this is going to be used by the member states and by the European Commission to report towards the targets. You really need to engage a discussion, engage with the member states, engage with the experts to make sure that everybody agrees on how this information is used to become an indicator. So you have two levels of discussions, what data sets should be used and what will be exactly the indicators that will be adopted by everyone before it gets in a dashboard. If you Google for the Knowledge Center for Biodiversity, you will find our dashboard and a target tracker documenting the progress. And we made the data come from trusted entities. This is something that is extremely important. I will keep stressing that the governance around the data is absolutely key for everyone to make sure that what we show is really what we agreed on, what we believe is a good way to move forward. So the information we provide is quite well documented. The sources are essential. So of course the main partners and main providers are coming from the EA, but we have also Eurostat. As you know, biodiversity is not only, the strategy is not only about mapping ecosystems, it's about percentage of organic farming. So there are many of abiotic information that needs to be collected. So the same process happens there. What kind of data can be used, they need to be agreed, and they need, before they can end up in a dashboard. And we have exactly the same discussions at the global level. And we need to be aligned with the global discussions. We have a global biodiversity framework as well. So we have enormous challenges, but I must say that at least in the European level, because we have this very clear process, this EU biodiversity platform where we engage with the member states, where the EA is sitting, with the GSC, with other experts that we often call in to discuss and really try to explain the limitations and the positive aspects of the information we share. This is absolutely something that is vital in this process. I want to also reiterate something that was very important at the beginning. I think where we really have issues is indeed the concept of services. It's expensive to put in place the services that constantly report, update the information, and before we get that, it's something that really requires a plan. Information is extremely fragmented in Europe. We have, under discussions, I mean, it has already been approved and it's now supported by the Parliament to develop a pilot project to help federate a bit the efforts, and the Knowledge Center will be again key in doing these things. It's the fact that we have the European Biodiversity Observation Coordination Center, which is going to help, hopefully, to bring a bit of coordination between all these initiatives to identify the gap, to reinforce what is needed, to come up with a common language in terms of data exchange, standard processes, so that we can basically compile this information in a more effective way. You have seen everywhere that we need to be more effective in everything we do, and streamlining and standardizing the processes are key. And again, the EA is key with the EUNet network to help us move forward in this. We also make, I would say we can really be proud of the fact that everything we do is adopting the FAIR principles. I mean, for many it seems to be granted that everything is findable, accessible, reusable, interoperable. It's not always the case. So we really make sure that whatever we use, that anyone can challenge whatever we report publicly, because this is something that many scientists are doing. They're looking at the data, they find contradictions. So we want to make sure that everyone can replicate whatever we report on. I think this is fundamental to gain the trust with the citizens and with everyone. Remote sensing, everybody believes it's a picture, everybody understands, it's transparent. Yes, it's transparent, but before a remote sensing product becomes a real product and indicator, there's a long way to go. It's always imperfect. This is something that that needs to be really well understood by everyone before it's used. And the scientific community is, and I see this often in presentations here, there's this idea that you have a beautiful product, it's perfect. No, it's not perfect. You have uncertainties, you cannot communicate about uncertainties. So remote sensing has a clear role to play, not so much on the EU biodiversity strategy. We have landscape features that will be an important element, but it's not all of the biodiversity strategy. We have other terrifying list of number of initiatives and new regulations. Remote sensing will be key, again, in providing the standards, in allowing us to cover these huge grounds. I mean, these are enormous surfaces we are talking about, and the information will be required to be of higher resolution constantly. So definitely this is a massive challenge, but again, I trust the fact that we have the processes in place to help us move forward with, again, a clear and transparent processes. And then to conclude, there's something that is also very important in the mission of the Knowledge Center for Biodiversity, is that we do engage through a science service. It's actually a TD-funded project to engage with all of the research projects funded by the EU. And when you look about the amount of funding received or funded on biodiversity by Horizon Europe, I mean, we are speaking about hundreds of millions of euros that are supporting research. And we do have now really more effective means to engage with the scientific community, to ask them support to deliver new projects like the grassland, whatever. We can consult more effectively the scientific community to support us in delivering new projects, new proposals that we can take into consideration and discuss with the agency on how to reuse, how to replicate, is it fit for purpose. So we have this new mechanism that really allow us to be much more effective in engaging with all of you and bringing the best science on the table of the decision makers. And this is something that has been put in place quite some time ago, but that is now possible thanks to the Knowledge Service. And I've seen really over the last 5 years since the Knowledge Center for Biodiversity has been put in place, a really game changer in the way we interact with the member states, we interact within the Commission services, because it's not only about DG Environment that has been put there, it's all the policy DGs need to speak the same languages. They need to understand how these products are used. Remote sensing can have be interpreted in different ways. So it's our role to bring some coordination there. And again, remote sensing is a fantastic way of bringing some standardization, some platforms really to discuss the challenge that we are facing. And so I hope this covers the questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. From my point, what I would like to point as well is the need to have more interaction between those people developing the indicators and those people developing the products, because sometimes what we see is that our products are not fit for the purpose, because what is meant to be measured can actually, or is very difficult to be measured. And it's not that, then it's very easy to go back to us and say, okay, but you are not creating what we need. And I said, indeed. But maybe what we should have also had this conversation before, so you know what can I offer before you express your need. This is, I think that what I want to say with this is that it is, I would plead for a conversation, an honest conversation also from both sides, because I know that remote sensing sometimes has overpromised, but an honest conversation on what can be offered and what is needed. And I think that that would be the perfect solution, actually.
Yeah, this is very important. The Knowledge Center is really working in both directions.
Yeah.
So you can come up with proposal. The knowledge needs to land on our desk. It's not always easy. And then we can present and explain what is the added value of this information. But be very smart about the way you do it, because as I said, even if you have a science service that helps us filter a bit all this, you really need to be extremely clear about what you want to propose, because the policymakers are drowning on the information. It's our role to filter this huge amount of information to bring really the things that can really help them take the right decisions and shape the new policies. But inversely, the policymakers can ask us questions that will fall down on the desk of the scientific community, and it's our job, again, to be smart in the way we formulate the question so that the scientific community understands really this need. So this direction, I fully agree, it's vital.
Yeah, I would like, Jan-Erik has his hand raised for already some time.
Yes. I thought one reaction is important, because you mentioned that monitoring or bringing these data together is expensive. I think it's a great return on investment that we have there. And maybe you and I, we are a little overpaid at our grade, but there are very few people working on biodiversity monitoring. We are not expensive in relation to what we invest in other policy areas, what we invest in the common agriculture policy. I mean, there is the GIS tools, the Earth observation mechanisms to monitor spending of common agriculture policy budget for each parcel is 700 million euro investment. And we actually not connecting to that investment sufficiently. We could also connect that with satellite data. So we have invested a lot, as I said, in various components, but the glue and the final end use, we are underinvesting. And data on nature are a resource, just like lithium is a resource for the renewable energy transition. So let's not say it's expensive. Others can say that, but I don't think it is. We are not really spending a lot of money considering the total EU budget or comparing to the research budget. We're not spending much money.
Yeah, I also agree on that, because sometimes when we talk about these things, people tend to think of, oh, if you are spending money, no, it's an investment. It's a different thing, no? Like when people say, oh, you should not spend more money on public health. No, it's an investment. So, but that's my opinion, of course. I would like to go now with to Pavel, if you can, if you feel good enough to do it. Okay. And the question is the following: what are the needs for the data infrastructure to deal with even bigger satellite data sets? Because we know that even in the land monitoring service, we are having more and more bigger data sets. We need to process more volume. And which role could existing EU initiatives play, such as the common data spaces?
Thank you. Actually, last time I was at ESA was for the evaluation of the Copernicus DS. The digital information and access services. So I think the question is really very much on time. At that time, this work was most related to the big policy file of the common agriculture policy, where we know money exists and the process is somehow more streamlined. But from that experience and from what we are also gathering at the EA, because we are following the developments on the side of the special infrastructure and everything that is under the European data space, my view is that technology exists. So there is no, I think, problem and challenge in mobilizing the technology to provide the capacity in storing, processing, and delivering data. There are numerous cloud platforms and solutions that already provide portable and scalable solutions. We have the so-called infrastructure as a service, which is, in my view, a very important infrastructure for the member states or for those that do not have the capacity to build their own infrastructure in terms of hardware and software. So everything is in the cloud platform. Everything could be under the control of the user. The user can have access to the Copernicus data could ingest its own in situ data and play with, while it's in the full control of the process, while respecting the specific privacy rules and principles. So I think in terms of technology, it exists. Of course, the problem and the question is how to organize it and who will pay for it. And I think we have been much more simple tools for the member states and countries and the industry and the private sector to share data. It provides the principle of the economic model that could make this data sharing profitable. And also to mobilize any tools, and I think also DigiConnect is also playing a great role, because they are, let's say, the one that support the EU with any type of e-government tools. We have now the tools and the means that, for the users to have more control of the data that they share. And one of there are two important initiatives in the scope of the so-called Green Data for All. It is part of the Green Deal data space. It is a massive simplification of the INSPIRE. So INSPIRE will not disappear, as I understood, and it is revamping into something that would be much more simple and much more user-friendly for the stakeholders to make their data available. And we have a specific act on the so-called high-value data set, which cover different type of data that the public authorities should share, and habitats and biotopes, species distribution data on agricultural practices are part of this, in the scope of this regulation. Of course, it is based on the presumption that there will be somehow a business model that will generate profits and to make the sharing profitable for the data stakeholders. And this is, in my view, tricky for the biodiversity, because the biodiversity, in my view, it has a great social dimension, but people don't understand it. I mean, biodiversity for the ordinary person is too abstract. I mean, they cannot connect it with the daily life, and sometimes they cannot connect it with the economy. It's not like with the climate change, where, I mean, it's easy because, I mean, we know that this summer will be hotter than the previous one, so you feel it. For the biodiversity, it's a little bit more indirect, and I think there must be a great further raise of the awareness in society of how important biodiversity is to keep the livelihood and the economy. And to conclude and link to what also my colleague said, all these initiatives of the EU, I see it mostly as a way to streamline existing data collection processes. They are not maybe still too efficient about new collection processes, which we are talking here. So this is still somehow not covered, and we need to find a way to investigate it. And yeah, in my view, there must be an engagement of EU level to make this happen, because this is as much as important as any other major policies where such kind of investment has been done.
Okay, so we come back again to the investment, which is an interesting outcome. I would like to finish now this round with the person who is going to be our ambassador in EA of the CLMS product, hopefully. And if not, I know where he is, so I can follow him. So in regard to biodiversity monitoring, what do you think is the most exciting CLMS product that will come now?
Yeah, that's a good question. Exciting CLMS product. I think it's the portfolio as a whole, I would say, as it's reaching now. First of all, with the addition of crop types, kind of completing how we're able to map the major landscape characteristics, the land cover characteristics, in high detail as such is very important. We kind of are able to zoom into the different, from the general land covers that we produce in Korean and so on, we are able to zoom into the specific land covers and get higher detail on certain variables. And then also to mention for the additional products I just mentioned today on describing parameters or additional parameters, because what we're trying to do when we do biodiversity assessments is create proxies, right? Mm-hmm. And these proxies are meant to describe multivariate not problems, but processes. And so several parameters are needed. We need a depth of the data that we monitor to be able to form such proxies. And I think, so for example, mowing event detection, the agricultural practices to describe how these, not only how these land covers are in a snapshot are constructed, but also how they are used. I think that's very exciting for assessments, and essentially opening up now that we can properly, or that satellite-based remote sensing can really move in and become a key variable in such assessments. Then just finally also on the overarching topic of this session, I think on the kind of in situ data and Earth observation, when we move into trying to map these parameters as well, we of course meet instantly the issue of lack of in situ data. I mean, it's not a remote sensing versus reference data. I mean, remote sensing is a in situ user as well, of course, as everyone knows in this room. So it's very important for expanding these in terms of our mapping as well. A good example is, for example, the crop types. So the first validation exercises that has been done on this product is showing very good results for many of the classes that we have that we're deriving. But it certainly is 100% dependent on how the product is built up and is relying on the farmer declaration in the IAX data of the GSAA. We're able to gather the ones that we can get for different countries of different years, and then it's essentially an interpolation and an extrapolation exercise using these very great satellite products that we have. So yeah, I think that's...
Okay. Thank you very much. I see that people are now moving to the cafe, to the coffee. I'm really sorry because you didn't have time for questions. I would like to finish, by the way, Jan-Erik, if we would have a Copernicus program being Spanish, I would like to have a Mutis program instead of Linneo. But okay, we can talk about it at some point. It would be good for Spain and our self position in the world. Anyway, thank you very much for this session. We will start again at 5. So you have now 30 minutes to take some coffee and maybe take our panelists and ask them further. Thank you. Hello? Maybe if you could start sitting down, please, so we can start with the next session. May I ask you to take your seats? Or leave the hall if you want to leave. But if you want to leave, please have the conversations outside so we don't interrupt the people. But apparently there are people that are having a conversation who cannot hear me, but okay. Don't want to be rude, of course. Okay. After this moment, we will now start with the second part of the workshop on developing a better in situ data foundation for successful Earth observation monitoring products. And for this, in the same way as we did the last time, we will have some presentations followed by a panel discussion. Since in the last time we didn't have time for panel discussion, I will do it the other way around and start offering the floor to the audience in case they would like to start. So first, I would like to invite to the stage my colleague José Miguel Rubio Iglesias from the European Environment Agency, where he will be presenting in situ data for Copernicus, challenges and opportunities. And José Miguel, he's an engineer in geodesy and cartography, and he's working as Copernicus in situ data expert. He joined the agency in 2017, and since 2023, he has taken the role of leading the cross-cutting access of in situ data for Copernicus services. Before joining the agency, he worked as a geographic engineer at the National Geographic Institute of Spain, and followed by a secondment seconded national expert at the European Commission. So please, José Miguel, go ahead.
Thank you, Sue, and good afternoon. I have the honor to start the last session of the day, so I hope you stay with us the hour and a half that we still have left. As Ursula has mentioned before, my main role within the European Environment Agency and within the Copernicus program is this coordination of what we call Copernicus in situ component. I like calling it preaching for the value of in situ data in Copernicus, and that means also in general Earth observation. And I will echo in my few slides basically most of the messages that we have already heard today and possibly yesterday and on the first day of this conference. Let's see. Yeah, great. Well, this slide doesn't say anything that most of you do not know already, what is in situ data, and we speak a lot about in situ data. Within the context of the Copernicus program, in situ data is basically anything which is not satellite imagery, which is typically used, as we have heard today in many of the presentations, for calibration and validation, both of the sensors and the data that we obtain from them, for generating and validating our Copernicus Earth observation-based products, and some of the services as well, they are also offering as part of the Copernicus program this data as products on its own. I think the key message that I want to pass, again, I think you will all agree with me, is that Copernicus, as any other Earth observation program, cannot really deliver on its purpose, on its data, services, and products without in situ data. In situ data has a huge importance in the program. And unlike when it comes to the satellites, we have in Copernicus the beautiful constellation of Sentinels, and also complemented by a number of commercial missions. We don't have what we were hearing that we needed in the previous session, an in situ, let's say, program or in situ component, let's say, dedicated for Copernicus. So we need to really rely on existing in situ data, existing observations, existing reference data, which have not been produced, generated in principle, for the purposes of Copernicus. So the program, and that's my role, together with many colleagues and experts working in the different institutions, implementing the Copernicus program is to enter into a dialogue with a number of institutions, networks at very different level, national, regional, European, international, global level, both public authorities, operational institutions, research, infrastructure research institutions, projects which are providing data, in situ data, which is essential for the operations of Copernicus. How does it work? How Copernicus program address the in situ access? How we work with in situ data and how we can get access to for our operational activities. You see on the diagram the different entrusted entities, meaning the institutions which have been delegated the task to implement the different services and the space component of Copernicus. We work with them. They are those who are accessing the in situ data directly according to their operational needs. And what is the role of the EA in this context? We are trying to support these entities when a coordinated approach is needed across the program. And definitely when it is about in situ data that cover topics which are relevant for a number of services, that is where EA can offer the support to try to create benefits of scale, efficiencies, and we can also ensure that there are no overlaps across the different entities and activities. So just a very brief information about what does this actually mean. We heard from one of the interventions in the previous session that we need to know what are the requirements of in situ data, and that is precisely what we try to do in our first area of activities, is what we call a state of play. We compile all the different in situ data requirements from the entrusted entities. And also the space component, and we publish it in an open database, which is called CS². We are also supporting the entrusted entities in Copernicus in getting access to specific in situ data. We also manage in an operational basis a platform called Corda, which I will mention in one of my next slides. I think another of the key roles that we see within the in situ context is the engagement with data providers, and that is the third area of work that we have. And one of the key elements there is to really recognize and acknowledge the value of this data, and this is one of our key tasks. And finally, provide support and advice when it comes to in situ data to the Copernicus ecosystem. Just a few slides about some of the results, some of the outputs within the context of our activities. As I said before, one of our key activities is to have a look at their in situ data requirements, but not just for the sake of it. It's also for, in order to understand what are the gaps, what are the challenges when accessing in situ data, and trying to enter into a dialogue with the entrusted entities and the Copernicus governance bodies, those who are responsible for the execution of the program, to see how we can address this. When it comes to in situ data in Copernicus land products, my colleague Ludwig has gone through the key products which are more relevant for this audience. Again, we need in situ data for these products, as I said before, for any kind of Earth observation product, training, classification algorithms, calibration and validation activities. And of course, because we cannot see everything from the space, we need complementary information to create a finalized Earth observation-based product. And we have heard a number of gaps and challenges when it comes to in situ data. Here is just a summary of issues that we find on a daily basis when implementing our activities as entrusted entities. Entrusted entity as in charge of Copernicus land. Of course, heterogeneous conditions of accessibility, availability, and quality of in situ data across regions and countries. We have also a very varied set of licensing conditions. Some are open, some are not open. The available databases have spatial, temporal, thematic limitations. We also see regular time series. We have also limited spatial coverage, also different types of accuracy. Some in situ data is also actually not available at all or almost virtually non-existent. Also, we need to integrate this data. We need to harmonize it into common nomenclatures, and that is also having a cost. I put here some of the examples that with which we have to deal on a daily basis. Key data sets like Lucas or data from LPIS and Ajax, but nevertheless we need to do an extra effort into harmonizing this data. And of course, as you also working with Earth observation, you know that we need to have a separated set of in situ data, both for production and then for running an independent validation, and also taking into account the limited availability of in situ data that also implies, has an impact on what we can do with it. Other of the activities that we do, which I think is relevant when it comes to operationalization of access to in situ data, is a platform that we provide to our Copernicus services. It's unfortunately not fully open because some data is still restricted. But the idea with this platform called CORDA, Copernicus Reference Data Access Portal, is to provide an easy way for those who are preparing the Earth observation products from Copernicus to national geospatial data. Instead of having to go here and there, we just ensure that all this data is indexed. We don't host the data. We don't have a huge data repository. We just ensure that our service providers can have access to it where the data is hosted and originated. And you see here a few examples of which kind of data we have. We also have a number of inventories and reports trying to, again, support the entrusted entities when it comes to in situ data. We, for example, have assessed the use of Lucas in production activities within Copernicus land. We also have prepared a number of inventories, like, for example, on historical in situ data for phenology, Earth observation products. We're also thinking about, can we find ways using crowdsourcing to obtain data, which is essential for our validation and production of some of our products, like grassland. So we have also a report on that. And in general, a number of reports and inventories that are openly available. And you, please, I can encourage you to have a look at them. One of my few slides is, as I said before, it's very important to enter into a dialogue with the data providers, those who are curating this data, because they need to know also what is our requirements from the Earth observation community, and that's also one of the roles that we have, trying to also have a comprehensive inventory of in situ data providers for Copernicus, also establishing partnership agreements, entering into dialogue with them, and also showing how the data is actually used. And that's also super important to really show the value of the of in situ data for these activities. Looking a bit at the future, and when we speak about opportunities, of course, as you know, Copernicus is a program which is within the context of the European Union cycle, and we are now thinking about what will be Copernicus beyond 2027 in the next EU cycle. And also when it comes to Copernicus in situ, of course, we need to look at many of the things that we have heard here. We want to work together with those implementing Copernicus, with the member states, with the data providers in closing data gaps. We still have a lot of gaps in Europe, but nevertheless, Copernicus is a global program, and the situation outside Europe, outside North America, is also complex. So we want to collaborate with data providers. We want to push for more open data. I think that's very important as well. And to look also for alternative data sources. Strengthening partnerships is key with research initiatives, research infrastructures, with national institutions. And also we need to look at the new missions, expansion missions, next generation, new products that the Copernicus portfolio will bring in the next few years. And this will demand more in situ data, and that's something that we need to take into consideration. So my last slide really is to encourage you to have a look at our very new Copernicus in situ website that we just launched a few weeks ago, when we have all the information about use cases, reports, data providers, and so on, where we really want to offer a place, a forum to really raise visibility of the value of in situ data within Copernicus, and ultimately about the in situ data within the Earth observation programs in general. And with that, I conclude. So thanks a lot. And if you have any question, maybe later in the panel or during the coffee breaks, we can discuss as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Please. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, José Miguel. Okay, we move now to the next presentation, which is titled Availability and Use of In Situ Data for Habitat Mapping in the EU. It's going to be presented by Sander Müger, I hope I said that correctly, who is a senior researcher, remote sensing and geoinformatics at Wageningen Environmental Research, within the team Earth Observation and Environmental Informatics. He has been active for 30 years in the field of remote sensing and monitoring biodiversity and agriculture, involved in many national and international remote sensing activities with a strong accent on vegetation and habitat mapping and monitoring at different scales. Without further ado, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. So I will talk about the importance of in situ data for European habitat mapping and monitoring. And one of the most important data sources that we use as in situ data for the habitat mapping in combination with Earth observation data and environmental data is the European Vegetation Archive. But I will demonstrate this European Vegetation Archive has also some limitations. So one of the ideas that we had was to exploit the GBIF. There's a lot of GBIF species records and how to exploit this data in a smart way, and we will present that to you. So first of all, on the context, as you know, there's a strong decline in European habitats, and even 3/4 of all European habitats are assessed as poor as bad in the EEA state of nature. So yeah, it's quite bad. But that's an extra urgency, therefore, to map and monitor the European habitats. That's really key for protecting our biodiversity. And so one of our first aim is to improve the mapping of European habitats, because still we are not able to map, and we don't have the information all on the delineation of all European habitats. So, and a key issue is that a lot of high quality in situ data is needed for the training of Earth observation classifications, and that needs a lot of effort. As you all have seen during these days, there's a lot of technical development in Earth observation. There are a lot of new satellites coming up. We have now the Copernicus Sentinel-2 satellites as an example, with a 10-meter resolution globally. It even goes to 5-meter resolution, while the in situ data stays behind. We have airplanes. We work also a lot with drones. The drones, we have now spatial resolutions of 1 millimeter or a few centimeters, but a lot of the in situ data stay behind in the locational accuracy. So also the Earth observation community asks for much more higher requirements on the in situ data to really exploit it. And we are depending, the Earth observation community is heavily dependent also on situ data. So The target typology that we are working with is not the Annex 1, but the UNES habitat classification. I do not know if you are familiar with that, but it's much more scientifically based than the Annex 1 typology. It's hierarchical and it's comprehensive, and that's why we like to work with it. And we are targeting especially at the level 3. So at level 1, you can see here 9 major groups of habitat, main habitat types, but at the level 3, we're talking about more than 300 different habitat types. On all those habitat types, individual habitat types, you can find a lot of information at floraveg.eu. So it's an initiative of the Vegetation Science Group and the European Vegetation Survey. And as you can see on the bottom right, it's an example for raised bog. It also describes very precisely which are the diagnostic taxa, the constant species, and the dominant species. So there's a lot of knowledge in this, on these habitats, all collected by vegetation experts. So here I have a slide about how we approach the habitat classification and mapping strategy. So we have a lot of Earth observation data that we use as an input. So land cover is one of the very important sources, but there is a lot of other information also about the abiotics and the climate. But in situ data is also very central in the whole approach, and that is still sometimes a weak link, because we have now recently produced a new European habitat map together with CNRS, with 251 habitat classes, using a lot of Earth observation data. But the data that we exploited for this approach is from the European Vegetation Archive as in situ data, but that's not well represented everywhere, and it has limitations. And because of that limitations, it also has an impact on the accuracy of our habitat mapping. So the overall accuracy is here about 80%, but for some habitats it's really very low, and yeah, it's still a challenge. So if we talk about the in situ data, the European Vegetation Archive is really a great initiative. It has now more than 2.6 million vegetation plots, but there are important limitations to this database. That are the spatial limitations. So you really have to keep in mind that there are areas that are underrepresented, like Scandinavian, Eastern Europe, but also parts of Spain and Turkey are underrepresented. It also has temporal limitations because it's very rich in historical data, but for the training of our Earth observation data, we want up-to-date and recent information, and then you will see that there is also only a limited amount of data available. And for some habitat types, maybe we have like 50 records, points that we can use for the training, and that's for many of the machine learning, artificial intelligence approaches, that's not sufficient. And there's also a problem with the locational uncertainty. So there are only limited amount of data that have a locational accuracy of less than 10 meters or equal to 10 meters. There's also a lot of data that has no georeferencing at all, so that's a problem. So because of these limitations, we thought that the GBIF database might provide a solution to fill some of the gaps. And it will not fill all the gaps, I will show you later on as well. So how to exploit the GBIF plant species for habitat locations, because that's not the same. So the EVA archive is really about vegetation plots. It's about the combination of plant species, while from GBIF we're talking about individual plant species. So we have to look at plant species combinations from GBIF that characterize the UNES habitats within a grid cell of, for example, 100 by 100 meter or 10 by 10 meter. But in principle, the smaller the grid cell for the species combinations we're looking at, the more likely a correct assignment to a UNIS habitat type is. And for the list of species that characterizes each UNIS habitat types, we rely very much on the work of Milan Chitri with the Fleuravec and the European Vegetation Archive. So, from the GBIF database, we downloaded more than 40 million plant species records, only 4,000 plant species that are related to all the UNIS habitat types. Also, the European Vegetation Archive has records on species, so we use that as well. So in total, we were able to exploit 52 million georeferenced plant species record. And then we can look at the diagnostic species, the constant species, and the dominant species. And we analyze them in a very specific way. So the value is coming from the syntaxonomic information, and then we can give them different weights depending if they are diagnostic or constant or a dominant species. So the diagnostic species are, if there are more diagnostic species present in a certain grid cell, then it's more likely that it's affiliated with a certain habitat type. So you give them a total value as well, and that total value is a representation for the likelihood that it represents. And this is the tool that we have developed, so you can select which kind of data you want to use, only at the 10 meter grid cell level and from only recent data. Then you can select the UNIS habitat type, so all UNIS habitat types are in, and then you can show it's on the fly analyzed, and it shows the potential location of the UNIS, of that UNIS habitat type raised bog. And you can increase the threshold, so you will then find less green locations, so you will remove them that are the points that are less likely. And then you can even click on an individual point, and then you can see what are the diagnostic species at that specific locations that are encountered, what are the dominant and what are the constant species. And then if you're satisfied with the results, so you can play with the threshold, then you can export the data to a shapefile and you can exploit it further for your application. So that is more or less how it works. And yeah, it's a quite powerful tool, I would say, but it depends also a little bit. It doesn't work, for example, if the diagnostic species of a habitat type are quite common, then you will find too many locations probably that are not reliable. But preferably we do the analysis at the 10-meter grid cell with up-to-date plant species records. And yeah, as a key message I want to give that with regard to operational biodiversity monitoring, we cannot monitor all species. We focus very much on butterflies, on birds, on plant species, but we can monitor the associated habitats and ecosystem with Earth observation and integrate it with the in situ data. So improved habitat mapping and monitoring is, in my perspective, very important in the overall biodiversity monitoring. And I've shown that the temporal and spatial resolution of Earth observation data are increasing a lot, but the amount of good quality of in situ data is lagging behind. So we have to put much more effort in that. So a better infrastructure and more capacity is also needed in the collection of high quality in situ data to support the Earth observation mapping and monitoring of habitats. So as my last slide, I just have some questions also for you and for the people in the public. Maybe you also, because it would be interesting, know if there are other sources of information that can be exploited much more to extract in situ habitat information. What do you think? What should be the precision quality of in situ data? Because also in relation with the Earth observation that we are using. And can we, in general, can we depend on citizen science, or should we invest much more in professional networks for habitat field surveying? Because that could also be an option. And I just want to know your opinion about that, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sander. I don't know if you would like, any of you would like to answer any of the questions. Maybe that would be interesting. Yes.
Yeah.
Can I? Wait.
Yeah. Too late.
Thank you. Actually, I'm a colleague. I'm Gilles Doignan from DG Research. Well, actually, first a comment. Thank you for showing the important interest of GBIF data. And just to remind that 11 member states are not member of GBIF.
Exactly.
And it doesn't cost a lot to be a member. It costs a little bit, but it doesn't cost a lot. So it's really very important that the 11 remaining ones join GBIF as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And then on your question on citizen science, I would say we need both citizen science from citizens and then from professionals. And then one question, do you include eDNA, eRNA data in this, or we could?
No, we don't involve that data, but that is still something that we could exploit more also in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments, questions that someone would like to do? No? No. Okay. So now we will move to the last presentation. And I would like to invite to the stage Mona Neslund and Camilla Jonsson from the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency. They are going to present experience with combining satellite methods with on-ground vegetation surveys for habitat mapping at national level. First, I will introduce Mona, who is an ecologist working at the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency with monitoring of primary habitats and landscapes in Sweden. She's also leading a group on biodiversity indicators in Biodiversa Plus and part of the team that co-led the Biodiversa Plus habitat pilot. Thank you very much, Mona.
Thank you so much. Yes, this is the title I got to talk with you about of the experience with combining satellite methods with on-the-ground or in-situ service for habitat mapping at national level. So first, I'd just like to frame it a little bit and give you an example of what I and my colleagues have to consider when we are designing the monitoring programs. We have national policy needs on various scales. We have national environmental goals, but those we work on not only national scale, but also on regional, local, and even on single landowners scale. For example, for local planning, green infrastructure within and outside protected areas, for management of forest, agriculture, and wetlands. And we have 16 national environmental goals with targeted indicators that we monitor for. Then we have the European environmental goals that we are working together with our fellow member states on a biogeographic scale. and also monitor for that, as for the Nature Directive, the Habitats and Birds Directive, and now also for the EU legislation as the Nature Restoration Law. And then we have the global environmental goals and the newly accepted indicators and the national commitments we have under that. So how do we do then to work with that? Well, we actually combine remote sensing and in situ data. We do this in an iterative way or two ways. First, the products that are generated from satellites or models are used in a first step to find possible habitats or high-value nature areas for mapping when we need to have more detailed field maps. And this greatly limits the work and reduces the costs. And we also use these products to design our monitoring programs. I will tell you a little bit more about this shortly. But we select areas for random sampling and exclude non-habitats and reduce costs in the field. And then we use these in situ data and other detailed data as drones and aerial photos in combination with satellite data to create comprehensive maps, and we use the in situ data to validate it. So it goes both ways, basically. So first then, if I give an example how we use the remote sensing when designing our monitoring programs. Well, we do this together with the Swedish Agricultural University in a program called National Inventories of Landscapes in Sweden, NILS. It's a targeted nature inventories in a general framework where we monitor grassland, deciduous forest, alpine, seashores, and wetlands in the same program. And it's used for those national and international policies. And we combine remote sensing and field measurements. And it's a flexible design to meet the various policy needs. And we monitor common and less common habitats within the same framework. And it's scalable, so we can use different sampling intensities depending on policy needs. And you can read more about this in this book, in a chapter in this book that you see here. And the Swedish EPA has funded so that you can download it for free via that link. And all the data that we produce in NILS is also open access. So you can visit that link there and see how you can download some via EPAs, but we're not there yet with all the data, but you can contact us, and this is freely available data. So how do we do this then? Well, the first thing we do, we have a two-step design where we first identify potential habitats and groups of habitats with remote sensing methods. We use a lot of aerial photos, but also models with Sentinel-2, LiDAR, and field data to see what kind of, you see the different colored dots there in the rectangle. We have 1 square kilometer squares where we identify like beech forest, broadleaf forest, etc. And after that, we can take a sample, selection of that for field inventory. And we can exclude the ones we have identified that have non-target habitats. So they are still in the sample, but since we see it, this is not a target habitat, we can exclude that. We don't have to go out in the field, and this reduces the field visits and the cost immensely. And then when we're out in the field, we also have several plot sizes to capture the appropriate scales for the variables we want to measure. It's like the bigger polygons for quality assessment and to look at what kind of Annex 1 habitat it is, etc. The larger circle plots for trees, dead woods, and the smaller ones for fill layer and functional target species, for example. And we also use an hierarchical balance sampling with flexible sampling intensity. So we can have a different sampling intensity depending on the policy needs and or geographical differences that we are facing in the country. And it's a balanced sampling to improve the precision in the hierarchical balance sampling to improve the precision in the estimates. And we have coordinated selections of these tracts and field plots to improve the trend analysis. And I put a reference there. You can read more about it, and Grafström and Matthäus from 2018. But this has really lowered the cost and improved the precision of our estimates, because if we just put it in a, don't have an hierarchical balance sampling and you take a sample from Sweden, you would get what's most common and only the forest and not the grasslands and wetlands, for example. So, but please read more about that. What I really wanted to show you is that how when we use the remote sensing techniques in this two-step sampling design, it really reduces the cost, and then we can have a good in situ sample that we then can use for other purposes. For example, other products that Camilla will talk more about now, how we use this in situ for mapping, for remote sensing methods. So please, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mona, and welcome Camilla Johnson, who is working with remote sensing and products and geodata or GIS at the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency as well. She has experience in Earth observation-based method development for nature conservation and environmental monitoring, as well as in managing national mapping projects focused on land cover and habitat mappings. And she is also a member of IONET Land Systems and the thematic group Copernicus. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and I guess I'm the really last presenter here today, so thank you to everyone who is still staying here. So I'm going to show a little bit a Swedish example, a national example from Sweden where we are using in situ data. And Mona presented this very good data that we can use for our remote sensing mapping exercises. But it's still not enough. So we still have this, how much do we need? And it's not a simple question upon that, because it's the quality and the end product that will have to decide what is good enough. But I'm going to talk about a governmental assignment that we have. It has been going on from 2022, and it will run until 2027. And I could say that this is the most fantastic assignment you can get and work with, to be able to get 5 years, produce the best available map over the Swedish forest that the end users need. The only bad thing is that it didn't come with any money. so we have the assignment, but we don't have any money. But still, it's an assignment who has come to both a Swedish Forest Agency and SEPA. And the idea is to produce good probability indicator maps over different features. So it can be high conservation value, it can be NX1 habitats, it can be structures, height, layering inside the forest, everything that the forest owner can use him to make the right decision when he is planning his forestry, more or less. But of course, it's not only the forest owner who can use it, it's also the agency and NGOs, etc., etc. So the first year we dealt a lot with trying to find what are the needs. And of course, these maps, the good thing is it's not the maps that you are going to do and use for statistics. It is maps that are going to be used to try to focus where is the field inventory going to be needed. So it's like Mona said, it's a combination of using remote sensing and also combine it to where do you need to go out in the field to validate it. The data shall be open and free. It will be national coverage. So it really is a very inspiration to work with this. Still a little bit questions about how to manage it all. When we identified and prioritized the needs, this is a very short list. The government assignment, it's not only nature values, it's also the cultural values. I won't speak about them today, but it's a very broad perspective. When it comes to the nature values, we are talking about, first of all, good information about tree species, not only broadleaf and coniferous forest, also the oak and the beech, etc., spruce and pine. But also, we also need these attributes of trees and forests, the height, the variation, the crown size, the variation, the layering, presence of dead wood that we know we can't do really, but we need it, the forest age. Because the idea is that even if we are producing this database, all this data information, it's not only for the authorities, it also can be for NGOs and can be for consultancies to be able to use this data to be able to produce more specific tasks. And also, we also need these more value-added products. We have this forest with low and high conservation value, and we also have this annexed forest habitat types who also have a clear connection with the nature restoration regulation, of course. And I'm only going to speak about these Annex 1 habitats because much of the work is actually done by the Swedish Forest Agency. So the practical work that is done by SEPA and the consultants is focused on the Annex 1 habitats. But just to know that the assignment is much broader than the things I'm going to talk about. So we started to look into 7 different of the, I think we have 16 forest Annex 1 habitats in Sweden present. And we have starting to look at 7 of them. And we have divided them into 2 groups. The hardwood deciduous forest, that is very important, and it's quite common in the southern part of Sweden. And then we also have this simplified, excuse me for all the ecological good experts here today, the wet types that we have. And why we have divided it, because we need to do this in an efficient way. So how many models do we need to build? Can we actually see some common background data that is needed for the deciduous forest, but we also know for the wet forest we need some extra layers as well. So therefore we have divided it. And as you know, I mean, we heard it earlier here today, we can't see this in the remote sensing data. It's by proxy. So we have to, first of all, to try to map by proxy for these specific types, what is it we need to find in the remote sensing data. And the list to the left is just, it's not the total list, but it's an example of indicators that is really important to try to catch. And I said, what type of geodata do we have that we can use? And we have, of course, Sentinel-2 data is really, really important because, for example, for the phenology, we know that some of the wet deciduous forests, they have the leaves coming later, etc., and they have the hardwood deciduous forest. You have the beech much earlier than the oak, etc., etc. So the phenology is very important. And also the LiDAR scanning. In Sweden, we have so far 2 LiDAR scanning from approximate 7 years apart, very important. Unfortunately, we need a denser cloud if we are going to see the dead wood, so we don't see all of this. So the indicators, really, we don't capture the dead wood. So just to know that this is not the perfect model, it is the best possible we can do today. And of course, for the wet areas, we have the floodplains, we have the topographical position index, etc., etc. So it's a lot of data that you need to produce. But this session is also about the in situ data and the training data and the reference data. And we heard of this very high quality data that Mona was presenting. Yes, we are using that one, but it's still not enough. For example, we have no, I don't really remember the figures here, 9760 or something like that. You have this riparian deciduous forest. They are really, we only have about a few thousand hectares in the whole of Sweden. How can we find that in a sample, even if it's really delicate? Within the protected areas, we have something called database NNK, Natura Naturtyps mapping. And it's full coverage within the protected areas. So that is a map that we can use. And then you can say, oh, good, you have a really good data set. Then you can train the models, and then you can do the landscape mapping. And that, if that database had been 100% correct, yeah, maybe. But we know no data is correct. And the problem is if you have some false information within it, you will only transport it over to the model, and then you will have problems in the models. So still, when we do this, and this I'm certainly you have seen this type of investigations before, that if you have people going out in the field trying to say where is the delineation of this habitat type, and you have very specialists going to the same area, they won't be standing on the same place. So this is just an example how difficult it is when you're talking about nature values to be able to, in the nature, to say on this side it's not and this side it is. And therefore, we are not dealing with that type of thematic mapping here. We are talking about indicator maps, the model is going to give us an indication that we have a high indicator. We don't talking about probability either, actually. We are talking about indicators about finding a habitat. And this is just an example how difficult it is. I mean, even if most of people agree that this area more or less is very valuable, but where is the limit? Then you see it's very low figures. And of course, as I said, the thing that is common in the nature, of course, is easy to find and could be easy to map. But if it's very sparse, how can you find it? And how can we find enough data to give good models? In the end, we will end up that we are doing a traditional map going everywhere, and then it's too expensive again. This synthetic data is just to throw it out. Can it be one way of getting forward? Because in the culture, when you do the coal pits and the different type of features in the culture department, we are working with synthetic data. But of course, that's more easier to create how a typical look like in the geodata. This is more or less just to show you that you have the model, you have the training data, and you get a result. And then you go back again. So this is something I just want to emphasize, that this goes round and round and round, and it can't go round how many times you want, because it is really, really hard to know when it is good enough. The results in this work is actually one layer for each habitat, a number from 0 to 100, indicating the indication of actually that the habitat that we are searching for exists on that place. And also, as I said, we have divided it, grouped it into these hardwood deciduous habitats and the free wet habitats. And the reason for that is on what level is the quality high enough to be able for the users to use it. And we have sent this to the county administration boards because they are the expert, local and regional, so that is very important. And the recommendation so far, the quality so far, we actually recommend to use these combined layers. The validation of the final results, don't skip the look and feel, look at the data over and over again, put it in the hands of the people who know the areas, go out in the field, so important. And of course, since this is the indicator maps, these areas who is not 0 or 100, it's not that we are saying that this area is 50% of value. What we are saying is that the model is to 50% very uncertain if it is a high value or not. So maybe those areas are the one you are going out in the field, try to get good in situ data and feed it back to the model. So this is the iteration that you need to do as long as you don't have the complete in situ data set for your purposes. A little bit off the topic, but I also want to mention that even if some of this data set, you say that, okay, maybe it's not good enough to be used by a private forest owner because he will just be frustrated and say that this is not good enough. But maybe it's good enough for the green infrastructure, for the landscape planning. So we also have to bear in mind to actually try to map in different type of databases, what they can be used for. And even if you don't reach the first iteration, the highest value or the highest quality, maybe it still is usable. It's up to the users to decide if it's useful or not. So that is just to mention this, the quality and the scale is very important to bear in mind, so that you have that in mind the whole time. And I come back to this one just to say that if you want to know more about the technique and the models used, you can go and talk to Johanna at the poster session tomorrow. She will learn you everything about it. And also to emphasize that it is an iterative process, because every time when you do a change, you will also get closer to what you are looking for. But it costs money, and it's so important to don't forget that remote sensing, machine learning, AI, whatever, it still needs money and resources to be able to do this in a good way. And today, we don't have any shortcuts. We need to go out in the field, we now need to feed it back, and we need to have the local and regional knowledge to be able to do this in a good way. I think I'm running out of time, so I will just shortly end up this with some conclusion, and maybe not recommendation, but insights. We have already mentioned the first one, that we need to integrate the in situ data, the Earth observation, the LiDAR data, the aerial imagery, the UAVs, the drones. Everything needs to be combined in a good way, so we use it in a good way. And also, what I always miss on this type of events is the quality discussion. What is good enough quality? What type of quality do we need to be able to say that this is a good model, this is good enough, this we can share? It's very hard, I know, but sooner or later we have to put down our feet and say that this is the type of quality we can expect. We need to work more with verification and validation. And most of all, we need to communicate and document it, because if a municipality, a forest owner is going to use it, he needs to have a very simple paper saying, use it for this, don't use it for this. And that needs to be very simple. You need to illustrate it in a good way, and you need to make it clear. Data sharing and interoperability, we need to work together with. And as I said, I have already mentioned it before, but this local and regional expertise, we need them involved the whole way. Bottom up is something I believe in, and I think the products Copernicus, land monitoring service, is doing is fantastic, but we need to talk more, and you need to look at our data, and we need to integrate more to be able to make it work the whole way. And as I said, resources is needed. We have heard this before. Even if you say that, for example, in Sweden, we need a denser point cloud LiDAR data, and it costs quite many millions. But if you compare it to build 10 kilometers of a highway, it's nothing. So I still don't, we don't have to talk about it that expensive. I think, as you said, it's an investment, and it's such extreme high value for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you for that last message, which I think is not really what nowadays politics in Europe is going towards, but I think we should aim for it. So we will now move to the panel discussion, and I would like to invite everyone, the presenters, to here. I would also like to invite Bruno Schmetz, who has not presented, but he will be in the panel. Bruno is a remote sensing researcher at VITO, an applied research institute and sustainability in Belgium. And after leading the generation of several Copernicus land products, so we know him quite well, at a global and European scale, he's now leading a team on natural capital accounting on biodiversity. Among others, he's leading the ESA World Ecosystem Extent Dynamics project to map ecosystem extent and habitats and their dynamics at European, continental, and global national scale, according to different ecosystem typologies. Oh, we fit all together. Okay, then I stay here. Good. No, but maybe I would like to actually stand up, because I would like to give the floor first if someone would like to start already with a question. Otherwise, I fear we might lose the opportunity for you to ask questions, as it happened in the previous session. So, is there anybody who would like to start? Yeah. He has a question, and then we have someone there. Yeah. Yes, maybe I will stand up.
So it's over there.
Okay.
Thank you for all the presentations. I'm Martijn van Hoek from the Netherlands. I've got one question regarding the combination, the algorithm that are being used to map the in situ to like a spatial map. I have the feeling currently they are only being used like supervised learning. Does there need to be more algorithm development so that we are not relying on labeled data points, and that we are going to exploit like algorithms that are really being developed by the without any label points and still can classify point data sets? So that's, I've got. Does anybody has an opinion on this?
Yes.
Okay. No, I think it's a very good question. I think we have been struggling with that already and discussing that internally for quite some time. I think it's a yes and a no. I think at the end what we want, I mean, the in situ data or the reference point, as you say, always remains a limit. So I think at some point we need to make sure at least that we can exactly characterize the different habitat or ecosystem types and to define at least which are the characteristics that you need at least to distinguish them. Once that you are there at least, that you could reduce at least for a number of things, at least the amount of training points needed. That's I think one. So that's the not always needed. I think what is needed, and I think that was also, I'd like to make a comment and also congratulate, I think, the Swedish team. I think this is a great example on optimizing at least also the gathering of in situ data. So first you use at least the, let's say, the Earth observation to guide the optimization of where do you need to collect some reference points. Also, I mean, you combined it also with adding some additional attributes that are important that you could also use for ecosystem services or whatever for other purposes. I think that's also very important. I only had myself also one remark or question on that related to that one, because you say, yeah, it's still not enough points. And I was wondering that you do it now for Sweden, but for instance, if you go to your neighbor countries, which have kind of, at least to a certain extent, same ecological conditions, I think we also need to harmonize that and do it like inter-country at least, because then the amount of points gets more where you at least do another optimization, not on national level, but at least on, let's say, ecological region level.
Okay, any other questions, please? If not, we will start with the, yes? Yeah, okay, then please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciated this perspective from the Swedish colleagues on the iterative approach, as Bruno now mentioned as well. And I think it's crucial that we establish such approach when moving into these more complex variables, complex indicators, which needs, first it's kind of a guess, and then it's a qualified guess, and then it's something set in stone. But the problem is then when we move into policy support, because policy support is, or policy is not maybe dimensioned for having that type of iterative approach. And is there an example in Sweden where this flexibility is facilitated in the policy support as well?
Mona, do you have an answer or?
It doesn't have to be policy support either, just for the end user uptake of the information on how they can use that kind of iterative and recheck also their workflows.
Well, I can start. When we design our NILS monitoring program, it's really designed to capture the Annex 1 habitat types and to work with that. But the data is also used for other purposes. So, and for the interactive part, I think that maybe the landowners, you can talk a little bit about that.
If we talk about databases that we have, who is produced in this way in Sweden, we have, for example, the National Land Cover Database. This database that I talked about is quite new, but I think it's within the quality process that we have a reference group who first looks at the databases, and then we send it out to the counties, and for all iteration it becomes more and more validated and higher quality. But even as long as you do that, you will always need to improve it and have new versions. So it is a struggle to keep up with what is an update and what is a quality improvement, and try to explain that. And we don't have any good solution more than describe it very well, to have very transparent, very maybe sometimes too heavy product descriptions, good examples, and also be available and talk to the users, because in Sweden we have reference groups, we meet the end users, we try to have digital meetings, so to be able to talk about it, because it's not a good, easy answer, because it's hard, because improvement is good, but it's also a problem. And we have official statistics who is coming from this National Land Cover Database. And of course, if that changes the whole time, people get confused. But transparency and explainability regarding why it has happened, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, please. There.
Jana Millerova from Czech Republic. I would like to ask Sander, about if you consider using structural information of the habitats to improve the classification, because they are known, they can be measured, and you can use them to train the algorithms as well.
Yeah. Yeah, good question. I would say it's very important information. So it's also mentioned by the Swedish activities on that the LiDAR data, for example, is a very important source of information. So also when we work on habitat mapping in the Netherlands, we exploit the LiDAR data that's updated every 3 years for the Netherlands a lot, because the canopy structure information is very important. But I would also urge, let's say, from a global perspective, that this information on LiDAR technology should be much more made available or investment on, because next to the spectral data and the optical and the radar data, the information on the canopy structure is very important information. So if we have that information available, it's one of the crucial data sets that we would like to exploit for the habitat mapping. And also for the monitoring. Yeah?
I've got one remark on this, because maybe there is one data set that is being undervalued. At least in the Netherlands, the railway agency, they fly their rail tracks like multiple times a year with LiDAR, because they want to know if the train is not, how you say it, like getting off the track. Yes, exactly. And they need to monitor the subsidence. But then there is like, they measure like a certain scan, and the train, the railway, they drive through nature, I think we can also exploit those data sets because they are, they've got a repeat cycle of twice a year. So that's.
May I ask on this if you have considered using a European ground motion service, or if you know about it?
I'm not a biodiversity specialist.
I mean, you as representative of all the Dutch community. Do you think that this product is known?
Once again?
The European ground motion service. Do you think this product is known? Because this product is showing the subsidences and the displacement in the vertical axis for the whole Europe.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the millimeter accuracy, is it?
Yeah, it does have a millimeter accuracy on the vertical axis. It might not have the spatial resolution you're looking for, but the accuracy, yes.
Okay, but that may be a remark to the railway agency and not to me.
Yeah.
Just one comment also on the, I think on the railways and the LiDAR scans or whatever they are doing there. I think that's great input, but we also have to be careful because it's not wall-to-wall coverage. Yeah, so this also brings some limitations if you want to do wall-to-wall mapping. So it brings only some value for some regions, but so comparability is gone.
If I can add to that, I would also urge you to consider the future data. So maybe preparing the sort of training library or something of the habitats, including the structural characteristics, is also to consider, because we don't know, well, you know what the data we don't have today we will have tomorrow, and the algorithms we don't have today we will have tomorrow. So if we are prepared, if we prepare these sort of libraries, like as you said, you prepared sort of a library for the ground truth data, for the how to extract the information from habitats from the species distribution. So the similar way to prepare sort of structural libraries of the habitats would also be quite handy, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree, because also in the Netherlands we have a lot of discussion that, let's say, on the description of the habitat types, the structural information is often lacking, while if there's a clear definition on the structural structure, you could also exploit, let's say, the information from the LiDAR data in a more straightforward way. Because there's a lot of discussions about this by different nature organizations, also on, let's say, what is the height of the shrubs layer, etc. If we are very clear on that, then we can exploit that kind of data also better.
Good. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay. Otherwise, I will ask some of the questions we had prepared. And the first one is for Bruno, actually. So, as a data product developer, what are the biggest data or other constraints to you during your work effectively?
Okay, I'm not going to repeat the lack of in situ data, etc. So let me add one more point about in situ data, because challenging it a little bit. Sometimes we have too much in situ data. For some parts we have too little, for some we have too much. And I think one of the things that we are struggling with is that we need to spend a lot of time in cleaning this data. And that's one of the constraints that we have, I think, because I think there are mistakes in there. Like I said, there are sometimes too many, so we have to throw away. Which one do we throw away? Which are the qualitative ones, which are not the qualitative ones? And I think there are still algorithms missing, at least to help and support that. I mean, I had, for instance, a discussion with the GBIF team today also, because they are moving into that direction. But currently, at least their cleaning is a bit that if the geoposition is 0.0, that's what they call their null island, at least, then you know that the data point is wrong. But that's not sufficient, at least, because every, let's say less quality, let's call it less quality point you put into the model, at least it introduces noise, and at the end lowers the quality. And I think that's for me an important one. And especially because we talked also about, shouldn't we involve citizen science to get more reference points or whatever? So, I mean, whenever you add more citizen science, you know that there will be more errors in there, so the cleaning becomes even more and more important. That's, I think, one. And the second point I want to raise is, I think, also the scalability. Because a lot of the times, and we get the discussions about, yeah, but okay, this is kind of trained at a global scale or trained at a continental scale or whatever. And yeah, that's not usable, at least, for instance, in the private sector when you have a small parcel or whatever you want to use. So I think also the algorithms, at least, need to be much more created scalable, and perhaps we need to do a kind of a paradigm shift and just say, okay, it's not just of creating some maps or some data sets like Copernicus is doing, but also to put these kind of algorithms into a cloud that you can run them, that you can parameterize them or whatever, at least to run also at a local scale. That it's, I think, a second part that we are regularly struggling with, at least, to make these kind of models, algorithms, at least scalable.
Thank you. And actually, I would like to ask you, because I don't have so much experience with with this type of crowdsourcing data. I've had some experience, and the experience was it was a bit of a mix of feelings, because indeed you get data, but sometimes it's not comparable, it's not trustable. But that was, of course, my experience 10 years ago. Can you also share if you have some sort of similar experiences in the past?
Yeah. I think the example that Sander did from GBIF, I think a lot of the GBIF information is coming from citizen science, from Naturalis and other, which is just citizen science. And I think, yeah, you can comment probably even better than me, but you need to clean a lot of the data points in there. I mean, some examples that we have found, and not only from the citizen science, but even, for instance, in the EVA database or the SPLOT, which is then considered more qualitative compared to the citizen science, is, for instance, a typical error is around the lake. Yeah? So people are going to measure at least the lake, or quantify the lake, or label the lake, I should say. So they label the water, at least, but the geoposition, as you can see it, it's really around the lake, because they don't have a boat to go on the lake. So, I mean, and if you don't take these things into account, you just put that information into the model, and the model is thinking, okay, this is kind of a characteristic for a lake, and kind of confusing it with the borders of the lake. That's just one example, but there are many others.
No, I agree on that, but let's say if you have a small amount of in situ data, then you can do a lot of visual, let's say, quality checks. But the problem starts if you have a lot of data, then you have to find ways of anomaly detection. But that's normally with the habitat data quite difficult, because also the habitats are very diverse. If you have, let's say, if you're talking about cars, you can very exactly define how it looks in size, in color, but the nature of habitats is so wide that a lot of the efforts that we did on anomaly detection in an automatic way are also not good enough. So still, it's a struggle. And if the data is not good enough, it has a big impact on for example, the locations are not good enough, then you train your data in the wrong way. So it still is a problem.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I would like to again offer the floor, but if not, maybe I will give you, Jose Miguel, I would like to ask you one of the questions. What is Copernicus doing regarding coordination of accessibility to in situ data, and what are the plans for the short and mid-term?
Thanks. Well, that question covers many, the activities of many institutions when it comes to accessibility of in situ data, because all the different institutions in charge of the implementation of Copernicus are working with in situ data, no? But all of them are finding the similar issues that we have commented and I mentioned in my slides, no? I would like to highlight a couple of things that, at least from the EA perspective, we think it is very important to, let's say, increasing the accessibility of in situ data. And I think, again, a key aspect here is to really strengthen the partnership between the Copernicus program and the in situ data providers. Currently, the different institutions, the different entrusted entities access the data on a isolated way, so to speak, independently one from each other, which creates inefficiencies, and also creates also a lot of duplication of efforts, and also it doesn't really provide the visibility to these data providers of how the data are actually being used across the program. So I think a key element or one of the key aspects besides the technological efforts of making data available, and of course we could also speak about the platforms and standardization, harmonization, and so on. But I think an element that I think is very important is really to engage, to strengthen the partnerships, to acknowledge the value, and to show how the data is being used and promote it. In terms of what we can do in the future, of course, as I said before, we have different areas where we'd like to advance when it comes to in situ data. Biodiversity, as well in many other areas, in situ data is a challenge. And I think it's something very difficult to, I would say, to solve in the long run without taking into account the role that data intermediaries have, those who are really getting access to the data where it is originated and do all this work that is so important, which is harmonizing, which is curating, which is cleaning. And I think that is in initiatives, programs like GBIF or others, which are really harnessing the power of in situ data and working with it, making this data available. And I think that is where we should really focus our efforts in the future to provide support to these actors when it comes to in situ data. And finally, we mentioned citizen science before, and I think having a past as well in the context of citizen science, indeed there is, I think there is also a potential for Copernicus to build a bit more on this data. It comes with a number of challenges, but I think it's just a way that we need to address this type of data, and also maybe it's not so evident because we are thinking about how to use it in our products, but citizen science has also a huge value when it comes to engaging local communities and those who know about what is happening in the ground, and I think that's something that we should take into account as well, because they are people working on the ground or who volunteer the time to get access to this data. It also provides a lot of local knowledge and insights, and that is essential as well, to know the status of our environment. Yeah,
Still no questions from the audience? Yes.
Thank you. I have a question on the iterations. My question is mainly how often can you do such iterations, and how quickly do you notice improvements to the model?
Yes, so some of those questions actually for Johanna for tomorrow at the poster session, but I can try to give an answer. They respond if you are implementing a change. I think it's quite fast to implement the change if you know what to implement in the model, because it is built in a very efficient way, I hope. But still, the problem is to get a response from the users, because as I said, you need to go out in the field, you need to put it in the hand of someone who has really good regional or local knowledge. So the lack is actually to get the feedback, not running the model with a new data set or more reference data or less reference data. It's more about the communication and the iteration to have a really good clarification, is it better or not? Otherwise, you just end up with a lot of versions and you don't really know which one you are going to use. So I think that is a struggle. So therefore, to build up a very good network with people who are interested and can get a quick response is the most efficient way. And maybe Johanna will tell you something tomorrow, but I think that is one of the keys for that. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I think in this iteration, indeed, that's very important to have the local expertise there. But one of the things that I think, I don't know who mentioned it, but at least the split between a data set, at least for training and for validation, is very important. So at least one part can be optimized at least to do more quicker iterations at least, or I call it intermediate iterations at least, because at the end you have the experts, the local experts, who really need to look at the data and qualify it or not.
I agree, and still always if you have 80-20 dividing it and saving it, but still, it's still the type of input data that you have to feed the model. In the end, since it is by proxy, we are doing it, and the nature is not always behaving, it's still, you need the response from the end users for the end purpose. So,
absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no other questions, I think we have arrived to the end of this session, and I would like to give the floor to invite. Please give an applause to our panelists. That's the first thing. Thank you very much for being here, also to the public. And I will now give the floor to Jan-Erik Petersen so he can make a summary of this workshop.
Yeah, thanks very much. I also wanted to thank my colleagues at the EA and the external speakers for contributing to this workshop. We had a very productive cooperation, I think. I noticed the external speakers got much more questions than we got at the EA. We should think about that. But thanks for the input. The second good news is we were close to 100 people, even before you started speaking, Camilla, and when you had finished. So we did quite well there. Quite a few were looking at the computers and mobile phones. But I do it occasionally too, so I think they count anyway. Good news and bad news continues. I will not give a summary of the workshop. That is the good news. The second piece of good news is we all agree in situ data and investment in combining in situ and the satellite data is important. Bad news is we didn't agree who does what and what resources the different institutions will contribute, but we will continue that debate. I wanted to reflect just a little bit on what I hope we will do at the EA, some of the things I know we will do. So we have some limited activities to work on in situ data that we sort of grasp here and there. We have 40 days of support by Sander Mucha to review further in situ data. I actually believe there's a lot more in situ data sources than we have currently used. There's a lot of very detailed biodiversity monitoring going on in national parks and protected areas. There is regional monitoring schemes. There is also environmental impact assessments, etc. These data are often very difficult to mobilize. With 40 days, we will not manage. We would need something like 4,000, I think, but at least we can show a way forward. And what I also noticed, it came up also in various other presentations, is the need for standardization protocols. What in situ data are useful? I mean, I personally think that maybe 10 years is already too old for habitat validation because our certain habitats at least are changing fast. So we need to think about that. Is it 5 years? Is that young enough or not? And then that means we also need to have a way forward for generating data every 5 years, etc., to actually be able to validate the future satellite data. All that requires governance, discussions, etc. And I still would like to speak to, let's just say, the space agencies to see whether they can help with this governance process, organizing dialogue, organizing documentation of potential standards, etc., which we are happy to contribute to, but I think it's beyond us in terms of resources to really lift that boat. And for me, this was a first effort to really reflect on the dimensions that we need to tackle to get more out of satellite data investment for biodiversity monitoring. I mean, I've suggested ways at the agency and to others in the Commission for taking this forward and have a serious review of it, also in view of the next multi-annual financial framework. I know DG Environment has an internal note that precisely talks about these things too. We have a good cooperation with Bruno Combal, even though he couldn't be here. So I hope that this debate continues, and I hope we can come together to review this again and other questions hopefully in a more participatory manner next time. Thanks to Use for doing a great job, and have a good dinner. I don't know whether there's any final announcements from BioSpace organizers, but if not, I think we know where the dinner is. Thank you.